Chapter 263. Gu Fei made his move in an instant, causing one of the Devil Master's arms to explode. His flesh and bones turned into a mist of blood, and with a punch his opponent's chest caved in. With such an attack, the Devil Master's body had already suffered a great deal of damage. If it was an ordinary devil cultivator, with just one punch, he would have already died. It had to be said that the transcending mortality realm Devil Master's life force was far stronger than an ordinary devil cultivator. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but this Devil Master still did not die. Of course, Gu Fei's strength was just right. He did not want to take the Devil Master's life with one move. Cough, cough. The magician who had collapsed in the coconut grove coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Within the blood, there seemed to be some pieces of his internal organs. His shattered sternum had already fallen into his internal organs. However, even though his physical body had suffered such a severe injury, the devil core in his dantian was still emitting waves of energy fluctuations, quickly protecting his injuries. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a fatal injury, but it did not threaten the lives of these powerful cultivators with strong vitality. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and stepped on the Devil Master's dantian. Don't. Cough, cough. Don't kill. Kill me. The Devil Master spat out a few weak sounds with difficulty. He did not want to die. If Gu Fei shattered the devil core in his dantian, he would die immediately. The condensed devil core was the same as the Tao core of a cultivator. It was the source of power for a devil cultivator. It was the essence of the devil power in the entire body. Now, the Devil Master, whose body had suffered heavy injuries, was relying on the devil core in his dantian to maintain his life. As long as the devil core was not broken and his divine soul was not scattered, even if his body was broken, if an expert were to make a move, he could use the life snatch to obtain a complete body. He might even be able to cultivate his cultivation back. Don't kill you? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Give me a reason not to kill you. Gu Fei's eyes emitted two cold rays of light as he spoke in an eerie voice. Gu Fei was creating an imposing manner or atmosphere. Gu Fei wanted to make this demon master feel that his life was seriously threatened. In the next moment, he would be trampled to death by Gu Fei. A blurry layer of golden light began to emit from Gu Fei's right foot, which was stepping on the demon master's dantian. A powerful force was gathering in his right leg, as if he would really step on it at any time. Don't. The demon master who was being stepped on by Gu Fei was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. In his agitation, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Gu Fei knew very well what kind of people were the scariest in this world, and that was those who were unafraid of death. Those who had nothing to lose were the scariest. These kinds of people had nothing to fear, and would dare to do anything. If this demon master was that kind of person, then Gu Fei wouldn't have bothered to talk nonsense with him. He would have directly killed him on the spot. How could this demon master still be alive now? It was very obvious that this demon master was very afraid of death. He wasn't someone who had a worthless life. What do you want? Magic treasures, spirit pills, I'll give them all to you. At this time, the demon master didn't care so much and hurriedly said. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the demon master's words suddenly became smooth. I'm not a demon cultivator. Those things you said are useless to me. I think you should just die. Gu Fei didn't seem to be moved. He said disdainfully. It looked like he was about to trample this demon master to death. Don't. I'll do anything you want. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. The demon master was almost crying. He really didn't want to die. The extreme North Demon region was a terrifying place where the law of the jungle was vividly displayed. If you wanted to survive, You had to do whatever it took. He didn't know how many times he had been on the verge of death. He didn't know how many times he had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, if he died, he would have nothing left. How could he be willing to die like this? Therefore, after Gu Fei completely destroyed his will, Gu Fei began to interrogate this demon master. Thus, Gu Fei obtained shocking information from this demon master. It turned out that there were many demon cultivators on the demon dragon ship. There was even a powerful void controlling realm demon general guarding the ship. These people had come to this divine devil island to receive a big shot who had already entered the divine devil island. This big shot could be said to be above tens of thousands of people in the Six Paths Demon Palace. He was the strongest person apart from the demon monarch of the Six Paths, Gu Fei, learned the name of this big shot from the demon master. Chu Ge had a status that no expert in the extreme North Demon region dared to look down on. The first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths. If there were no accidents, Chu Ge would be the first successor of the Six Paths Demon Palace. Like his father, he was extremely strong and had a genius talent for cultivation. He was said to be invincible under the half-demon realm. From the demon master, Gu Fei also learned that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths was extremely strong. He was infinitely close to the half-demon realm, which could contend with demigods. He took the risk to enter the demon island because he had his eyes on something that the descendants of the gods and demons were guarding. If he could obtain this thing, his strength would increase exponentially. Although he might not be able to break through the final bottleneck and become the eternal demon lord, his strength would be comparable to the demon monarchs. However, Gu Fei learned from the demon master that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths seemed to have encountered great trouble on the demon island. He might even have been lost in the depths of the demon island. The people on the demon dragon ship could be said to have come to receive Chu Ge. They could also be said to have come to see if Chu Ge was dead or alive. The demon monarch of the Six Paths would not make a move for Chu Ge. If he wanted to obtain it, he would have to rely on his own hands. If he died in the process, he could only blame himself for not being skilled enough and not having enough cultivation. This was the demon path. It was a cruel law of survival. Countless experts and masters were born in the reign of blood. This was the fundamental reason why the demon area could exist. The thing that the first son of the demon monarch of the Six Paths had his eyes on was certainly not ordinary. Gu Fei wanted to know what it was, but the demon master did not know. You can die now. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stepped on the demon master's dantian with his right foot, which was emitting a dazzling golden light, and stomped on the demon master. No, the demon master only had time to let out a shrill scream. With a bang, his dantian was crushed by Gu Fei. The demon core in his dantian also collapsed. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure flashed, and he retreated. At this moment, the demon master, whose dantian had been shattered and his devil core had been shattered, was swelled up like a balloon by the berserk demonic energy that had erupted. Then, with a pung sound, his flesh and bones exploded into a cloud of blood mist. In the coconut grove, a strong wind was set off. The power of the demon core exploded, and a large pit with a diameter of about 3 zhang appeared in the sand. A few tall coconut trees nearby also collapsed, and a few birds that were resting in the coconut grove were startled away. Since Gu Fei had found out what he wanted to know, he killed the demon master right away. The demon core was destroyed, and his soul was destroyed. Even if a true demon descended, he would not be able to save the demon master. Oh, they tracked me here so quickly? Gu Fei was suddenly startled, and he looked towards the depths of the forest. Then, his figure disappeared on the spot, and he left the coconut grove. Just as Gu Fei left, a tall figure walked out from the dense forest on the island, and then directly walked into the coconut grove by the seaside. "Who killed that guy?" Barbarian Bull muttered to himself. He saw the large pit on the sand in the coconut grove, and above the pit there was an almost invisible bloody mist floating. Under the dark night, those bloody mist were very clear in Barbarian Bull's eyes. He could even see the extremely fine beads of blood floating in the bloody mist. Someone killed his prey. Barbarian Bull's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of ruthlessness. Could it be him? He thought of a person, and his fists immediately clenched tightly. "Uncle actually said that I am not his opponent. I refuse to accept this." A fierce and berserk aura surged out from Barbarian Bull's body, and a gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere in the coconut grove. The smell of blood in the forest stimulated Barbarian Bull's nerves. Like a rainbow, it startled countless birds that were resting in the coconut grove. They flapped their wings and flew out of the coconut grove. These birds instinctively felt the danger, so they flew out of the coconut grove in panic. At this time, a sharp whistle came from the depths of the god Devil Island. This whistle was like the howl of a ferocious spirit. It caused one's hair to stand on end when they heard it. Has it begun? When the whistle entered his ears, Barbarian Bull immediately came back to his senses, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then he directly rushed into the jungle, and Gu Fei also stopped under a big tree. He frowned. What was this sound? The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and it gave him a bad feeling, as if something big was about to happen. Under the night sky, the whistle lingered in the primitive mountain forest, and it seemed to spread to every corner of God Devil Island. It lasted for a long time, and it was exceptionally strange. At the same time, a fist-sized crimson bird that was emanating a layer of hazy, dark red, bloody light soared into the sky from somewhere on the island and disappeared into the night sky. God Devil Island seemed to be somewhat different from Devil Sand Island. Here, one couldn't feel the demonic nature that came from the dark. In the sky, there were countless stars, and there was no feeling of the sky being blocked. However, Gu Fei didn't think that this was a good place. The strange whistle made him faintly feel that something was wrong in the depths of God Devil Island. So he walked into the jungle and rushed in the direction of the sound. After about 100 miles into the depths of God Devil Island, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. That whistle actually spread all the way to the seaside. It was really unbelievable. After crossing over a mountain peak, Gu Fei suddenly discovered a valley in the distance, and there were figures moving around the valley. A wave of astonishment rose in his heart. The whistle had come from within the valley, and only when he arrived here did the whistle gradually weaken. Following that, Gu Fei sensed several powerful auras appearing nearby, rapidly approaching the valley from all directions. Soon, a tall figure walked out of the jungle outside the valley and walked straight into the valley. Gu Fei had already guessed the purpose of the whistle. The people in the valley were gathering people. Thinking of this, Gu Fei became even more careful and began to guide the power of space to cover his body. Gu Fei looked around and found that there was a mountain peak next to the valley. Gu Fei smiled. If he climbed that mountain peak, he should be able to see the situation inside the valley. Carefully avoiding the eyes of those people outside the valley, Gu Fei quickly sneaked towards the mountain peak and then climbed to the top. At this time, strange sounds came from inside the valley. There was the sound of metal clashing, jade clashing, and the rumbling of drums. Gu Fei felt very strange. After climbing to the top, he hid in the jungle and then looked down into the valley, and what he saw in front of him immediately surprised him. The valley below was very spacious. There were no trees, no weeds. It was cleanly cleaned up. In the center of the valley stood a tall altar. The altar was 7 or 8 feet high, and in front of the altar there were 7 or 8 old men kneeling, and behind these old men, there were hundreds of tall figures kneeling like war devils. At the back of these people, there was a person that Gu Fei was familiar with, Barbarian Bull. These people were constantly kneeling in front of the tall altar, and their mouths were murmuring pious words, but because of the distance, Gu Fei couldn't hear what they were praying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was not the altar, nor the people kneeling under the altar, but the fact that the altar wasn't empty, but there was no fiend god tablet on it, because there was a tall figure standing on the altar. Or it could be said that it was a real fiend god with a triangular head, silver horns, long in the middle, and short on both sides. It had a human face, but it wasn't ferocious and terrifying. It was holding a halberd in its right hand, and the body of a fiend god exuded a tyrannical and terrifying aura. The figure standing on the altar was a real fiend god, but it didn't have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be a fiend god stone statue, but the carving was vivid and lifelike. Even if it was just a stone statue, it was still daunting. Next to the altar, there were people playing all kinds of strange instruments. Gu Fei now knew that the strange sounds coming from the valley came from these strange instruments. The tall altar was built with unknown materials. The whole altar seemed to be a hole, as if it was naturally formed. Its color was dark with a trace of blue. It gave people an incomparably ancient, incomparably vicissitude aura. This evil altar, as well as the fiend god's stone statues standing on the altar, seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. The old men kneeling in worship the tall altar, and the fiend god's stone statue standing on the altar. The scene in front of him was too evil. It made Gu Fei tremble with fear. He vaguely felt that the fiend god's stone statue standing on the altar seemed to be strange. Chapter 264. Under the curtain of night, an incredible scene was taking place in a valley in the depths of the demonic god island. Gu Fei was hiding on a mountain peak beside the valley and had a panoramic view of everything that was happening in the valley. A stone statue of a demonic god with a halberd in its hand exuded a terrifying and domineering aura. It stood on a huge altar. Although the stone statue of a demonic god was lifelike, it was not a real demonic god. However, it was still able to emit a powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to believe, but it was also incomparably strange. Gu Fei quietly observed the movements in the valley below. He saw that the descendants of the demonic gods were praying and kowtowing to the demonic god statue on the altar. Then an old man who was kneeling at the very front stood up. This old man's teeth had almost all fallen out, and he could no longer straighten his back. Even among the descendants of the demonic gods, no one knew how long this old man had lived. This was the great elder of the demonic gods. The demonic gods seemed to be holding some kind of sacrifice, and this sacrifice was presided over by this great elder. Sacrifice. The great elder shouted. Although he was old, his voice was still as loud as a bell, and his eyes were like cold lightning. The entire valley echoed with his words. Following the great elder's shout, the strong men of the demonic gods immediately brought the fierce beasts that they had prepared to the front of the altar like kittens and puppies. Then someone took out a sharp blade and swung it down, chopping off the heads of the ferocious beasts that were still struggling and roaring with all their might. The hot blood of the beasts sprayed onto the altar, dyeing it red. The foul stench of blood flowed down from the altar. Gu Fei discovered that among the beasts that were killed in front of the altar, there were a few incomparably powerful beasts. This truly shocked Gu Fei. Intuition told Gu Fei that none of the people in the valley were weak. He faintly felt that the old man who seemed to be presiding over the ritual was very frightening. Gu Fei sensed danger from that frail body. Gu Fei couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. In the valley, only 2/3 of the people could be clearly identified by Gu Fei. In other words, the cultivation of the other 1/3 was far above Gu Fei's, causing Gu Fei to be unable to see through their cultivation. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei feel afraid. 20 to 30 experts, who could possibly be of the void, resisting realm. What kind of concept was this? Even the few most powerful cultivation forces in the Central Plains did not have such experts. On the God-Fiend Island, the God-Fiend descendants were no weaker than the Six Paths Demon Palace and the other demonic Dao factions. Immortal ancestor, invincible warrior, return! Your descendants are calling to you. Return! The old man prayed piously. Then, he used his hands to draw mysterious trajectories in the air. What was he doing? Was he summoning souls? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little incredulous when he saw this scene. However, what happened next made Gu Fei's heart turn cold. As the old man's skinny arms drew mysterious trajectories in the air, Gu Fei could vaguely feel that the entire God-Fiend sacrificial altar was changing. An extremely obscure force was gradually bursting out from the sacrificial altar. It was a frightening force that was powerful enough to make Gu Fei look up to it. The old man seemed to have activated some kind of restriction to guide the power of the sacrificial altar out. While everyone was kowtowing to the fiend god statue on the altar, the fresh blood of the beasts they had killed earlier was being absorbed by the altar and gradually seeped into it. This strange scene didn't escape Gu Fei's eyes. This made him feel uneasy and a little frightened. This was not right. When all the blood that had been sprayed on the sacrificial altar was absorbed, the whole tall sacrificial altar started to shake. Rumble! Following the shaking sound, the force contained in the sacrificial altar exploded and gathered towards the God-Fiend statue standing on the altar. At this moment, the God-Fiend descendants in the valley all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the God-Fiend sacrificial altar. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Gu Fei stared unblinkingly at the tall sacrificial altar in the valley. He felt as if a primitive beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble! The ancient sacrificial altar shook violently. An extremely powerful force surged out from the sacrificial altar. Endless power poured into the God-Fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar. Under the infusion of the ocean-like energy, the fiend god statue on the fiend god altar began to undergo unimaginable changes. The God-Fiend statue gradually emitted a terrifying energy wave. It was an expert's aura that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate even more than that of an invincible demigod expert. He couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Gu Fei even suspected that the God-Fiend statue on the sacrificial altar had come to life. It was emitting a majestic aura from head to toe. The aura of an expert that looked down on the world was fully displayed. In the end, the sacrificial altar erupted with tens of thousands of divine lights. Endless power frantically gathered towards the tall figure on the sacrificial altar. The God-Fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar was like rivers running into the sea. It didn't reject anything. Rumble! The entire valley, and even the entire region, started to shake. The energy wave emitted by the God-Fiend statue was so strong that even the heavens and earth were shaking. The old man who presided over the sacrificial altar was like a willow catkin in a gale. He swayed left and right and couldn't stand steadily. It was as if he could be blown away by the explosion at any time. Roar! When all the power contained in the sacrificial altar was poured into the God-Fiend statue, it suddenly raised its head and let out a furious roar. A powerful soul wave was emitted from its frightening demonic body. The surging sound wave spread in the sky and on the ground. Even Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak next to the valley, felt the chi and blood in his chest churning as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. It was as if an ancient God-Fiend soul was really summoned and attached to the God-Fiend statue on the sacrificial altar. The mighty aura emitted by the statue caused the weather to change. All the descendants of gods and devils kneeling under the sacrificial altar were trembling with fear. The god-fiend statue was very frightening. It was even more frightening and powerful than demigods. Perhaps the strength of the god-fiend statue had already reached the legendary god-fiend realm. The powerful aura emitted by the god-fiend statue made Gu Fei feel a great pressure. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. This scene was really too familiar. It reminded Gu Fei of the situation when he was trapped in the absolute stoneman formation inside the virtual sky world. The god-fiend statue standing on the sacrificial altar in the valley was exactly the same as the stone man in the absolute stoneman formation. The difference was that the stone man in the absolute stoneman formation had the appearance of a human, while this god-fiend statue was an ancient god-fiend. The stone men in the absolute stoneman formation had their souls sealed inside the statue. However, the soul of the god-fiend statue in front of them didn't seem to be inside the statue, but inside the sacrificial altar. At this time, Gu Fei also understood. The god-fiend soul inside the god-fiend statue wasn't summoned, but awakened by that old man using a secret technique. The awakened god-fiend soul entered the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar and made the statue come to life. Roar! There was another earth-shattering roar. That was the roar of the soul. The god-fiend statue came to life and roared with its halberd in hand. The frightening might of the god-fiend made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. Please mercilessly kill all invaders. The old man's aged voice resounded in the valley. Supreme Ancestor, please protect your descendants. The descendants of the god-fiend, who were prostrating on the ground, shouted in unison. After praying, the god-fiend statue on the sacrificial altar swept its gaze around. Two divine rays shot out of its eye sockets like tangible divine swords, seemingly piercing through the void. Then, the god-fiend statue soared from the sacrificial altar with its halberd in hand, instantly setting off a monstrous energy storm that swept through heaven and earth. A gust of wind blew through the valley, causing the descendants of the god-fiend, who were prostrating on the ground, to lose their balance. The few people prostrating at the very front were directly swept away. In the next moment, the soaring god-fiend statue suddenly disappeared from the sky as if it had shattered the void. That frightening pressure quickly faded away. The people prostrating on the ground in the valley all heaved sighs of relief. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that he hadn't even seen how the divine demon stone statue had suddenly disappeared. He hadn't even been able to see its trajectory at all. What shocked Gu Fei even more was that the frightening aura emanating from the god-fiend statue was rapidly moving in the direction of the sea. Could it be that the soul inside the god-fiend statue still retained its consciousness? It actually understood the prayers of that old man and the descendants of the god-fiend clan, and directly attacked the place where the enemy was. No one knew better than Gu Fei how frightening this kind of stone man was. After all, he was plotted against by Dongfang Chen in the virtual sky world and was almost trapped to death in the Stoneman Formation. The stone men in the Stoneman Formation had their consciousness erased by someone using great magic power. If this god-fiend statue's consciousness hadn't been erased, it would be too frightening. The sacrificial ceremony was only for show and didn't have any effect. However, Gu Fei also didn't know how that old man awakened the soul inside the sacrificial altar. However, the power of the sacrificial altar was indeed completely absorbed by the god-fiend statue. The god-fiend fighting soul on the sacrificial altar also rushed into the god-fiend statue as if it had broken free from its cage. Soon, Waves of powerful energy fluctuations came from the distance. It seemed that the god-fiend statue that had come to life encountered the people from the Six Paths demonic palace and started fighting. Chapter 265. The elders of the divine demon clan awakened a terrifying remnant of the divine demon soul that was sleeping on the divine demon altar, causing the divine demon stone statue on the altar to come to life. The divine demon stone statue seemed to be able to hear the prayers of the divine demon clan's descendants below. It held a halberd in its hand and rushed out of the valley with a murderous aura, disappearing into the night sky. After the demonic god stone statue left, the terrifying aura quickly faded into the distance, causing Gu Fei, who was hiding on the mountain peak beside the valley, to heave a sigh of relief. However, the 100 or so demonic god descendants gathered in the valley did not show any signs of leaving. Instead, they stood up from the ground and whispered to each other. The 7 or 8 elders below the altar also surrounded the great elder. They seemed to be discussing something. All of their expressions were extremely solemn. Gu Fei could vaguely hear the young divine demon clan's descendants talking excitedly about how the invaders were doomed. The invincible ancestor fighting spirit would mercilessly exterminate the invaders. However, Gu Fei noticed that the older generation of divine demon clan's descendants had a hint of worry on their faces. What were they worried about? Could it be that there was a secret that even the younger generation of divine demon clan's descendants did not know about? They should be happy that they had managed to summon a god-fiend war soul that was comparable to a divine soul. With the help of that god-fiend stone statue, destroying the invading forces of the Six Paths Demon Palace would be a piece of cake. Gu Fei did not care about the secrets hidden on the divine demon island. He was not interested either. What he needed to do now was to leave the divine demon island and return to the Tongue-Long continent. If he wanted to leave the divine demon island, the only way was to board the demonic dragon ship. He had a bold idea. He wanted to board the demonic dragon ship without anyone noticing. Gu Fei had learned everything about the demonic dragon ship from the demon master he had captured. He knew the number of people on the ship, the number of demon masters, and any particularly powerful experts. He knew everything like the back of his hand. But now, the descendants of the divine demons had summoned their so-called ancestor, a terrifying war demon divine soul with unparalleled battle strength that could be called invincible in the Tongue-Long continent. If this god-fiend stone statue directly attacked the demonic dragon ship, then, when Gu Fei thought of this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Gu Fei knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He carefully and slowly retreated, moving through the forest towards the foot of the mountain. He was very careful and didn't make any sound. One's aura could be isolated using spatial force, but if one were to move in the forest, even the slightest sound would be detected by the people in the valley. In the valley below, Gu Fei sensed more than one terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to a demigod. Such a powerhouse could kill him 100 times with just a finger. It was no wonder that Demon Monarch of Six Paths couldn't take down the divine demon island with his power in the extreme North Demon region. If the descendants of the divine demons on the divine demon island attacked the inland of the extreme North Demon region, the power structure of the demonic Tao would be reshuffled. Although the descendants of the divine demons didn't have many people, every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. They were also more talented than ordinary people because they had the bloodline of the divine demons. After Gu Fei came down from the mountain, he wasn't discovered by the people in the valley. Then he walked silently into the dense forest. After carefully walking through the dense forest for more than 10 miles, Gu Fei quickly passed through the dense forest. The mighty energy fluctuation in front of him was too shocking. That god-fiend stone statue had unparalleled battle strength, but He didn't know why it hadn't killed the troops of demon monarch of Six Paths. Could it be that there was an invincible expert on the demonic dragon ship who was comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was bewildered. He couldn't wait to fly to the seaside and see what was going on. A distance of more than 100 miles wasn't far. In the dense forest, there were ferocious beasts fleeing in panic. There were even ferocious beasts that emitted a powerful and terrifying aura that made all living things within 100 miles feel danger. That powerful aura belonged to the God-Fiend stone statue. The closer he got, the more frightened Gu Fei became. It could only be said that the God-Fiend stone statue was too powerful. Boom! Bang! A huge collision sound came from in front of him. It was like a heavenly drum that shook the heavens and the earth. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the weather to change. It even dispersed the clouds in the sky, revealing the starry night sky. It was as if there were two incomparably powerful war gods fighting. The power that erupted from them shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded out from ahead. The voice was like rumbling thunder as it surged in the sky, and it shook Gu Fei's ears to the point his ears buzzed as he swiftly passed through the dense forest, and he almost fell to the ground. Gu Fei felt a strong sense of unease. A great pressure came from in front of him, causing his soul to tremble. A feeling of helplessness and irresistibility rose in his heart. This roar didn't come from the God-Fiend stone statue. Instead, it came from another extremely powerful and evil existence. Was it another terrifying existence comparable to an immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This aura wasn't any weaker than the God-Fiend stone statue. It was hard to imagine that there were two existences comparable to an immortal on the God-Fiend island. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. An even more powerful energy fluctuation came from in front of him. The great pressure almost made Gu Fei vomit blood. He had no choice but to use the power of the inner space to isolate all the auras from the outside world. This way, he felt a little more comfortable. An invincible powerhouse was truly terrifying. Even the terrifying aura they released could hurt people invisibly. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. He continued to walk through the forest. Soon, he arrived near the seaside. When he walked out of the forest, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. It was as if he had turned into a stone statue in an instant. This is too unbelievable. Well, what did I just see? Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. In the distant sea, there was a dragon that was hundreds of feet long. In the fallen god sea, monstrous waves were set off. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. It was the faint shadow of a dragon that didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. But even so, the vast dragon aura it emitted was shocking in all directions. Even with the power of space, Gu Fei could still feel the dragon's might. After Gu Fei recovered from his shock, he discovered that the 300-meter-tall dragon on the surface of the sea was emitting a powerful aura that was incredibly evil and sinister. It was not a divine dragon, but a demonic dragon with a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it wasn't just a phantom either. The huge dragon body emitted a strong soul fluctuation. It wasn't a battle tool without intelligence, but a remnant soul of a demonic dragon. The traces of the demonic dragon ship had already disappeared from the sea. Could it be that the remnant soul of the demonic dragon had something to do with the ship? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. The demonic dragon wreaked havoc in the sea. The dragon body was faintly discernible in the towering waves. Even if it was just a remnant soul, the power displayed by the demonic dragon could be described as earth-shattering, and the powerful God-Fiend aura emitted by the God-Fiend stone statue also came from the sea ahead. The stone statue roared again and again. It seemed to have encountered great trouble. It was hard to imagine that two powerful existences comparable to immortals and gods were fighting endlessly in the fallen god sea. The mighty remnant power caused the divine demon island, which was 20 to 30 miles away from the battlefield, to tremble. Just as Gu Fei was staring at the earth-shattering battle on the ocean with inconsolable horror, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching the shore from the island. Gu Fei was shocked. The descendants of the god fiends in the valley had come out. Gu Fei didn't think too much and immediately retreated into the dense forest. Not long after, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dense forest, saw three figures walking out of the forest. They were not the tall descendants of the god fiends, but the demonic cultivators who were called intruders by the descendants of the god fiends on the island. Gu Fei noticed that the three demonic cultivators all had wounds of varying degrees on their bodies. One demonic cultivator's left arm was missing, and the wound was still dripping blood. Another demonic cultivator's back had been scratched by an unknown object, leaving behind 3 bloody wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. As for the last demonic cultivator, he seemed to be in the most miserable state. Half of his face was a bloody mess, as though something had smashed it. There was also a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. This demonic cultivator's physical body was so seriously injured, but he didn't die. That was because he was a demonic master. It wasn't easy to kill a demonic master at the transcending mortality realm. Only by destroying his physical body and breaking his demonic core could he kill a demonic master. For a demonic master who had already cultivated a demonic core, although the damage to his physical body would cause great damage to his vitality, it wasn't fatal. When Gu Fei saw that the 3 demonic cultivators who came out of the island were actually demonic cultivators, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of attack did these 3 demonic cultivators receive? It was another 3 unfamiliar faces. Gu Fei had never seen these 3 demonic cultivators before. Of course, he didn't know why they were still on the island at this time. After the 3 demonic cultivators came out of the forest, they were like Gu Fei, completely stunned by what they saw. They didn't notice that danger was quietly approaching them. The more demonic cultivators died, the more advantageous it was for Gu Fei. Gu Fei wanted to weaken the strength of the demonic cultivators on the demon dragon ship as much as possible. Thus, he sneaked towards the 3 demonic cultivators outside the forest. When Gu Fei sneaked into the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators, the 3 demonic cultivators still hadn't recovered from their shock. This was the best time to make a move. Whoosh! Gu Fei suddenly pounced out from the forest behind the 3 demonic cultivators. A strong wind immediately spread out. Gu Fei was like a tiger king descending from the sky, a fierce tiger preying on its prey, fierce, violent, and domineering. These 3 devil masters were worthy of being called experts. Just as Gu Fei suddenly released a peerlessly ferocious and domineering aura and pounced forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, the 3 devil masters immediately sensed the abnormality behind them and immediately dispersed. However, how could they escape from Gu Fei's sudden and ferocious attack when they were both injured and unprepared? Pooh! With a sound, Gu Fei's pair of tiger claws directly grabbed the demonic cultivator, who had 3 bloody marks on his back. Then, Gu Fei's hands separated. Pung! Blood splattered everywhere. That demonic cultivator was actually torn into 2 by Gu Fei. In the midst of the blood mist, a bead emitting a powerful demonic energy flew out. Gu Fei took advantage of the situation and pressed out his palm. That bead immediately collapsed under his palm. A demonic cultivator, just like that, was killed by him in an instant. His soul flew away and scattered. The demonic cultivator, who was killed by Gu Fei, was absolutely scared out of his wits. He couldn't be more dead. His death also shocked the other two demonic cultivators who were not dead yet. "Who are you?" The demonic cultivator, whose face was half smashed and whose face was swollen like a pig's head, said in fear. His words were unclear, and it was very difficult to hear. Gu Fei did not say anything. After killing the strongest demonic cultivator, he immediately attacked the demonic cultivator, who only had half of his left arm left. Gu Fei's hands pinched a mysterious seal. A ball of golden light, as bright as the sun, immediately erupted from his hands. The vast power of metal rushed towards the demonic cultivator, who had lost an arm. Roar! The demonic cultivator roared angrily. His beard and hair stood on end. He patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist with his right hand. In the next moment, an ancient light shield blocked in front of him. This was a defensive magic treasure of the demonic path. The light shield emitted a strong wave of power, protecting the demonic cultivator behind it. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. He raised the power of the metal element exterminating seal to its peak. The golden light formed a golden wave, instantly drowning the light shield and the demonic cultivator behind it. Just as he heard bam, a loud sound came from the surging golden wave. In the next moment, a shrill scream was heard. Then, the golden light dissipated. On the ground, fragments of the light shield appeared. As for the demonic cultivator, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. There was not even a trace of blood left. Of course, if one were to look carefully, they would still be able to see specks of blood on the fragments of magic treasures scattered on the ground. Just like that, a demonic cultivator's protective light shield was broken by Gu Fei's metal element exterminating seal. He was completely obliterated. This scene made the last demonic cultivator who saw it scared out of his wits. The demonic cultivator roared and turned around to escape to the sea like a madman. First, he killed the strongest demonic cultivator. Then, he killed the second weakest demonic cultivator. Finally, he killed the weakest demonic cultivator. Everything was within Gu Fei's control. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and showed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he caught up with the demonic cultivator. Just when he was about to kill him, the demonic cultivator suddenly stopped running. He laughed crazily and suddenly turned around to attack Gu Fei. It was too sudden. A guy who had been scared out of his wits by his thunderous methods suddenly went crazy and pounced on him without any defense. This was no different from courting death. Such a crazy move seemed to be the only explanation. Chapter 266. However, just as Gu Fei was startled by the Devil Master's sudden crazy action, Gu Fei saw that the dantian of the Devil Master's abdomen actually emitted a bright light. An extremely powerful and violent power fluctuation spread out. Gu Fei felt danger. Oh no! Gu Fei turned pale with fright, and without thinking, he quickly retreated. Madman! This guy is a madman! Gu Fei shouted in his heart. The 8 steps of extreme speed was displayed by him to the extreme. Ha ha! Let's die together! The Devil Master laughed crazily, and then, boom! There was a loud bang, like a sudden clap of thunder. The Devil Master's body instantly exploded, and an extremely violent power swept out. In an instant, it enveloped the space within a radius of several hundred feet, destroying everything in its path. Gu Fei's figure was also submerged in the sudden explosion of the destructive storm. The Devil Master actually exploded his Devil Dan, wanting to perish together with Gu Fei. Shattering the Devil Dan is different from exploding the Devil Dan. Self-explosion is a crazy action of perishing together with the enemy. All the essence, chi, and spirit in the body instantly converged into the Devil Dan, and then suddenly exploded. this powerful force will first explode itself. The next moment, this destructive force will spread out, everything in the vicinity will be destroyed. Just as Gu Fei was submerged by the destructive force of the Devil Master's self-explosion, a bright five-colored light burst out from the energy storm. Then, Gu Fei actually rushed out of the energy storm that enveloped a radius of tens of feet. The powerful force sent him flying like a meteorite smashing into the forest 100 feet away. Wah! When he smashed into the ground, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if his body was strong enough to fight against the magic treasure of the same level, he was still injured. Although it was the self-detonation of a heavily injured Devil Master, the power of the self-detonation was still extremely powerful. The destructive energy that enveloped a radius of dozens of feet caused a huge crater to appear on the beach, a huge crater with a radius of dozens of feet. The sea was pouring in through the gap in the pit. Gu Fei stood up from the broken branches and leaves in a sorry state. His face was deathly pale. Madman, he's really a madman. Gu Fei muttered to himself, still in a state of shock. The terrifying destructive power not only tore apart the clothes on Gu Fei's upper body, but it also caused Gu Fei to suffer a great impact. This level of impact was enough to threaten his life. Gu Fei looked inside himself and found that his internal organs had been shaken violently. He had already suffered internal injuries. It seemed that he had to find a secluded place to heal himself. Hence, Gu Fei ignored the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the stone statue of the demonic god above the sea in the distance and walked straight into the dense forest. Man proposes, God disposes. Gu Fei never thought that the weakest Devil Master would explode his devil core in an attempt to perish together with him. Although he didn't die, he was still seriously injured. The gains did not make up for the losses. The earth-shattering roar and the earth-shattering dragon roar continuously came from behind him. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to them. The only thing he was thinking about now was how to recover as soon as possible. The earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon and the demonic god statue could no longer attract Gu Fei's attention. In the end, who won and who lost had nothing to do with Gu Fei. Under the curtain of night, the primitive forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Gu Fei was like a ghost as he silently traversed through the forest. According to the surrounding terrain, Gu Fei arrived at the foot of a mountain. Gu Fei looked around and found that there was a cave in the stone wall at the foot of the mountain. When Gu Fei arrived in front of the cave, roar! All of a sudden, a loud roar came from the cave. The huge sound wave caused Gu Fei's ears to buzz. Then, a huge black shadow rushed out of the cave and pounced on Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the cave. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the black shadow that rushed out of the cave was actually an extremely fierce black bear. This black bear was 3 meters tall, and there was a crescent-shaped mark made of white fur on its chest. It was extremely eye-catching. This big black bear was very fierce. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed in front of Gu Fei. Its 2 sharp claws directly clawed at Gu Fei's head. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he directly swept his leg towards the black bear's waist. There was no suspense. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's right leg swept the black bear's body like a huge whip. The black bear's body suddenly emitted a hair-raising sound of bones breaking. Then, it was directly sent flying. Its huge body smashed into the nearby forest, breaking 7 or 8 trees. Then, it rolled into the grass and no longer made any sound. It was the black bear's bad luck. Although Gu Fei was heavily injured, it was still a piece of cake for him to kill a ferocious beast. A single kick was all it took to take the black bear's life. Gu Fei walked into the cave and found that it was very clean. There was no smell. It seemed that this black bear was a black bear that loved cleanliness. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the cave. Then he guided the power of the inner space and wrapped it around himself. Then the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of light. The purple light seemed to open a door to another world. The space around Gu Fei that was covered by the power of the inner space began to crack. Then, like a broken mirror, the void shattered. A big mouth suddenly appeared in the void and swallowed Gu Fei. Gu Fei's figure disappeared. He was using his real body to descend into the inner space. In this world, there was probably no place safer than the inner space that he had refined himself. After Gu Fei's real body descended into the inner space, he directly sat in the center of the inner space. At this time, Gu Fei's entire inner space had expanded to a size of more than 10 feet. Gu Fei took out a spiritual herb from his storage bag and swallowed it. Then he operated his magic technique to refine the spiritual herb and heal the injuries on his body. It was a natural treasure he brought out from the virtual sky world. After he swallowed it, it immediately took effect. A huge amount of spiritual aura rose from his dantian. This kind of plant essence was of great help to the recovery of injured bodies. Gradually, rays of spiritual light began to appear around Gu Fei, lingering around his body. His injured body was rapidly healing. It had to be said that ever since Gu Fei's cultivation broke through to the transcending mortality realm, his strength, speed, and physical healing ability had all been greatly improved. His injured organs were healing quickly. The clotted blood in his body was gradually forced out of his pores. Gu Fei's organs, bones, flesh, and blood were all trembling. There was no sound. The thunderous sound of the heavenly drum no longer sounded from Gu Fei's body. However, as Gu Fei's body trembled, the huge power contained in his body was awakened. Finally, Gu Fei entered a deep state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal power of the spiritual herb he swallowed was gradually refined. A layer of colorful light began to emerge from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of clotted blood. At this time, his internal injuries were all gone, and he was completely healed. He stood up from the ground. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Gu Fei opened the passage to the outside world and walked out of his inner space. At this time, it was already daytime outside the cave. When Gu Fei walked out of the cave, the light outside the cave made Gu Fei feel a bit uncomfortable, but this discomfort soon disappeared. After determining the direction, Gu Fei went straight to the seaside. He really wanted to know who won the earth-shattering battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god statue. When Gu Fei arrived at the seaside, he was greeted by the head-on sea breeze that carried a fishy smell. There was no one around, not even a trace of human activity. During the day, the field of vision was wide, and one could see very far out on the sea. Gu Fei looked into the distance and was disappointed. There was not even a shadow of the demonic dragon ship. Then, Gu Fei walked along the coastline, looking out at the sea as he walked. It seemed that Gu Fei's luck was good. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Gu Fei found traces left by other people on the coast. Moreover, Gu Fei saw a small black dot on the surging sea, moving up and down with the waves. Ha! The heavens are helping me. Gu Fei was overjoyed. Without thinking too much, he directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the sea, quickly moving towards the small black dot in the distance. As he stepped on the waves, his long hair danced in the wind. An extraordinary aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. The turbulent waves under his feet were like a broad road. Gu Fei quickly approached the small black dot. It was a large black ship. However, When Gu Fei approached the large ship that was floating on the sea, he felt that something was wrong with the ship. This large black ship was the demonic dragon ship. However, this ship that could sail on the fallen god sea was now like a ghost ship, drifting on the sea. The huge skull of the demonic dragon at the bow of the ship had been smashed in half. The ship had almost completely collapsed, and there were a few gaping holes in the body of the ship. What made Gu Fei most uneasy was that he had discovered some broken corpses floating on the sea near the demonic dragon ship. These corpses were all subordinates of the six-path demonic palace. Clearly, someone had attacked the demonic dragon ship and fought with the people of the six-path demonic palace on the ship, killing all of them. The demonic dragon ship was silent, and there was no sound. This made Gu Fei feel very pressured. After he arrived near the demonic dragon ship, he did not board it. It was better to be safe than sorry. Before he could confirm that there was no danger, Gu Fei would definitely not board this ship rashly. Were all the people on the ship really dead? Gu Fei was bewildered. He had once heard from a demon master that the demonic dragon ship was guarded by a demon general of the void controlling realm. Could it be that the demonic godstone statue had really attacked the demonic dragon ship? Otherwise, who would have the ability to destroy a demonic dragon ship? Chapter 267. After hesitating for a while, Gu Fei gradually approached the demonic dragon ship. Finally, after confirming that there was no danger on the ship, he cautiously boarded the demonic dragon ship. The moment Gu Fei stepped onto the demonic dragon ship, an intense and sinister aura immediately assaulted his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his scalp to go numb. This was a demonic dragon ship. That sinister and terrifying aura made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. The situation on the demonic dragon ship was more serious than Gu Fei had imagined. The 2 floors of the ship had basically collapsed. Those that hadn't collapsed yet were on the verge of collapse, as though they could collapse at any time. The deck of the ship had been shattered, revealing the cabin below. A lot of seawater had gushed into the cabin, and the broken pieces of the wooden planks were floating in the water. Traces of fighting could be seen everywhere on the ship, as though an incomparably tragic battle had taken place. Blood and even pieces of corpses could be seen everywhere on the ship. Gu Fei even suspected that he had walked into a slaughterhouse. The pungent smell of blood continuously drilled into his nose, stimulating his sense of smell and causing him to frown. There were no signs of life on the ship. Could the people from the Six Paths Demonic Palace have all been killed? The shock in Gu Fei's heart could not be any greater. He had already vaguely guessed who caused all of this. Gu Fei walked around the ship and saw that it was a complete mess. He realized that none of the corpses scattered on the ship were complete. They were either missing their heads or missing half of their bodies. It was as though a terrifying savage beast had once started a massacre on the demonic dragon ship. It was extremely bloody. The demonic dragon ship had been severely damaged, but it was still floating on the sea and not sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was already a miracle. How could such a broken ship sail on the divine fallen sea? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to return to the central plains of the Tunglong continent for a long time. Although Gu Fei did not witness the battle between the demonic dragon's remnant soul and the demonic god's stone statue that night, he already knew who the final victor was when he saw this scene. The people of the Six Demon Paths Palace had probably been wiped out by the fiend god battle soul that the fiend god descendants called their ancestor. The fiend god descendants of the fiend god island were simply too terrifying and too domineering. He summoned the distant ancestors' war soul and destroyed all the invaders who invaded Divine Demon Island. Gu Fei noticed that there were a few relatively intact corpses floating in the middle cabin of the demonic dragon ship. Every single one of these corpses had ghastly pale wounds from being soaked in seawater. There was a corpse floating in the water. Its chest had been pierced through, and its intestines had fallen out. This was the corpse of a middle-aged man. When Gu Fei saw this corpse, he had a strange feeling. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, this was absolutely impossible. There was no one he was familiar with in the northern demon region. Gu Fei was sure that he had never seen this middle-aged man before. But why did he have such a feeling? Gu Fei didn't understand. However, he was quickly attracted by the strangeness of the corpse. Gu Fei discovered that the flesh on the middle-aged man's wound hadn't turned white from being soaked in the seawater. Impossible! How could this be? Gu Fei stood at the edge of the cabin and carefully sized up the corpse floating in the water. He was shocked to discover that the bloody wound on the man's chest seemed to be new. Something was strange. The blood that flowed out of the middle-aged man's wound didn't melt into the water. Instead, it gathered around the wound, as though it hadn't coagulated yet. Immortal body? These three words appeared in Gu Fei's mind for no reason. Impossible. Gu Fei immediately shook his head. If this person had cultivated the immortal body when he was alive, then even the peerless demon god statue wouldn't have been able to kill him. Although Gu Fei didn't know how tyrannical the cultivation of a powerhouse who cultivated the immortal body was, he knew that such a powerhouse was absolutely more terrifying than an immortal god, a fierce demon, or a great demon. What was going on? Gu Fei was filled with questions. The corpse in the cabin was really strange. It actually had the characteristics of an immortal body, but it was still killed here. This was something that Gu Fei couldn't understand. The sea breeze blew. The broken demon dragon ship was constantly moving up and down with the waves. On the ship, a gloomy aura lingered. Even in the daytime, there was a deep and terrifying feeling. Voila! A splashing sound came from afar. A huge figure tumbled on the surface of the sea before sinking into the sea. Powerful demonic beasts started to appear in the vicinity. The smell of blood attracted the fierce beasts in the sea. However, those powerful fierce beasts didn't dare to approach the demon dragon ship. Although the demon dragon ship was damaged, the demonic dragon aura was still there. However, Gu Fei could feel that the demonic dragon aura on the demon dragon ship had become very weak. Hence, the fierce beasts in the sea would appear in the vicinity. The strange corpse in the cabin still attracted Gu Fei's attention. He carefully sensed it, constantly scanning the corpse with his divine sense. Over and over again, there was no sign of life or spiritual fluctuation. In other words, the corpse in the water was a real corpse, a corpse that had died tragically because its chest and abdomen had been pierced. After a person died, their flesh and blood would be as good as new. This was the immortal body. Cultivators weren't the only ones who had an immortal body. The devil path also had the legendary true demon immortal body, and Buddhism also had the golden body immortal body. Up until now, Gu Fei had only seen the immortal body of a martial artist in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade pool in Taishan Mountain, as well as the immortal corpse soldiers and immortal corpse generals in the primordial vicious city in the virtual sky world. Based on this person's attire, he should be a demon from the Six Paths Devil Palace. I'd like to see what's so strange about this corpse. After pondering for a while, Gu Fei directly jumped into the cabin. However, the moment Gu Fei's feet touched the surface of the water, the corpse that was floating in the water suddenly opened its eyes. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Without thinking, he used the desolate steps to rush out of the cabin. However, it was too late. The corpse leaped out of the water like lightning with a wah-wah sound. It immediately grabbed Gu Fei and rolled into the water. Gu Fei's limbs were instantly entangled by the corpse, and his body was submerged in the water. This sudden change scared him out of his wits. Gu Fei struggled with all his might. Huge bursts of power burst out from his body. He wanted to break free from the corpse's restraints. However, the corpse's limbs were as strong as steel. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't break free. In a moment of desperation, Gu Fei gulped down a few mouthfuls of stinky seawater. At this time, a strong soul fluctuation spread out from the corpse. In the muddy water, a black light rushed out from the top of the corpse's head. Vaguely, one could see that in the small black light there seemed to be a small, illusory figure wrapped in it. That figure jumped happily in the black light and let out a light cry. Then, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Fei felt a great danger from the corpse. When the black light instantly entered the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows, Gu Fei's struggling movements gradually stopped. This corpse, whose chest and abdomen had been pierced, with even its intestines spilling out, was actually not dead. After suddenly restraining Gu Fei, it wanted to take over Gu Fei's body. If this demon succeeded in taking over Gu Fei's body, there was no doubt that Gu Fei's original spiritual consciousness would be shattered by the demon's primordial spirit, and he would completely disappear from this world. However, at the last moment, the small black light seemed to see something terrifying and rushed out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The illusory figure in the light screamed in fear and instantly disappeared into the top of the corpse's head. Bang! With a bang, the water in the cabin exploded. Then, two figures rushed out from the cabin and landed on the deck on both sides of the cabin. At this time, the corpse was no longer lifeless. Its body shook violently and blood kept spurting out of its mouth. The blood actually emitted a dark red demonic brilliance. A section of intestines hung down from the hole in his abdomen and dragged on the ground. It was hard to imagine that he could still survive after suffering such a serious injury. Ah! The middle-aged man roared at the sky. His appearance was extremely ferocious. A powerful and violent ripple of energy surged from his body. Then, cracks appeared on his face, hands, and every part of his skin that could be seen. Gu Fei, who was both shocked and furious, was shocked to find that the fellow who pretended to be dead and attacked him had actually exploded like a piece of porcelain. Blood that emitted a dark red demonic light seeped out from the cracked flesh. This scene was truly strange and terrifying to the extreme. Ah! The man seemed to be suffering great pain. He held his head with both hands and roared crazily. There seemed to be an extremely powerful but uncontrollable wild power erupting from his body. Sensing the strength of the middle-aged man, Gu Fei could not help but change his expression. The soul snatching was using one soul to destroy another's soul. Everything that happened in the cabin just now, although it was only a short time, but Gu Fei clearly knew that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it was not for the fact that his spiritual sense had already merged with the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows, perhaps this insidious guy would have succeeded in the soul snatching. When this guy's primordial spirit rushed into Gu Fei's Naiwan Palace, it was almost trapped in Gu Fei's inner space. If it was not for this guy's quick reflexes, he would have failed miserably and been obliterated by Gu Fei's spatial power in the inner space. While you're down, I'll take your life. Gu Fei roared and soared into the sky, arriving above the middle-aged man. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and the power of the 5 elements gushed out along with the seal, rushing towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 268. There seemed to be a problem with this guy's body. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Gu Fei was a decisive person. He felt a threat from this middle-aged man. So he directly took action to eliminate this threat. Bang! With a bang, the middle-aged man was blasted into the air by the mighty force of the 5 elements extermination seal, and he fell over 200 to 300 meters away. After that, he fell into the sea with a splash. No way! Gu Fei landed on the deck and looked in disbelief at the figure that disappeared into the sea in an instant. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect that the guy who pretended to be dead and attacked him in the cabin would be beaten into the sea with one move. As soon as he thought of the situation in the cabin, where he was suddenly hugged by the man and rolled into the sea, Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart. The soul attack at the moment of sacrifice almost made his soul sense collapse. However, under the protection of the power of space, the man's soul was seriously injured, causing the powerful force in the man's body to go wild and no longer be controlled. Just as Gu Fei thought that he had easily dealt with this middle-aged man, there was a sudden voila, and the surface of the sea splashed. The middle-aged man, who had just disappeared into the sea, frantically charged out. A fierce aura spread out from his body. He was like a demon that rushed out of hell. His body constantly emitted dark red blood light. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Roar! The man let out a crazy roar like a fierce beast. He directly stepped on the waves and rushed toward Gu Fei. Blood marks covered the man's body. His face, which was originally clear and resolute, was already badly mutilated. His cracked skin and flesh were flipped over. Dark red blood oozed out of his bloody flesh. Like a crazy demon or a fierce beast, his hair was flying wildly. The fierce aura that the man emitted made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. So fast, the person arrived before him in an instant, surprising Gu Fei once again. He hurriedly threw a punch, and dazzling golden light shone from his fist. The terrifying battle skill of the 5 elements shook up the surrounding space. It was as if the punch had stirred up the metal elemental energy in the surroundings, causing it to surge forward. That person seemed to have gone mad, but when he faced Gu Fei's fierce attack, he immediately reacted. With a roar, a berserk power erupted from his cracked body. Countless amounts of dark red blood immediately splattered from the countless cracks on his body. It was as if a rain of blood had fallen, and the scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. That person did not use any divine ability or dharma art. As if he had fallen into madness, he directly punched out. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded on his fist. The violent force directly met Gu Fei's fist. Boom! As if there was a sudden clap of thunder on the sea, the two violent forces instantly collided with each other. An incomparably strong wave of air exploded, as if a storm was set off on the sea. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk Gu Fei felt a strong force coming from his fist, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. The incomparably hard deck was shattered by his steps. As for that crazy middle-aged man, he was once again blasted away. With a plop, he smashed into the sea more than 20 meters away. The seawater was dyed red by the strange dark red blood that flowed out of his body. What a strong force! A numbing feeling came from his right fist. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. Ever since his cultivation advanced to the transcending mortality realm, other than Barbarian Bull, he had never met such a strong opponent. Gu Fei knew that although his fist sent the opponent flying, it didn't cause any real damage to the man. Gu Fei suddenly saw a few drops of dark red blood on the edge of the ship. This kind of blood was very strange. It didn't solidify. Instead, it faintly emitted a dark red bloody light. These drops of blood seemed to contain a mysterious power. This power made it so that the blood would never dry up and would never disappear. This person, Gu Fei's expression changed. He looked at the place where the man fell into the water. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. His face was full of disbelief. How could this kind of blood appear on this guy's body? Voila! Another sound of water was heard. The scary guy who fell into the water rushed out of the sea. He crazily waved his hands and fiercely pounced towards Gufei on the ship. The thick smell of blood, the strange man's skin and flesh burst open. The blood that didn't solidify and never dry up formed a crazy and unbelievable scene. Roar! Gufei roared at the sky. A vast power surged out of his body. Bang! A dazzling five-colored divine radiance instantly enveloped him like a five-colored divine fire. It was as if he was wearing a five-colored battle suit. The powerful aura caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to shake. I don't believe that I can't beat you to death. Gufei's long hair danced wildly. The fierce light in his eyes was like two dazzling sword lights that shot out several feet. He took a step forward. Bang! The entire demonic dragon ship shook a little. Gufei Tong released an incomparably powerful aura and directly sent a palm strike towards the guy who was drenched in blood that was pouncing over. Rumble! Like thousands of galloping horses, Gufei's right palm emitted a dazzling light. The violent palm force was like a surging river that rushed forward. The man seemed to feel the danger. He let out a hair-raising roar like a wild beast and blasted his palm out crazily. Bang! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. The two terrible forces collided in an instant. They canceled each other out and clashed with each other, causing the void to shake. The terrible power that was released caused huge waves in the nearby sea. Boom! The deck under Gufei's feet burst open. With a plop, his whole body was smashed into the water in the cabin. Even the demonic dragon ship was pushed a few hundred feet forward by this powerful force. A dark red mist of blood erupted from the body of the man, who was badly mutilated and no longer looked like a human. He was directly blasted 30 to 40 feet away and smashed into the sea. Roar! A furious roar rang out from the cabin as Gufei rushed out of the cabin like a ferocious beast. A horrifying aura surged from his body. That guy had angered him. However, an unbelievable scene happened again to Gufei. The monster that was blasted into the sea broke through the water again and rushed out of the sea. Preposterous. Does he really have an undying body? Gufei could not understand how this fellow could still be alive and still be able to attack him. It was too strange. This guy's body was definitely changing. Gufei felt that the violent aura of this unkillable monster seemed to have changed after being blasted away by him. Bang! The blood mist evaporated. Without any suspense, the monster was blasted by Gufei until blood splattered all over its body. It was once again smashed into the sea. But soon, the monster rushed out of the sea again and fiercely pounced on Gufei. Again and again, Gufei's hands were numb. Damn it! Gufei blasted the monster away with another palm strike. This couldn't go on like this. This monster didn't seem to know fatigue at all. It kept pouncing on him as if it was going to tire him to death. In the process of clashing with the monster again and again, the demonic dragon ship under Gufei's feet was constantly pushed into the depths of the sea by the powerful force that erupted. When the monster pounced on him again, Gufei chose to retreat. Thus, Gufei and the bloody monster began to chase each other on the ship. In the divine sea, the weather changed unpredictably. Unknowingly, the sky had begun to darken. Then, wind and waves rose on the sea. The demonic dragon ship was like a lonely boat that could capsize at any time as it drifted on the sea. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. The demonic dragon ship seemed to have hit a reef in the sea. It almost sent Gufei, who was avoiding the monster, flying out of the ship. However, the badly mutilated monster was unlucky. The ship shook violently, but it didn't knock Gufei into the sea. Instead, it knocked the monster off the ship. A huge wave came crashing over and immediately swept the monster away. A storm was coming. Moreover, the storm in the divine sea was even more terrifying. There was nowhere to hide on the sea. Gu Fei wanted to use his palm to collapse the part of the ship that hadn't collapsed yet. Otherwise, the storm would overturn the entire ship and sweep it into the bottom of the sea. However, Gu Fei was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the broken ship at all. The materials used to build the ship seemed to have been refined. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy the broken ship that seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any time. Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, a voice that he didn't want to hear came from the stern of the ship. "You're really haunting me." A figure reeking of blood roared and pounced at Gu Fei, bringing with it a gust of wind that made Gu Fei frown. Gu Fei had no choice but to continue to retreat. This strange person seemed to have lost his sanity and was mixed in with the chaos. Gu Fei couldn't afford to provoke him. While Gu Fei was being chased around the ship by the strange person, on Divine Devil Island, in the forbidden area of the descendants of gods and devils, there were 5 or 6 old men standing outside the steps of a great hall that only the great elder of the descendants of gods and devils had the qualifications to enter. These old men all had dignified expressions. From time to time, they would look at the tightly shut doors of the hall. They seemed a little uneasy and anxious. They seemed to be waiting for someone in the hall. The only person who could enter the demonic god hall was the great elder. The one they were waiting for was the great elder who had entered the demonic god hall for more than 2 hours. The demonic god hall was the most important place for the descendants of gods and devils. It was a forbidden area within the forbidden area. No one approached it, and only the elders of the clan could approach it. At this time, in the dim demonic god hall, there was a hazy figure sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. The illusory figure was like a wisp of black smoke that could dissipate at any time. Chapter 269. One could vaguely see that the figure sitting on the throne had a horn on his head and was at least twice the size of an ordinary person. He didn't seem to be a simple human. This faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that was as vast as the ocean. He was holding a bottle in his hand. It was a transparent bottle that flickered with a dark red brilliance that flickered between strong and weak. The small bottle appeared very small in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from smoke. It formed a stark contrast with the large hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 2 blood-red specks of light floating in the transparent bottle. The demonic blood-red color gave off a scorching feeling. The thing in the bottle seemed to not only emit that dark red, hazy blood-red color, but it also emitted a strange power. It was an unfathomable but powerful power. Below the throne was an old man holding a jade staff. The old man's body was trembling slightly. He seemed to be excited, but he also seemed to be afraid. He didn't dare to raise his head. You people who have inherited the bloodline of a supreme warrior seem to be getting more and more outrageous. The illusory figure sitting on the throne in the demonic god palace said indifferently. Under the shroud of hazy black gas, no one could see his appearance. In the black gas, 2 beams of blood-red light shot out, looking down at the old man like a king. The old man didn't dare to make a sound. The faint and illusory figure emitted a terrifying aura that pressed down on him like a mountain. His clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. Do you know what the distant ancestors' sacred blood means to us? The demonic god's soul said coldly as he withdrew his gaze. The instant the demonic god's soul withdrew his gaze, the grand elder of the demonic god clan prostrating before the throne immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. His body lightened, and the powerful pressure immediately disappeared. I know, the grand elder replied in a trembling voice. Since you know, why did you let someone steal the sacred blood so easily? The demonic god on the throne said coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. We don't know how the intruder entered the sacred land and stole the sacred blood either, the Grand Elder replied in a fluster. You all disappoint me. The nameless god fiend suddenly sighed. There seemed to be a hint of helplessness in his tone, as if he was disappointed that the god fiend didn't live up to his expectations. Lord Ancestor, please calm your anger. The great elder's body trembled even more violently. I'll leave the divine blood to you. If anything goes wrong, you don't need to wake me up anymore. Just kill yourself in front of the demonic shrine. The nameless divine demon waved his hand, and the translucent bottle flashing with crimson light flew to the great elder. Yes, the great elder hurriedly responded. Then he stood up in fear and trepidation and caught the small transparent bottle floating in front of him with both hands. You're on your own. The nameless divine demon's voice reverberated in the hall, and the faint figure on the throne began to gradually disappear into the void. The terrifying energy ripples that filled the demonic palace also retreated like the tide, completely disappearing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a long time, the great elder of the descendants of the divine demon clan stood up from the ground, holding the jade staff in his left hand and the small transparent bottle in his right. He turned around and walked towards the door of the hall. The tightly shut door of the hall slowly opened, and the great elder walked out of the demonic palace. The 5 or 6 old men, who were waiting anxiously outside the hall, immediately surrounded the great elder when they saw him walk out of the hall. How is it? What did the Lord Ancestor say? One of the old men, who was tall and thin, had a sallow complexion, and looked like a bamboo pole, opened his mouth and asked, Yes, how is it? The other old men also hurriedly asked. They all wanted to know what the great elder had said to the ancestor in the hall. It had to be known that the last time the ancestor's divine soul was awakened was a matter of hundreds of years ago. If it wasn't for something important, such as the descendants of the divine demon clan facing a life and death crisis, they couldn't awaken the ancestor's divine soul sleeping in the divine demon altar. The divine blood left behind by the ancestor has been stolen. Of the 3 drops of divine blood, only 2 are left. The great elder's expression was extremely ugly. This time, the descendants of the divine demon clan had lost all face. Someone had actually broken into the forbidden area and stolen the ancestor's divine blood. It had to be known that the ancestor of the divine demon clan was even more ancient than the nameless divine demon. He was a true supreme divine demon. His blood had unimaginable power. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at the small transparent bottle in the great elder's hand. They saw that there were indeed only 2 drops of divine blood sealed in the small bottle. There was actually someone who knew the secret that the descendants of the divine demon clan had guarded for countless years and had set their eyes on the ancestor's divine blood. This caused the old men to be shocked and angry. Some old men immediately suggested to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders a lesson. The reason why that person stole the ancestor's divine blood seems to be because he wanted to condense the divine demon battle body. From what the ancestor said, that person's chest has already been pierced through and the infant in his body scattered. He can't be any more dead, said the great elder. We can't be careless. According to what I know, those intruders won't die so easily even if the infant in their body is scattered, said an old man disapprovingly. Although these old men said so, in truth, they couldn't just casually leave the divine demon island. They wanted to kill their way out of the divine demon island and teach those intruders a lesson. These words were only said in a fit of anger. He wants to refine the divine demon energy contained in the divine blood. That fellow is simply courting death. What a pity! He wasted a drop of divine blood, said an old man disdainfully. As the elders of the Divine Demon clan, these old men more or less knew many secrets of the Divine Demon clan. Of course, there were some things that only the Great Elder had the qualifications to know. Immediately send people to search every inch of the Divine Demon Island. Once you find any intruders, kill them without mercy, the Great Elder coldly ordered. The Great Elder ordered. His skinny body exploded with a murderous aura. This time, he was completely enraged. Yes, the 5 or 6 old men immediately obeyed. They soared into the sky and disappeared from the forbidden area, passing down the order to the Divine Demon clan. Intruders, I will make you regret stepping onto the Divine Demon Island. The Great Elder gnashed his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't leave the island, he would annihilate all the intruders on the island. The Divine Demon Island was thousands of miles in circumference. There were ancient forests and steep mountain peaks everywhere. There were simply too many places for people to hide. No one knew if there were still people spying on the Divine Demon clan. After the group of old men left, the Great Elder's figure also disappeared from the forbidden area. Soon, the Divine Demon clan began to move and began to search for the intruders on the island. And at this time, 100 miles away from Divine Devil Island, on the fallen God Sea, a storm was about to arrive. The sky was dark, and the surging black clouds seemed to be pressing down on the surface of the sea, making people feel an endless pressure. A large black ship was floating on the surging sea like a small boat, as if it could be overturned at any time by the sweeping waves. However, no matter how strong the wind and waves were, this large black ship still stubbornly floated on the surface of the sea, not being swept to the bottom of the sea by the waves. The demon dragon ship was a demonic ship refined from the spine of a demon dragon. Although it had been severely damaged, it still rode the wind and waves like a black dragon. On the ship, 2 figures were moving rapidly as they chased each other. From time to time, the dull and violent sounds of collision could be heard. The chase between Gu Fei and the terrifying monster had not stopped. Although the terrifying monster had suffered fatal injuries, it still hadn't died. It was still so ferocious that even Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. Only now did he understand what kind of people were the most terrifying in this world. Madmen who couldn't be beaten to death were the most terrifying. Clearly, some unimaginable change had happened to the person who had pretended to be dead and attacked him on the ship, causing this person to sink into extreme madness. Where have you gone to go crazy? Why do you have to pester me to go crazy? Gu Fei really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was really unlucky to have gotten involved in this matter. Moreover, he already felt that something was wrong. The body of this madman was like a piece of divine iron filled with impurities. Gu Fei's attack was like a blacksmith hammering the divine iron. Under thousands of hammerings, the impurities of the divine iron would be refined out, leaving behind only the essence. The more this madman's body was attacked, the stronger it became, transforming, tempering. This shocked Gu Fei. The body of this madman was sublimating. It seemed that under his attacks, the impurities in this monster's body, as well as the impure and violent energy within it, were being tempered to become stronger and purer. The dark red blood emitted a strange bloody light, as if it contained an unfathomable power. This was the inexhaustible divine blood of a peerless character that had cultivated the indestructible body. This person's body seemed to be unable to withstand the powerful energy contained in this blood. He seemed to be changing his blood, wanting to vent the excess energy. The indestructible blood was too strong. It was unrealistic to want to completely refine it into the body. Thus, this strange person borrowed Gu Fei's strength to force the blood out of his body. This strange person might seem crazy, but in truth, he was doing the right thing. Only by being attacked by Gu Fei could he survive. With his own strength, it was already difficult for him to force the excess blood out of his body. The reason he had chosen to use sacrificial soul-stealing on Gu Fei was because he wanted to give up on his physical body. Failing to succeed, this strange person had fallen into madness. Driven by an intense will to live, he instinctively attacked Gu Fei. How preposterous! You want to use me as a whetstone to sharpen your demonic blade? How hateful! After Gu Fei came to his senses, he couldn't help being enraged. I'll fight you to the death. Let's see who's whetstone. Gu Fei clenched his teeth, no longer holding back. He used the 5-element annihilation seal with all his strength, attacking the monster. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. He no longer pursued this fellow. Since he could use him as a whetstone, then he could also use him as a whetstone. A martial artist was born to be a warrior. The shortcut to cultivation on the path of martial arts was to fight. Through battle, one could evolve and transform on the edge of life and death. Rumble. Silver snakes danced in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Then a heavy downpour poured down from the sky. The world was immediately covered in a curtain of rain. Gu Fei, who was going all out, clashed with the humanoid monster. Chapter 270. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire goddamn sea seemed to be boiling, as if the end of the world was coming. The world seemed to be venting its anger. Thunder roared, and dazzling lightning tore through the dark sky. This was the power of heaven and earth. It deterred all living things and made all living beings afraid. It was irresistible. On the sea, it was almost impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. A large black ship was suddenly thrown to the top of the waves and then heavily smashed into the sea. In such a harsh environment, this ship still exuded a heart-palpitating, murderous aura. It was like an ancient demonic dragon tumbling in the sea, but it did not sink. From time to time, a strong light erupted on the ship, along with a terrifying and violent energy fluctuation. There were 2 figures moving as fast as lightning on the ship, fighting endlessly. These 2 people seemed to be crazy. In an instant, they collided with each other and then separated in an instant. The blood that splashed out was washed away by the rain, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. His eyes had turned into pupils, revealing a crazed look. His body was covered in blood, and several places on his body were still oozing blood. He suddenly leaped up and punched the monster's head. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. The ferocious power had caused the forehead of the terrifying monster that could no longer be called a human to cave in. Blood splashed out from the shattered area. The monster roared in pain and madly waved its badly mutilated palm, firmly hitting Gu Fei's chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out again. Before Gu Fei landed on the ground, he was blasted away and smashed into the broken ship behind him like a meteorite. The monster's head was hit hard, but it did not die. It let out a beast-like roar and rolled on the deck. Gu Fei was lying in the broken ship. His body had already been buried by the wooden blocks. He was gasping for breath, and the sound of his breathing could be clearly heard even in the midst of the raging storm. There was a sharp pain in his chest. Needless to say, his sternum was broken by the monster. Gu Fei was not worried about his injury because he could feel that his broken sternum was rapidly healing. Although his body was still in the initial stage of the 5 elements battle body, its amazing healing ability had already been revealed. After being injured, his flesh, blood, muscles, and bones would recover at the fastest speed. This speed had reached a terrifying level that was visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of other cultivators, This was inconceivable. After breaking through to the ascending mortality stage, Gu Fei's physique had undergone another transformation. As long as his chest wasn't pierced, his heart was dug out, or his head exploded, he would be able to swiftly recover from any injuries. Of course, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The powerful regenerative ability of Gu Fei's body came at the cost of consuming the vigorous vitality stored in his body. To a martialist, the vigorous vitality contained in the body was equivalent to vitality. If it was not replenished, Gu Fei's vitality would be damaged even though his body had recovered. However, there were dozens of spiritual herbs in Gu Fei's storage bag, so he did not have to worry about the rapid depletion of his vitality. During the Great Battle, the body was constantly injured, and then it was constantly repaired. This was like using one's body as a divine weapon or a magical treasure, and using such an extreme method to temper it, causing it to transform and sublimate. The vigorous vitality quickly healed Gu Fei's broken sternum. His sternum was even more crystalline than before, and the new bones were even stronger. Looking inside himself, Gu Fei could clearly see that his bones seemed to be evolving towards the direction of the jade bones of an immortal spirit. He could already predict that when his cultivation reached the immortal spirit realm, his bones would probably be even stronger than the immortal spirit bone body. Pung! Gu Fei shook off the broken pieces of wood covering his body and rushed out of the crumbling ship. At the same time, the monster whose skull had been shattered by Gu Fei's punch and whose forehead had been caved in also stood up shakily on the deck. Gu Fei allowed the rain to fall on his body, but the battle intent in his body was burning like a raging flame. His sharp gaze was fixed on the humanoid monster in front of him. The monster's body was also extremely tough. Gu Fei realized that the shocking fist mark on the monster's forehead had already become very faint. He also had the ability to rapidly heal his injured body. He would need to use a special method to kill this crazy monster. However, given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, it would be difficult to use such a special method. Die! Gu Fei roared, and a dazzling radiance shot out of his right hand. A cold sword qi surged out of his hand and instantly formed a 3-foot-long lightsaber. Whoosh! The monster seemed to have sensed the danger coming from Gu Fei. It left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. Without any fancy moves, Gu Fei pushed off the deck with both feet, causing the entire demonic dragon ship to shake violently. Then, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced into the monster's arms. Uffed! Blood splattered. The moment Gu Fei pounced into the monster's arms, the lightsaber in his hand had already pierced the monster's chest. Bam! Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he heard the sound of his left arm's bones breaking. The intense pain stimulated his nerves. Gu Fei couldn't control his body and was sent flying backward. This was simply a method of mutual destruction. There was no defense, only offense. The unparalleled sword qi left a transparent, bloody hole the size of a bowl on the monster's chest. Pung! Gu Fei smashed onto the ice-cold deck and slid for dozens of feet before he stopped. He could no longer feel his left arm. Powerful vitality began to surge towards his left shoulder. The shattered bones and necrotic flesh were quickly replaced by new bones and flesh. The monster roared at the sky. A layer of demonic dark red light surged from its body. A violent force erupted, and the transparent bloody hole in its chest began to shrink. The flesh beside the wound began to surge. Bright red granulation and tendons grew rapidly, repairing the bloody hole. Such a scene could be described as incomparably evil and terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei had already sat up on the deck. His left arm began to regain feeling. He rapidly consumed vitality to repair his injured body. A feeling of exhaustion welled up in his heart. He hurriedly opened his storage pouch and took out a spiritual herb. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it before swallowing it. Soon, a stream of cool air rose from his abdomen and flowed through his whole body. Gu Fei felt that his whole body was immediately relaxed. The enormous essence of the spiritual herb instantly made Gu Fei's vitality vigorous again. His body, which had been tempered 1,000 times, began to emit a strong sense of oppression. After the overdraft of the battle, Gu Fei's body recovered from extreme exhaustion and gradually became stronger. His whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people a feeling of great strength. There was no doubt that after recovering from the serious injury, his body had become even stronger. Although the improvement was very small, it was real. Gu Fei had already regarded this crazy, unkillable monster as a whetstone. In fact, Gu Fei was also very clear that he was also the monster's whetstone. After replenishing the exhausted essence in his body, the injury on Gu Fei's left shoulder healed in less than an hour, and the shattered bones were regenerated. Gu Fei stood up from the deck and clenched his left hand into a fist. Crack! 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 The bones in his entire left arm immediately emitted a burst of popping sounds, and his muscles and bones rumbled like thunder. The storm continued, and the angry thunder continued to tear the sky and earth apart. Dazzling lightning lit up the sky and earth from time to time, turning the pitch-black world into day for a short period of time. The demonic dragon ship drifted on the sea. In the storm, no one knew where it had drifted to. The sky and the ground were dark, and there was no way to tell the direction. Gu Fei realized that the bloody hole in the chest of the crazy monster in front of him had almost disappeared. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the monster's amazing recovery ability. If someone had blasted such a bloody hole in his body, he definitely wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Healing a wounded body consumed a lot of energy, and the monster was constantly consuming energy. Furthermore, it wasn't like Gu Fei, who could consume natural treasures to replenish the exhausted essence. The monster's power was declining, which was what Gu Fei was worried about. This proved that the strange power in the monster's body was gradually being tamed. When the power in the monster's body was completely tamed, it might wake up from its madness. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder exploded above the demonic dragon ship, and a dazzling light illuminated the sky and earth. Amidst the dancing silver snakes, two figures on the ship instantly exploded and collided with each other like two bolts of lightning. This was a direct collision of strength. There were no fancy moves. The sound of fists colliding with flesh rang out, along with the faint sound of bones breaking. The two of them were like two crazy beasts, fighting savagely. Their fists landed on flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. No one knew when or how many natural treasures they had consumed, but the bones in their bodies had been broken and healed several times. After the storm passed, the sky began to brighten. No one knew who stopped first. Gu Fei quietly sat on the deck at the stern of the ship, running his Xian Qi to heal his injured body. The undying monster occupied the bow of the ship, and its blood-red pupils stared fiercely at Gu Fei. The madness in its eyes seemed to have subsided. Suddenly, the whole demonic dragon ship shook violently without warning. Then, the ship, which was floating aimlessly with the waves, began to move. After adjusting its direction, the speed of the demonic dragon ship gradually increased. Finally, it turned into a bird's light, braved the wind and waves, and rushed forward. Someone started the demonic dragon ship. Chapter 271. On the demonic dragon ship, apart from myself, there is only that crazy monster. Could it be that he started the demonic dragon ship? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He knew very well that apart from himself and that monster, Even if there were other people on the demonic dragon ship, they were all dead. There was absolutely no third person alive. Moreover, after the previous storm, even the few corpses in the cabin seemed to have been thrown into the sea by the wind and waves. They had long become the food of the fierce beasts in the sea. Kacha! 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 A series of slight, hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from the bow of the ship. Gufei could no longer maintain his composure. He stopped operating his mysterious skill and looked at the bow of the ship in surprise. He saw that the undying madman was sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship. He seemed to be cultivating. Could it be that he had regained his consciousness? Gufei could not help but be moved. Perhaps this person had regained his consciousness and then started the demonic dragon ship. The demonic dragon ship contained an unfathomable power. Gufei had already felt it the moment he set foot on the demonic dragon ship. After starting the demonic dragon ship braved the wind and waves and sailed quickly on the God-fallen sea. From time to time, islands in the vast sea were left behind. The demonic dragon ship seemed to be flying on the surface of the sea. There was no longer any obstruction, and it made a low, whining sound. The fierce beasts in the sea, who could not avoid it in time, fled to the sides in panic. Although the aura of the demonic dragon was not as strong as before, it still had the power to deter the group of beasts. This was due to the fear of the demonic dragon. Gufei was surprised to find that the undying madman sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship seemed to be trembling slightly. A series of hair-raising sounds of bones breaking came from this person. This person had fought with Gufei for many hours. His clothes had long been tattered and draped over his body like a rag. The blood stains had also dyed the cloth dark black. Gufei noticed the arm of this unkillable madman outside his clothes. The scene in front of him almost made him cry out in surprise. His face was aghast, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The skin and flesh on that person's arm were breaking apart, revealing his bones. It was as if there was a force crushing his flesh and bones, and the sound of bones breaking kept ringing out. After the flesh, tendons, and bones were shattered, new flesh, tendons, and bones quickly grew out to replace the shattered flesh, tendons, and bones. Destruction and regeneration. These two completely opposite and strange scenes appeared on this person's body. Good heavens! Gufei immediately understood why this was happening to this person's body. The berserk energy on this person's body was beginning to be controlled. That power was currently fusing with this person's body, but this person's body was unable to withstand this powerful force. As a result, this scene had occurred. In fact, Gufei's guess was not far from the truth. This person had obtained an unfathomable power and suffered a fatal attack. He should have died, but unexpectedly, he survived. Then, he unexpectedly encountered Gufei, who had boarded the demonic dragon ship and fought with Gufei endlessly. After continuous venting, the domineering power on this person's body began to become docile. Now, this person still hadn't completely controlled the ancient power in his body. He was still in danger of exploding and dying at any time. His body was constantly breaking apart, and then constantly regrowing flesh, tendons, and bones. Between destruction and regeneration, his body was constantly transforming and sublimating, causing his body to gradually become strong enough to withstand the new power. What secrets did this person have? Gufei was shocked. If he allowed this person's body to continue transforming between destruction and regeneration, it would be very dangerous for him. Thinking of this, Gufei couldn't help but reveal a trace of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the person at the bow of the ship. He stood up from the deck and was about to attack. Just at this moment, a voice rang in his ear. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly." This voice sounded as if someone had spoken in his ear. Gufei was startled. It seemed that his guess was right. This guy had really woken up. He discovered that under the messy hair of the person at the bow of the ship, there were two blood-red rays of cold light sweeping towards him. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and was about to press forward. That person seemed to know Gu Fei's every move like the back of his hand. Before Gu Fei could take a step, his voice rang in Gu Fei's ear. "Don't you want to return to the Tunglong continent?" Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped. This person seemed to know what he was thinking. He said coldly, "What do you mean? If you think that you can threaten me like this, you are gravely mistaken." Gu Fei was a decisive person. He never hesitated when doing things. He would never change his original intention just because of a few threatening words. "Let's have a showdown when we return to the Tunglong continent," that person said. This guy was now in control of the demonic dragon ship. It was really unwise to fall out with this person at this time. Like what he said, they would talk about it when they returned to the Tunglong continent. Moreover, this kind of verbal promise had no binding force. Thinking of this, Gu Fei smiled. Then he said nothing and sat down cross-legged again. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack. However, this guy's physical body was extremely strong. Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could kill this guy. After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Fei couldn't attack rashly. Fortunately, he still had a trump card in his hand. He wasn't afraid of this person's tricks. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking could still be heard from the bow of the ship. Seeing that Gu Fei had sat down again, the person seemed to be secretly relieved. Then he operated his demonic arts and endured the inhuman pain of his flesh being separated and reborn. He continued to temper his body. He was constantly changing between destruction and rebirth. It was hard to imagine that under such circumstances, he could still remain clear-headed. This person's body was gradually becoming stronger. Only a strong body could withstand the power in his body. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the deck at the stern of the ship. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. Chu Gu was the first son of the demon monarch of Six Paths. Since he was born, he was crowned as a cultivation genius. When he was 5 years old, his father, the demon monarch of Six Paths, threw him into a mountain occupied by demon wolves. That mountain had a name, Demon Wolf Mountain. The Demon Wolf Mountain was incomparably dangerous. Even an adult demon wouldn't be able to walk out alive after entering the mountain. A year later, when everyone thought that Chu Gu had become food for the demon wolves, he walked out of the Demon Wolf Mountain. In his hands, he carried the head of a demon wolf king that was much heavier than him. A 6-year-old child had killed a demon wolf king. What did that mean? Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one believed that a child could do such a thing. The second day after Chu Gu left the Demon Wolf Mountain and returned to the demonic palace of Six Paths, he was brought by the demon monarch of Six Paths to an even more dangerous place, the Death God Desert. The Death God Desert was publicly recognized as a dangerous place in the far north demonic region. Compared to the Demon Wolf Mountain, it was like comparing a newborn child to a powerful adult. There was a lack of food and water there. Moreover, the desert was filled with demon scorpions. There were also groups of terrifying demon beasts. Even if awakened demon monarch of Six Paths entered the Death God Desert, very few could walk out. After the 6-year-old Chu Gu entered the Death God Desert, there was no news of him. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Not even the demon monarch of Six Paths knew. This time, Chu Gu, this little baby, should have died in the Reaper Desert. It wasn't just others who thought so. Even the people in the demonic palace of Six Paths thought so. However, 3 years later, when a 9-year-old child walked out of the Death God Desert, everyone's eyes almost fell to the ground. It was simply unbelievable. Chu Ge, the first son of the demon monarch of Six Paths, had grown up in the most difficult and dangerous environment. He had brushed shoulders with the death god time and time again, creating the Chu Ge that he was today. However, even if he added up all the hardships he had experienced in the past, they couldn't compare to this trip to the demonic island. His soul had almost been destroyed, and he had completely disappeared from this world. Death was so close to him this time. He had successfully stolen the legendary blood of the demonic god from the forbidden area of the descendants of the demonic gods. He had wanted to consume the blood of the demonic god to condense the body of the demonic god and use the power of the demonic god to break through the shackles of cultivation. However, he had underestimated the power of the blood of the demonic god. Just as he had consumed a drop of the blood of the demonic god, an invincible demonic god statue had attacked him. Chu Ge had seen his subordinates die one by one. Even though he had escaped to the demonic dragon ship and summoned the remnant soul of the demonic dragon, which had yet to recover its spiritual consciousness, he still couldn't resist the terrifying demonic god statue. Everyone on the demonic dragon ship, including the demonic general on the ship, had been killed on the spot by the demonic god statue. Not a single person had managed to escape. In the end, Chu Ji's dantian had been torn apart by the demonic god statue. It had captured the condensed demonic infant and devoured it. The demonic god had even destroyed his primordial spirit with a single point of its finger. After the demonic god statue had taken back the blood of the demonic god and killed Chu Ge, it had immediately returned to the demonic god island. However, no one had expected that Chu Ge had already cultivated a second primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit was hidden in the abstruse demon pearl at the back of Chu Ji's head. The nameless demonic god had never expected that it would have misjudged Chu Ji's second primordial spirit. Thus, Chu Ge had escaped the calamity of almost having his body and soul destroyed. However, the blood of the demonic god in Chu Ji's body had almost destroyed his body and soul. After the demonic infant had been devoured by the nameless demonic god, the remaining blood of the demonic god in Chu Ji's body could be said to be less than 1% of that drop. However, his body still couldn't withstand the power of that 1% of the blood of the demonic god. Once the power of the blood of the demonic god exploded in his body, not only would his body collapse in an instant, even the abstruse demon pearl at the back of his head would shatter. His second primordial spirit would be lost. In this way, his body and soul would truly be destroyed. Fortunately, Gu Fei's arrival had turned the situation around. However, man proposes, God disposes. Chu Ji's second primordial spirit failed to take over Gu Fei's body. Instead, his primordial spirit was heavily injured. After that, something happened that made Gu Fei extremely depressed. An unkillable madman had entangled Gu Fei in a fierce battle. Chapter 272. Needless to say, the God-fallen sea was vast and boundless. After a few days, the demonic dragon ship had sailed for more than 10,000 li, but there was still no sign of land. Only the demonic dragon ship could penetrate 10,000 li deep into the God-fallen sea. After a few days, Gu Fei saw many powerful demonic beasts in the God-fallen sea. Some of the beasts in the sea were not afraid of the demonic dragon's aura, and were only a few hundred zhang away from the demonic dragon ship. These beasts were as terrifying as demigods. Other than the demonic dragon ship, no other ship dared to intrude into their territory. No one knew how many powerful beasts were lurking in the depths of the vast God-fallen sea. The God-fallen sea was a perilous place. No one could explore its end. No one knew what was at the end of the God-fallen sea. Was it another continent or another world? No one knew, not even God. The God-fallen sea was a mysterious and dangerous place. One evening, the sky had already darkened. The demonic dragon ship suddenly slowed down. The sea area of 10,000 li had been left behind. Then, Gu Fei felt a vast and evil aura coming from the front. Gu Fei knew that they were not far from the northernmost demon area. This kind of indistinct evil aura should belong to the evilest area in the Tunglong continent, the northernmost demon area. He was secretly surprised. The northernmost demon area was indeed different. It seemed that the demonic nature in the world had been magnified, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. It was said that a peerless demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area. This peerless demon was the source of all chaos and killings. As long as the demon was suppressed in the northernmost demon area, the northernmost demon area would always be the source of demons in the Tunglong continent. Legends were just legends. They had no basis. Moreover, the older the legend, the less reliable it was. The legend of the northernmost demon area was not credible at all. However, it was undeniable that the northernmost demon area still existed for thousands of years. It still stood in the northernmost part of the Tunglong continent. There had never been a rumor that the demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon area were all killed by that force. However, what made Gu Fei even more uneasy was the strange person who had been sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship for the past few days. Unknowingly, the strange man began to howl in pain. The inhuman pain finally needed to be vented through painful howls and howls. Tendons, bones, and flesh collapsed and then regenerated. This was a torture that was thousands of times more horrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. This strange man never stopped. The power of destruction and regeneration was vividly displayed on this strange man. No one knew what kind of pain it was to have one's muscles, bones, and flesh crushed and cut off. That strange person was enduring an extremely terrifying torture. But what shocked Gu Fei was that this person was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was simply too inconceivable. No one could endure this kind of pain for a long time. The boundless pain would have caused a person to collapse, but this person had endured it. Even someone as strong-willed as Gu Fei couldn't bear such pain. Watching one's own body collapse and then watching one's own flesh, bones, and flesh regenerate, all of this would make a normal person crazy, but this strange person wouldn't. Listening to the howls of the undying person coming from the bow of the ship, Gu Fei was also terrified. This person seemed to have infinite energy, and he had been continuously howling for 3 days and 3 nights. It wasn't until they approached the extreme northern demon region that the howls and howls gradually stopped. That person's body also began to undergo obvious changes. It seemed that the power of life had begun to gain the upper hand, and the power of destruction was gradually suppressed. The speed of the body's destruction had obviously slowed down, and the new flesh, bones, and flesh began to stabilize. Gu Fei, who had witnessed this scene from beginning to end, couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that someone would use such an extreme method to regenerate in front of him. Yes, after the continuous conversion between destruction and regeneration, there was not much of the original thing left in this strange person's body, and it had all been replaced by new things. Such a new body was undoubtedly like a piece of well-tempered divine iron. Perhaps even the strange person himself didn't know how strong it was. And Gu Fei, on the other hand, felt a dangerous aura from this new body. It was undeniable that after this transformation, the strength of the strange person's body had surpassed Gu Fei's. The tattered clothes of the strange person sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship had already turned into flying ashes, and on the new skin and flesh there was a sparkling light flowing, as if it was a newly refined artifact. However, this divine artifact still had a flaw, and it couldn't maintain its perfect state for long. In the next moment, Its skin that was smooth like divine jade cracked open like exquisite porcelain, and numerous cracks that were dense like spider webs appeared on its skin. The flesh turned over, and the blood that seeped out from the cracks was extremely red. The blood that seeped out was so red that it made Gu Fei think that it was a blood-red agate. However, this kind of state of flesh and skin cracking could not be maintained for long. Very soon, the cracked wounds healed quickly, and the blood that seeped out from the wounds was absorbed by the skin into the strange person's body. The aura on the strange person's body became stronger and stronger, like a divine weapon that was being polished, and its edge was gradually revealed. This was not a good sign, and this made Gu Fei feel threatened. Although Gu Fei and this strange person had a verbal agreement that they would settle the grievances between the two of them after returning to the Tunglong continent, both Gu Fei and the strange person were very clear that this agreement was not binding. In other words, they could overturn this agreement at any time and directly attack the other party. Before sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. That person could control the demon dragon ship, so the initiative was in his hands. However, after sensing the aura of the extreme northern demon region, Gu Fei knew that the initiative was back in his hands. "It's time to settle our matter." Gu Fei smiled as he stood up from the deck. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, and like 2 divine swords, they pierced towards the strange person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. The strange person seemed to feel Gu Fei's murderous intent, and his body trembled slightly. Then he opened his tightly shut eyes. It was a pair of demonic eyes, and his pupils were blood red. However, the white part of his eyes had become incomparably black, as if there was a layer of pitch-black demonic aura enveloping his eyes. It was like a blood-red light in a bottomless abyss. Such a pair of demonic eyes made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. "Do you still think that you can threaten me at this time?" The terrifying changes on that person's body did not stop, but his voice revealed an incomparably strong confidence. The way that this person looked at Gu Fei was like a high and mighty monarch looking down at an ant under his feet. This person was definitely a superior who controlled the life and death of countless people. Gu Fei knew that this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This kind of aura that had been in a superior position for a long time was very difficult to imitate, and it was also impossible to imitate. "Who are you?" Gu Fei asked the question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. "Humph, a dead person has no right to know my name," the person said coldly. He was still sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship and did not stand up. However, he seemed to regard Gu Fei as a dead person, a corpse. It was as if he did not take him seriously at all and regarded him as an ant. "Ha ha!" Gu Fei was so angry that he laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and said coldly, "That's **T. Gu Fei directly expressed his anger with action. Bang! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling 5-colored aura, and a powerful wave of energy surged out in all directions with him as the center. The powerful energy caused the demonic dragon ship under his feet to tremble a little. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. He did not say anything else, and directly flew over a distance of tens of feet to the bow of the ship and directly punched at that person. The fiery red brilliance instantly lit up the dark void, and the heaven and earth were illuminated. The violent aura was like a surging river, rushing towards the person sitting cross-legged on the bow of the ship. It was a terrifying aura like the raging flames of the divine fire, and the scorching temperature could melt steel. Under Gu Fei's punch, it seemed to have attracted the heavenly fire, burning everything. This was the terrifying power of the fire element fist. According to the legend, the 5 elements combat skill could shake the heaven and earth, and shatter the void. It was not an exaggeration. Death purgatory. A cold voice came from the fire, and then a pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the sea of fire. The moment the whirlpool appeared, the boundless fire was sucked into the whirlpool. Behind the incomparably evil black whirlpool, there seemed to be a terrifying devil's prison, and it actually sucked all the power of the fire element fist into it. Moreover, the whirlpool was still expanding, and the great suction also enveloped Gu Fei. Under the whirlpool of the death purgatory, that strange person was sitting cross-legged. Damn it! Gu Fei's body involuntarily moved towards the death purgatory bit by bit. Although he tried his best to resist, he still could not stop. The death purgatory was like a wide-open demon's mouth, and even the void seemed to be sucked in by this big mouth. The surrounding void produced ripples, and it was incomparably terrifying. 5 elements unification, annihilation seal technique. At the critical moment, Gu Fei did not think and immediately displayed the 5 elements unification combat skill. Now, he could already withstand the extremely strong power that the 5 elements unification combat skill would erupt. Mysterious seals constantly appeared between Gu Fei's hands, and the power of the 5 elements was drawn. With his own chi, he communicated with the 5 elements of the universe, and with the sparks, he ignited the energy tide between the heaven and earth. Rumble! The heaven and earth began to shake, and the power of the 5 elements gathered, converging on the mysterious seals that Gu Fei formed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements rotated between Gu Fei's hands and constantly changed, and a vast and boundless power fluctuation was released. The great suction produced by the death purgatory was immediately blocked. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a martial god wearing a 5-colored armor. At this moment, his figure was incomparably tall and indomitable. The 5 condensed seals constantly rotated in Gu Fei's hands. Finally, the 5 seals instantly fused together, and the power of the 5 elements suddenly reached the peak. Then, without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly pressed forward. The bright hand emitted an ancient and powerful aura that seemed to come from the prehistoric times. The entire heaven and earth produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye, as if it could shatter at any time. At this moment, the strange person who sat on the bow of the ship and controlled the death purgatory also stopped looking contemptuous, and his expression became extremely serious. He realized that he had made a serious mistake, and he had underestimated his opponent. Boom! As if the heaven and earth were collapsing, a loud sound rang out from the ship, and the rolling sound waves spread far and wide. As the heaven and earth shook, the entire demonic dragon ship suddenly sank, and the explosion caused the surrounding sea to surge with monstrous waves. The powerful power of the 5 elements collided with the power of the death purgatory, and the burst of destructive power directly shook Gu Fei, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. The body of the strange person sitting on the bow of the ship shook continuously, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on the skin and flesh on his body. Stinking blood seeped out, and he became a man of blood. The power of the death purgatory collapsed, and the power of the 5 elements also collapsed. The destructive storm raged on the demonic dragon ship, but it had to be said that this ship was really sturdy. Such a violent impact could not damage it in the slightest. The demonic dragon ship, which was in a state of activation, seemed to be protected by an unfathomable power. Even though the sea was surging with monstrous waves, it still sailed forward. The strange person suffered a great impact, and he fell on the deck of the ship. The impact on Gu Fei was even greater. He flew backward hundreds of feet, and he was already vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Gu Fei flew out of the demonic dragon ship and smashed into the sea with a splash. The bone-chilling seawater actually allowed Gu Fei to remain clear-headed. In the next moment, he rushed out of the sea and roared as he used the 8 desolate steps. The extreme speed of the 8 steps allowed him to move forward as if he was teleporting on the surface of the sea, leaving behind afterimages in the void as he passed. In an instant, Gu Fei stepped on the waves and caught up to the demonic dragon ship. Then, with a loud bang, he landed heavily on the deck at the stern of the ship. "I underestimated you." The middle-aged man sitting on the bow of the ship looked coldly at Gu Fei, who was covered in seawater, and slowly stood up from the deck. A terrifying ripple spread out from his body, which was still constantly cracking and healing. His body, which had undergone an extreme transformation, was extremely powerful. Moreover, this transformation was not over yet. At the same time, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. An ancient and vicissitude aura rushed over, but there was also a terrifying evil aura. The continent in front of them was the origin of the demon Tao in the Tongue-Long continent, the extreme North Demon region. Chapter 273. Gu Fei stared at the powerful enemy in front of him. His arms emitted a slight bone-cracking sound. Just now, when he clashed head-on with the strange man, the strong recoil caused cracks to appear on the bones of his arms. Vigorous yuan qi surged into his arms, and the cracks on his arms rapidly healed. In an instant, Gu Fei's arms were as good as new. "Even if my cultivation has fallen to the transcending mortality realm, I can still kill you," the strange man said in an awe-inspiring voice. His body continued to split open with terrifying bloody wounds. Then, those bloody wounds quickly healed. The destruction and rebirth of the flesh were still alternating between this person's body. However, Gu Fei knew that this guy was about to completely suppress the violent, destructive power in his body. Humph! Who will kill, who is still unknown. I want to see who will have the last laugh. Gu Fei said coldly. His body emitted a dazzling light, like a 5-colored divine flame dancing. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning, his battle intent was like a rainbow. His hair fluttered without any wind. A powerful aura surged from his body, causing a strong gust of wind to blow around him. Your courage is commendable. It's rare to see someone like you. If you join me, not only will I spare your life, but I will also give you the best cultivation resources. How about it? That person seemed to be appreciative of Lin Fan's talent. Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. He stared at the middle-aged man on the bow and said, "What a joke! Why do you want me to be your subordinate? Your strength is only slightly stronger than mine." Gu Fei seemed to have heard a very funny joke. In this world where the strong were respected, people only respected the strong. Even ordinary cultivators would absolutely not submit to someone who was on the same level as them, let alone himself. The man saw Gu Fei's disapproval. Gu Fei actually dared to look down on him. This made him very angry. He angrily said, "If it was before, I could kill a guy like you with just a finger. I just saw that you were a promising talent, and it would be a pity if you died." Thinking that he had fallen to the point of being looked down upon by a transcending mortality realm cultivator, the middle-aged man couldn't help but become angry. The violent power in his body seemed to show signs of going out of control. Terrifying cracks appeared on the man's body. Blood splashed everywhere, instantly turning him into a bloody man. However, in the next moment, the cracks disappeared. Even the blood on the man's body was absorbed into his body. It was no wonder that the middle-aged man became angry from shame. One had to know that in the extreme northern demon region, this middle-aged man had enough strength and status to be proud of. No one dared to look down on him. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk to this man. His feet suddenly pushed against the deck, causing the entire demon dragon ship to sink. At the same time, Gu Fei's body was like a five-colored lightning bolt, rushing towards the man at the bow of the ship. "If you want to die, I'll help you." The man's feet also pushed against the deck, leaving an afterimage on the spot as he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! A dull, thunder-like sound of impact resounded. The demon dragon ship that was sailing shook. On the middle deck of the demon dragon ship, two powerful fists violently collided. It was like two pieces of divine iron colliding. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment, and the surroundings fell into silence. However, in the next moment, pong! The two figures quickly separated like phantoms. A circle of transparent ripples spread out between the two of them. The wild and ferocious power caused the surrounding broken pieces of wood to collapse into the air, after which they exploded and turned into wood shavings that scattered down. The demon dragon ship was protected by an unfathomable power, so it didn't suffer any damage. Even its sailing speed wasn't affected. It continued braving the wind and waves as it rapidly sailed towards the extreme northern demon region. The middle-aged man couldn't help but retreat to the bow of the ship before he stabilized his body. Then all the flesh on his body exploded in an instant. His entire body was a bloody mess, as if he had been skinned alive. It was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The blood was so red that it was almost demonic. Like raindrops, it dripped onto the deck and bloomed like bright red plum blossoms. This wasn't the injury caused by Gu Fei's punch. Instead, it was the fact that the explosive destructive power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely suppressed. The ferocious power caused the middle-aged man's flesh to rupture. The middle-aged man looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if he was a ferocious ghost that had crawled out from the blood pool of hell. However, this terrifying state of the middle-aged man's body did not last long. New flesh began to grow on his badly mutilated body, replacing the necrotic flesh. Soon, another unharmed person appeared on the bow of the ship. Under this attack, Gu Fei couldn't gain any advantage. His powerful body didn't have any advantage this time. He couldn't help but retreat to the stern of the ship before he stopped. A sharp pain came from his right fist. He lowered his head and saw that the surface of his fist had turned black. 4 of his finger bones had already cracked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong that he could hurt him with just the strength of his body. Even though his physical body had only evolved to the initial stages of the 5 elements battle physique, he was still 108,000 miles away from the great success stage of the 5 elements battle physique. However, this middle-aged man was the first cultivator in the transcending mortality realm who could injure him with the strength of his physical body. Roar! The middle-aged man roared towards the sky, as if he had gone crazy. An extremely ferocious aura was emitted from his body. The pain of his body rupturing made the middle-aged man couldn't help but scream miserably. "I don't believe that I can't refine this demon god's blood." The middle-aged man roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. Drops of blood splattered from his body. His body that had just recovered was now filled with cracks. "Kill!" Gu Fei roared and took a step forward. As if he had teleported, he instantly appeared above the middle-aged man and stomped down. He wouldn't give the middle-aged man another chance to suppress the violent power in his body. Rumble! A terrifying power surged under his feet. As he stepped forward, it directly shook the void. The destructive power enveloped the middle-aged man below. Gu Fei knew that the violent and powerful power in the middle-aged man's body hadn't been completely controlled by him. If he didn't kill this person now, he would be the one to suffer when the middle-aged man completely controlled the power. Gu Fei took the first step of the ancient battle technique, the desolate steps. This wasn't the 8 steps of extreme speed, but the extremely sharp 8 steps of death. The terrifying power sealed the void, making it impossible for the people below to escape. It obliterated the middle-aged man. Purgatory of death. The middle-aged man roared and waved his hands. A pitch-black vortex appeared between his hands. A terrifying and evil power gushed out from the black hole. Ripples immediately appeared in the void. The vortex produced a great suction force, wanting to devour Gu Fei's power. The two forces collided and offset each other. Bursts of intense light burst out. A powerful fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out. The demon dragon ship was also affected and shook violently. At this time, the speed of the demon dragon ship had already slowed down. However, it was still like an arrow released from a bow, rushing towards the devil region of the extreme north. The vast continent in front of them gradually became clear. The demon dragon ship was getting closer and closer to the coast. From 1,000 miles away, the people on the shore had already discovered the traces of the demon dragon ship. They all sent out a signal. Then more and more people began to gather on the shore. Of course, the two people who were fighting desperately on the ship didn't know about the strange movements on the shore. The pitch-black vortex formed by the Purgatory of Death seemed to be connected to a terrifying devil prison. It emitted a gloomy and frightening aura. The great suction force seemed to be able to devour the entire world. However, no matter how much the suction force of the Purgatory of Death blocked and sucked, it couldn't devour the terrifying power of the first step of the desolate steps. The power of a cultivator originated from his body. It was one with his body, so it was very difficult to move it away. Moreover, the middle-aged man had already used the Purgatory of Death. Gu Fei had already paid attention. Therefore, not only was the power of the first step not devoured, it still carried the momentum of a landslide as it descended from the sky. Bang! Gu Fei stepped on the pitch-black vortex formed by the power of the Purgatory of Death. He used his incomparably powerful strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the Purgatory. The pitch-black vortex shook continuously. No matter how much the middle-aged man urged the power of the Purgatory of Death, he couldn't dissolve the step Gu Fei had taken. The formidable power of the first step of the 8 deadly steps had successfully resisted the devouring power of the Purgatory of Death. Both the ancient combat skill and the unfathomable divine ability displayed great power. For a moment, Gu Fei and the middle-aged man were evenly matched. In the end, the Purgatory of Death collapsed, and Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky. The desolate steps, 8 deadly steps. Each step was stronger than the one before it. It was like the overlapping waves of the Yangtze River. One wave after another, it became stronger and stronger. After the first step failed, Gu Fei immediately took the second step. This was the superposition of the power. The moment he took the second step, Gu Fei fell down like a meteor towards the middle-aged man. The sound of wind and thunder appeared under Gu Fei's feet. Powerful rays of light appeared under his feet, like lightning. They were like destructive rays that tore through the void and bombarded the middle-aged man below. At the same time, the power of the second step and the first step superposition formed a terrifying power. It was like 100,000 mountains that covered the sky and pressed down. The two powers fused together and pushed the power of the second step of Gu Fei to the peak. The unparalleled power shook the void. The power of the desolate steps caused the middle-aged man's expression to change. Roar! 6 paths of void, shatter the heavens. The middle-aged man below didn't dodge the earth-shattering power of Gu Fei. He roared crazily and used the unfathomable divine ability. Boom! The sky and earth shook violently. Then, transparent ripples spread out with the middle-aged man's hands as the center. This kind of spreading was not aimless. Countless transparent ripples, which were like water, actually moved towards Gu Fei. They were like waves that silently collided with the destructive light. The powerful light was actually annihilated in the void, without a sound. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The sky and earth shook. Although the sky didn't shatter, the transparent ripples produced by the vibration of the space contained an unfathomable power. This middle-aged man had actually shaken the void and caused the void to produce a terrifying wave of destruction to destroy his enemy. This person's method was too powerful. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It wasn't hard to imagine what it would be like if the power of this divine ability was used to the extreme. Using the terrifying power of shattering the void to destroy the enemy was a great divine ability. The silent wave and the transparent ripples were unstoppable and destroyed everything. The terrifying power that fell from the sky was also annihilated by this terrifying spatial wave. Gu Fei sensed great danger. A terrifying spatial fluctuation was currently enveloping him from below. If he was enveloped by such a destructive spatial fluctuation, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be smashed into smithereens. Not even a drop of blood would be left behind. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's divine ability, the power of space could obliterate everything. It was difficult for Gu Fei to resist. Gu Fei was in the sky. He couldn't fly, so it was difficult for him to avoid this terrifying destructive attack. At this critical moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then, like a vertical eye opening, a dazzling purple light shot out from the vertical mark. Boom! The purple light instantly spread and enveloped Gu Fei. Powerful spatial waves surged out from the purple light and collided with the transparent ripples that were spreading from below. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw the scene in the sky. Ridiculous! This guy is really a freak. How can a transcending mortality cultivator cultivate an inner space? The middle-aged man had tried to rob Gu Fei before, so he knew that there was a space inside his Naiwan palace. This was unbelievable. Opening a world inside one's body was a great divine ability that could split the heavens and earth apart. Only a true immortal could do this. How could a transcending mortality cultivator have such a great divine ability? But the truth was the truth. It was placed in front of him, and he had to believe it. A vast amount of spatial energy surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and enveloped him. Then, Gu Fei felt the world spinning around him. It was as if countless heavy hammers were smashing into his head. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. This was the collision of two different spatial energies. Gu Fei suffered a great impact, causing the entire inner space to shake. The heaven and earth within the inner space shook, as though it was returning to primal chaos. Chapter 274. The middle-aged man's theurgy was incomparably terrifying. He used the destructive power of the void to obliterate his enemies. If the power of this theurgy was unleashed to the extreme, it might really be able to shatter the void and send people into the terrifying spatial crack. The spatial crack was definitely an extremely dangerous place. It was filled with violent turbulence of energy. Even an immortal spirit wouldn't be able to escape unscathed after entering it. Of course, the middle-aged man's theurgy hadn't reached the terrifying level of being able to shatter the void. However, he was able to cause the void to vibrate and direct this terrifying vibration towards his opponent. This was a terrifying technique that could shatter the void and tear everything apart. However, if the middle-aged man thought that he could use this technique to kill Gu Fei, he would be disappointed. Gu Fei wasn't unfamiliar with the power of space. At this critical moment, Gu Fei guided the power of space from his inner space to resist the turbulence caused by the middle-aged man. This was a confrontation between two forces of space. A part of the void seemed to have turned into a transparent ripple. It rippled violently and soundlessly, but it exuded a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, as if the void had collapsed. The two forces of space suddenly exploded and spread in all directions. The purple light screen that enveloped Gu Fei's body burst like a bubble. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the flickering purple light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were torn. His bronze skin was flowing with multicolored light, as if he was cast from steel. He gave off an incomparably powerful feeling. Gu Fei's aura was monstrous, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. He slowly descended onto the demonic dragon ship like a god of war descending to earth. A terrifying power surged from his body. Preposterous! How is this possible? The middle-aged man was forced to the edge of the ship by the burst of space power. Behind him was the surging sea. The middle-aged man couldn't believe that his theurgy had been broken by this young man in front of him. The middle-aged man's face was split open, and his appearance was extremely hideous. In the next moment, the bloodstains on his face disappeared, revealing his chiseled and demonic face. His blood-red eyes flickered with an evil light. "Thank you for your demonstration. I've learned a lot," Gu Fei said as he landed on the deck and looked coldly at the middle-aged man on the edge of the ship. There was no sadness or joy in Gu Fei's voice. It was as calm as a mirror. However, this calmness seemed so abnormal to the middle-aged man that he felt uneasy. "What did you learn?" The middle-aged man vaguely sensed that something was wrong. His red and black eyes stared at Gu Fei's face as he spoke in a deep voice. He wanted to see something from Gu Fei's face. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei's expression did not change at all. He was still wearing a calm expression. "Do you want to know?" Gu Fei suddenly smiled. His smile was so abrupt and without warning. Then, the purple mark between his eyebrows suddenly flashed with a purple light. It tore through the void like lightning and shot towards the middle-aged man. Like an eye of destruction, a terrifying wave spread from Gu Fei's eyebrows. The transparent ripples could be seen clearly with the naked eye. "Damn!" The middle-aged man's expression changed. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly dodged. Swoosh! The purple light pierced through the void and instantly tore apart the middle-aged man's afterimage. It shot out tens of feet before it began to dissipate in the void. The middle-aged man's figure reappeared where he originally stood. It was as if he had never left. At this moment, he looked at Gu Fei in shock. "Humph! The power of space can also kill people. Thank you for letting me understand the use of the power of space." Gu Fei smiled happily. Just now, he had mastered an extremely powerful magic skill. In the battle just now, he had witnessed the terrifying power of the power of space. The transparent ripples could shatter and tear apart everything. If the power of the space vibration was strong enough, there was no doubt that the transparent ripples produced by the space vibration could tear apart the void. Although Gu Fei could not control the power of space in the outer world, he could control the power of space in his Naiwan palace. After being inspired by the middle-aged man's magic skill, Gu Fei had an epiphany. Then, a scene that shocked the middle-aged man happened. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Fei in a new light. This person was still so young, but He already had a powerful cultivation that could rival the older generation. His potential was unlimited. If he could not befriend such a person, then he would kill him. The middle-aged man's killing intent towards Gu Fei was stronger than ever. Humph! Gu Fei sensed the piercingly cold, murderous aura coming from the middle-aged man, and immediately responded with action. Swoosh! With a sound, the vertical mark between his eyebrows opened like a divine eye. Bright, purple divine light shot out and swept towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wanted to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei also wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. The situation between the two of them had reached an irreversible state of irreconcilable enmity. The middle-aged man dodged the divine light and rushed towards Gu Fei. The heavy energy fluctuation suddenly erupted like a mountain flood. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark red blood light. Heavenly Devil Hand. The middle-aged man's right hand blasted towards Gu Fei. A dark red light suddenly surged out of his hand, and a dark red blood hand, condensed from power, grabbed towards Gu Fei. The terrifying blood hand gave off a terrifying ripple of energy. It shook the surroundings and made Gu Fei feel endless pressure. It was as if he could smell the pungent smell of blood. Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he directly pressed forward with his palm. A huge palm shadow rushed out from his hand and met the blood hand. The battle skills of the 5 elements had evolved into another terrifying battle skill, which was the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Hand. It used the power of the 5 elements within the body as a guide, drawing the power of the 5 elements in the world outside the body for one's own use. It was a manifestation of a skill approaching the way. An endless amount of 5 elements force was drawn over. The 5-colored giant palm condensed into a solid form and exuded a terrifying might. It collided with the crimson hand that was about to reach over. Boom! There was an earth-shaking sound, and the surging power shook the surroundings. The dazzling light illuminated the entire region of the sea nearby. Even the demonic dragon ship that was quickly sailing towards the extreme northern demon region was affected. The ship shook violently. The ship's keel, which was refined from the spine of a demonic dragon, obviously did not shatter. However, the entire demonic dragon ship was not completely made from the bones of a demonic dragon. If it weren't for an unfathomable force protecting the demonic dragon ship, the wooden buildings on the ship would have collapsed in the confrontation between the two powerhouses. The huge air wave caused the deck to look like a tornado. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock set off huge waves on the surface of the sea outside the ship. At this moment, the demonic dragon ship was less than 400 kilometers away from the shore. A few demonic experts on the shore had already noticed the abnormality on the ship. On the shore pier, a beam of fire soared into the sky and headed in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. In the midst of the fire, a middle-aged man in a green robe with fluttering sleeves stepped on a flying sword that emitted boundless chi of fire. He disappeared into the distance. In an instant, this middle-aged man was not a demonic general in the void-controlling realm. That was because cultivators in the void-controlling realm could fly in the air even without the help of external objects. On the demonic dragon ship, amidst the loud noise, the 2 gigantic palms collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Gu Fei felt an intense pain in his body and a stifling feeling in his chest. He could not help but continuously retreat. This time, he was at a disadvantage again. However, the middle-aged man did not move, and his expression did not change. It was obvious who was stronger. This middle-aged man was too powerful. He was actually able to suppress Gu Fei, who was in the second sky of the ascended realm. What realm was his strength at? Swoosh! The middle-aged man's movement technique was like the wind and lightning. He turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. He directly struck out with another palm. This time, it wasn't the powerful sky demon palm because he could already see that Gu Fei could not hold on any longer. He didn't need to use any other divine abilities to defeat this opponent. I'll give you one more chance. If you surrender to me, I can spare your life. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. His eyes were like cold stars, flashing with a terrifying killing intent. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. The middle-aged man was like an unreachable mountain. His body, which was constantly cracking and healing, emitted a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei was sent flying with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His strength at the peak of the second sky of the ascended realm was actually unable to resist this middle-aged man. It seemed like the middle-aged man was much stronger than him. Gu Fei didn't lose, but he was at an absolute disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had the upper hand, but he didn't show any mercy. He didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't have any intention of surrendering, the middle-aged man pressed forward like a huge mountain. Every punch was thrown with the greatest strength, not giving his opponent a chance to turn the tables. The middle-aged man's battle experience was extremely rich. Bang! Gu Fei raised his palm to meet the attack, but he was once again pushed back. The bones in his arm seemed to have broken. The powerful impact caused the skin and flesh on his arm to split open. His body heavily slammed into the half of the ship that hadn't collapsed yet, causing the entire ship to shake. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't think that the middle-aged man would be so strong. He displayed such shocking battle strength, forcing Gu Fei to continuously retreat. It was as if there was an invisible force binding him, forcing him to continuously clash with the middle-aged man. Every strike was like a huge mountain crashing towards him. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The middle-aged man was incomparably strong. His attacks were incomparably ruthless, not giving his opponent a chance at all. Chapter 275. Gu Fei was furious. Before this, he was still able to fight the middle-aged man endlessly. However, when the middle-aged man seemed to be about to suppress the violent energy in his body, Gu Fei realized that he was no longer a match for him. As a cultivator, he didn't want to lose, and he couldn't lose. The power of the peak second sky of the ascended realm was enough to fight against cultivators at the third sky of the ascended realm. He could even fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the ascended realm. How could he lose? Could it be that this middle-aged man's cultivation had already reached the fifth sky of the ascended realm? Gu Fei knew that the path of cultivation could allow him to stand out amongst cultivators of the same level. It was enough for him to challenge cultivators of a higher level. But in front of this middle-aged man, he had no advantage at all. Even the powerful physique that he was so proud of couldn't compare to this middle-aged man. Death purgatory. The middle-aged man closed in once again and unleashed this terrifying divine ability. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the void as if it was connected to a terrifying purgatory. The aura of death surged out from the whirlpool and filled every inch of space. The day instantly turned into night. Suddenly, a cold wind blew on the ship, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as if there were tens of thousands of demons howling in the bottomless hell. The evil aura made one's hair stand on end. The middle-aged man no longer held back. He attacked with all his might, wanting to devour Gu Fei into the terrifying hell. "I'm not willing." Gu Fei roared towards the sky. His eyes were bloodshot, and his long hair danced wildly in the wind. The purgatory of death shrouded this part of the world, and the dense death aura had already surrounded him. Just as Gu Fei was about to be swallowed by the terrifying purgatory of death, the vertical mark between his eyebrows suddenly split open. Dazzling purple divine light pierced through the void and crazily bombarded the terrifying purgatory that was about to swallow him. Gu Fei's fury turned into a destructive light that tore through the void, piercing through the void, and actually resisting the devouring of the purgatory of death. This made the middle-aged man very surprised. Gu Fei was already at the end of his tether, and he coughed out quite a bit of blood. How could he take on his death purgatory? The purple divine light blasted holes in the terrifying purgatory that covered this part of the world. The dense, pitch-black death chi actually showed signs of dissipating. Network E, the middle-aged man, also suffered a great impact, and terrifying cracks started to appear on his body. He used all of his divine power to barely control the power of purgatory, and fought evenly with the purple divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. In the end, the purgatory of death collapsed, and the terrifying death chi that enveloped the heavens and the earth dispersed. However, the middle-aged man stood there without moving, whereas Gu Fei was blasted flying while lying on his back, and a stream of blood flowed down from the center of his brows. But at the same time, a dazzling five-colored divine light erupted from Gu Fei's body like a raging flame. His anger and unwillingness were like a blazing fire burning outside his body. An extremely strong and domineering power rushed out of his body, causing his entire body to be enveloped in light. Gu Fei's body violently shook. At this instant, the meridians in his body seemed to turn into rays of light that flowed through his muscles, bones, and flesh. As if he had broken some kind of shackle in his body, every muscle on Gu Fei's body seemed to be burning, and a huge amount of energy surged out from every muscle and every bone, forming a monstrous amount of energy. This energy broke through the shackles of the peak second sky of the ascended realm, allowing Gu Fei to break through to the third sky of the ascended realm in this life and death battle, completing a transformation. The endless amount of energy that had been smelted into his muscles and bones finally exploded at this instant, causing Gu Fei's body to transform once again. Before this, when this middle-aged man was still in a state of madness, Gu Fei had been fighting with him nonstop. Whenever he was exhausted, he would consume the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth to recover his energy and continue the battle. After this continuous battle, Gu Fei's harvest was huge. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth was constantly being smelted into his body, changing his body. And at this instant, he had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation, stepping into the third sky of the ascended realm. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were strengthened once again, taking another step towards the five elements battle body. His bones trembled, his flesh trembled, and the new energy washed over his body again and again. Gu Fei's bronze-colored skin sparkled like a precious jade, flickering with a resplendent radiance. He was like a fire phoenix rising from the ashes, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. In this life and death battle, he had completed a transformation in both his strength and body. An incomparably strong energy surged through his body, and every inch of his skin contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, giving people a feeling of great strength. The middle-aged man's expression changed the moment Gu Fei was sent flying. In the next instant, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Gu Fei. However, everything that had happened to Gu Fei had happened in the blink of an eye, so it was impossible for him to stop it. Although the middle-aged man's right hand swung out, and the terrifying energy from the heavenly demon hand shook the heavens and earth, Gu Fei had already completed his transformation at this moment. A powerful spatial energy surged out from the center of his eyebrows, allowing him to move 10 feet away in an instant, dodging the attack of the heavenly demon hand. Gu Fei's hair fluttered in the wind, and the purple mark between his eyebrows flickered with a purple light, like an eye that was constantly opening and closing, staring at the middle-aged man with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, and as if he was flying, he rushed towards the middle-aged man. Then he threw out a punch, and a violent astral wind whistled towards the middle-aged man. A large amount of dazzling 5-colored light surged out like a raging sea. An ordinary punch, but it contained an extremely powerful energy. Gu Fei did not hold back, and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to kill this powerful enemy in front of him. The third heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm to the younger generation of the cultivation world could be said to be unattainable, but Gu Fei had broken through to this realm. Among the younger generation, it was already hard to find a worthy opponent. Damn it! The middle-aged man was enraged and directly threw out a punch. He wanted to use pure strength to defeat Gu Fei head-on, so that Gu Fei would be convinced. However, what made the middle-aged man incomparably angry was that he seemed to have completely become the opponent's whetstone. It was as if he was helping this person cultivate. In a short period of time, this young expert not only comprehended the magical use of the power of space, but also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His opponent's improvement was too fast, and he could definitely be called a genius in the cultivation world, or even a genius among geniuses. Such a person could not be left alive. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a formidable opponent and would bring endless trouble to the middle-aged man. Therefore, the middle-aged man did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. Gu Fei's improvement made the middle-aged man very fearful. The 2 fists collided, and a terrible sound of wind and thunder erupted. The middle-aged man's body shook violently, and the deck under his feet shook violently. If it wasn't for the mysterious power protecting the demonic dragon ship, the deck would have been crushed by him. The middle-aged man took 5 steps back, and every step he took was like a moving mountain. The demonic dragon ship under his feet shook violently. Swoosh! A 5-colored radiance flashed, and Gu Fei landed on the deck, facing the peerlessly powerful middle-aged man. Gu Fei, who had undergone a transformation, seemed to have the upper hand now. The 5-colored flowing light constantly flowed on the surface of his body, and his whole body was still slowly undergoing the final transformation. The dense meridians in his body were like a spider web, and they transported waves of primordial qi to every corner of his body. The primordial qi smelted into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones became even greater. Powerful primordial qi fluctuations spread out from Gu Fei's body. He was like a life-saving cat, possessing an incomparably strong vitality. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked. The situation had changed so quickly, and it was completely beyond his expectations. Swoosh, 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 using the desolate steps, Gu Fei displayed the extreme speed of the 8 steps extreme movement technique. He moved quickly in the void, and wherever he passed, he left afterimages. It was as though he had transformed into 8 people, rushing towards the middle-aged man. The 8 figures seemed real and illusory at the same time, and it was difficult to distinguish which figure was Gu Fei's real body. This kind of extreme movement technique was even more powerful than the evanescent shadow skimming technique. The 8 figures moved in unison, and they raised their fists in unison. Then, they waved their right fists and smashed forward. The middle-aged man did not panic at all. Instead, his blood-red eyes shone with a deep demonic light, and a shocking battle will exploded from his body. He raised his fist to block one of the 8 figures. Bam! The 2 fists collided, and a dull sound was heard, the most direct collision of power, and the two of them were like two gods of war fighting fiercely. The two of them quickly separated, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. However, the middle-aged man was secretly shocked, and he felt his arm go numb. This punch of Gu Fei's was extremely powerful. "Ha ha! Eat another one of my punches." Gu Fei laughed, and he closed in on the middle-aged man. He directly punched out, without any fancy moves. Sometimes power was more powerful than any magical technique. The middle-aged man was shocked to find that there seemed to be a force binding him, forcing him to face his opponent head-on. He knew that the momentum of the battle was already in his opponent's hands. Bam! Another dull sound, like a muffled thunder, caused the void to tremble. This punch of Gu Fei's was heavier, and more domineering than the first punch. This time, the middle-aged man was pushed back by Gu Fei's punch. The power of the third sky of the ascended realm had successfully suppressed this middle-aged man. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy, and he instantly chased after the middle-aged man, throwing out another punch. This was a direct confrontation of power, and the ferocious fist energy caused a violent storm to blow on the deck. The middle-aged man only felt pain from the wind, and his skin felt like it was about to be torn apart by the wind. Gu Fei's fist energy was extremely sharp, and there was no technique to it. An invisible momentum enveloped the middle-aged man, forcing him to face it head-on. The two fists collided, and the middle-aged man was suppressed once again. He was pushed back by Gu Fei's punch. Chapter 276. Gu Fei, who had broken through to the third sky of the ascended mortality realm, was extremely powerful and seemed to have turned the tide of the battle. Every dog has its day. Now, he was the one taking large strides forward. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but Gu Fei was someone who would take revenge immediately. Swish! Gu Fei once again arrived in front of the middle-aged man and punched out without a word. Words were useless at this moment, so he directly used his fist to settle the matter. Roar! The middle-aged man roared in anger as he was once again pushed back by Gu Fei's unparalleled fist. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had the upper hand just now, but now he was forced into a passive position by his opponent. The situation had been completely reversed. Just now, he had used the same method to deal with the other party, and now the other party was using the same method to deal with him. "Young master!" A loud shout came from the front. Then a fiery light descended from the sky and landed on the demonic dragon ship. A figure appeared from the fiery light. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe with a thin face and eyes as sharp as a sword. "Young master, what happened to you?" After the person landed on the demonic dragon ship, he was immediately shocked by the strange state of the middle-aged man's body and hurriedly asked in a panic. Terrifying cracks appeared on the body of the middle-aged man. He called, "Young master." There was no longer blood seeping out of the cracks. Instead, there was a faint, dark red light shining from the cracks. However, this situation didn't last long. Soon, the terrifying cracks on the middle-aged man's body disappeared, and his skin became smooth again. "It's you." At this moment, Gu Fei saw the person clearly and couldn't help but exclaim. The green-robed middle-aged man, who controlled the flaming sword light, was the Leaf Fire Sword Demon. "Zhao Xuanji, Zhao Xuanji, die!" Gu Fei roared and directly attacked the person. The Five Elements Annihilation hand displayed great power. A giant palm condensed above Zhao Xuanji, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of yuan qi and bombarding Zhao Xuanji. It's you, you brat. You're not dead yet?" Zhao Xuanji also saw Gu Fei and said in disbelief. He had never imagined that he would see Gu Fei here. "Humph! If he didn't die, I'll kill him again." Zhao Xuanji was also someone who had seen great storms and waves. The shock on his face quickly receded, and he waved his hand. Buzz! A fiery sword light immediately rushed out of his body, turned into a light that was more than 100 feet long, and slashed towards the big hand that was bombarding down from the sky. The sword light was like a raging fire, but the sword chi that it emitted did not have the characteristics that a raging fire should have. Not only did the surrounding temperature not rise, but it also plummeted. The sword light was like fire, but the vast and mighty sword chi was bone-piercingly cold. This completely opposite situation caused others to feel that it was extremely strange. Boom! Zhao Xuanji's sword light fiercely struck the palm of light that enveloped him. Dazzling light shot out, and the vast and terrifying power caused visible ripples in the void. How is this possible? Zhao Xuanji was shocked. He realized that although his sword light had shaken the palm of light that was bombarding him, it had not broken through the palm of light, as he had expected. The peerlessly sharp sword chi collided violently with the surging power of the palm. Then, as the palm of light collapsed, the fiery sword light was also sent flying. Zhao Xuanji was shocked by this result. How did this kid's cultivation become so powerful? He was actually able to deflect his sword light. Could it be that this kid had run into some great luck and encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Xuanji formed a hand seal, and the sword light that had been sent flying immediately flew back towards him. At this moment, Gu Fei was in great danger. The middle-aged man that Zhao Xuanji addressed as young master also attacked Gu Fei, while Gu Fei and Zhao Xuanji were fighting. Gu Fei found it difficult to resist the joint attack of two transcending mortality realm demon masters and was forced to retreat. However, Zhao Xuanji's fiery sword light was coming towards him again, causing Gu Fei to feel exhausted and flustered. At this moment, the speed of the demonic dragon ship slowed down again. It was already close to the shore. The people on the shore seemed to be impatient as well. A few figures rushed out from the dock and stepped on the waves, flying towards the demonic dragon ship. No one who could walk on the waves on the demonic dragon ship was a weakling. This was because demon cultivators of the awakened self-realm did not dare to rush into the fallen god sea. The situation was very bad. Gu Fei could feel a few powerful auras approaching him quickly. He did not need to ask to know that these people were the same kind of people as the two enemies in front of him. Roar! With a roar, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared above the middle-aged man. A violent force surged out from under his feet, shaking the void. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly thrown into the cabin. Then he slammed his palm towards the fiery sword light that was moving like a fire snake. Without any suspense, the sword light that emitted a bone-chilling and terrifying sword chi was repelled by the palm force. However, the sword light of a flying sword was different from ordinary magic treasures. At the same time that the sword light was repelled, Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his palm. The sharp edge of the sword left a deep wound on his palm that revealed his bones. The flesh on his palm trembled, and the wound quickly shrank. Only a few drops of blood flowed out, and it was already healed. Gu Fei used his full strength and displayed the power of the third heaven of the transcending mortality realm to the fullest. He actually forced the two experts to retreat. Then he directly walked in the void, as if he was teleporting, leaving afterimages in the void as he rushed out of the demonic dragon ship. What a powerful flying sword! Gu Fei felt the flesh on his right hand move. Even with his powerful body at the third heaven of the transcending mortality realm, he was still injured by the flying sword. This made him inwardly shocked. In reality, what Gu Fei didn't know was that Zhao Xuanji was even more shocked than him. The martial skill that Gu Fei had displayed was simply too shocking. If it was before, Zhao Xuanji would have thought that using his body to resist a flying sword was an extremely stupid action. What did it mean to use one's body to resist a flying sword? One had to know that 90% of a sword cultivator's innate abilities were on the flying sword. It was said that one sword in hand could break all innate abilities. But when Zhao Xuanji found that the flying sword that he had cultivated his entire life could only leave a sword mark on Gu Fei's hand, he couldn't help but be shocked and furious. By the time Zhao Xuanji put away his flying sword, Gu Fei had already charged out hundreds of meters away. 8 steps were extremely fast. With each step, Gu Fei's body seemed to disappear into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 30 meters away. After the middle-aged man charged out of the cabin, he immediately chased after Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword and turned into a streak of fire that shot into the sky. He rode on his flying sword and chased after Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji and that young master were already having a hard time. If 3 more demon masters with cultivations similar to those 2 came, they would only be waiting to be killed if they didn't escape. Gu Fei wasn't a hero. Even a hero wouldn't be able to fight 4 opponents at once, so he decisively chose to escape. At this time, the demon dragon ship was less than 200 miles away from the shore. Although there were fierce beasts in the nearby seas, they were no longer a threat to transcending mortality realm cultivators. "Stop him!" The middle-aged man shouted at the 3 demon masters who were quickly approaching from the shore. The 3 demon masters immediately surrounded Gu Fei. The middle-aged man's identity was extraordinary. He could actually shout at an expert like Zhao Xuanji. Zhao Xuanji was also from the Hexapath Demon Palace. Could this person be related to Demon Monarch of 6 Paths? Gu Fei vaguely guessed the middle-aged man's identity from the words of these people. In the world of cultivation, a person's age and appearance were the most unrealistic things. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was a devilish youth, but the person Zhao Xuanji called young master was a middle-aged man. No wonder he felt like he had seen this person somewhere before when he first saw him. It seemed that this fellow was a relative of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. He might even be a nephew of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. If he knew that the person he'd fought with on the Demon Dragon ship for several days and nights was the first son of Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, he would probably hide as far away as possible. Of course, there was nowhere he could hide on the Demon Dragon ship. The 5 transcending mortality realm experts surrounded Gu Fei. Zhao Xuanji flew on his sword and was the fastest of the 5 experts. However, he quickly realized that speed wasn't his advantage, and flying on his sword wasn't his advantage either. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. With a single step, he was already more than 30 meters away. He displayed the extreme speed of the 8 steps extreme speed technique to the extreme. The 5 transcending mortality realm experts' encirclement hadn't closed yet, but Gu Fei had already rushed out of it, leaving the 4 of them far behind. Only Zhao Xuanji, who was flying on his sword, was able to follow closely behind Gu Fei like a dog's skin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. For Gu Fei, a distance of 50 kilometers wasn't something he could cover in the blink of an eye, but it didn't take long. Gu Fei quickly approached the shore. At this time, the people on the shore had already noticed the abnormality in the sea. Dozens of demonic cultivators gathered on the pier immediately spread out, trying to stop Gu Fei. Even someone like Zhao Xuanji can't stop me. These guys are simply courting death. Gu Fei sneered and directly rushed up to the surface of the sea. Dozens of magic treasures immediately flew out from the hands of the people on the shore. They emitted powerful energy waves and attacked Gu Fei. Pung! A 5-colored aura rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was as if he was wearing a 5-colored armor, and all the magic treasures of the demonic path that were attacking him were shaken off. He didn't stop and his speed didn't even slow down. He directly rushed through the demonic cultivators who tried to stop him. In an instant, miserable screams rang out on the shore. 7 or 8 unlucky guys in front of Gu Fei were directly knocked away. 2 of the most unlucky guys were directly smashed into pieces by Gu Fei. 2 bursts of blood burst out, and they died on the spot. Hiss! The demonic cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, they immediately retreated far away. At this time, even if these guys ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, they wouldn't dare to stop Gu Fei. Chapter 277. The lives and deaths of these low-level demonic cultivators were insignificant to Chu Ge, the first son of the Six Paths demon monarch. He would never take it to heart, even if these people were his subordinates. One had to know that in the extreme northern demon region, there were many demonic cultivators who wanted to join Chu Ji's side, and there was no lack of experts among them. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the strong. The weak could only rely on the strong, or else they would be destroyed by the strong. This was the law of survival in the extreme northern demon region, and it was a very common thing. When Gu Fei rushed into the forest on the shore, Chu Ge and the other 3 demon masters rushed ashore from the sea. Chu Ji's face was extremely ugly. Send out the 6 Paths kill order. I don't want this kid to walk out of the extreme northern demon region alive. Chu Ge directly ordered, and then rushed into the forest. A group of frightened demonic cultivators, under the leadership of the transcending mortality realm demon masters, had no choice but to enter the forest. Even if they were very reluctant, their goal was very simple, and that was to kill Gu Fei. Those with low cultivation were destined to be cannon fodder. The forest, for Gu Fei, was really too familiar. He grew up in the mountains, and entering the forest was like a beast entering the forest and a fish returning to the sea. This was his world. Gu Fei quickly passed through the forest, and the dense foliage blocked the line of sight of the distant fire sword fiend Zhao Xuanji, who was flying in the sky on his flying sword. But Gu Fei was not able to shake off Zhao Xuanji, because Zhao Xuanji had already locked onto Gu Fei's aura. Walking in the forest was different from walking on the sea. There were almost no obstacles on the sea, but in the forest there were obstacles everywhere. Gu Fei's speed immediately slowed down. Buzz! The flying sword hummed as Zhao Xuanji, who had caught up to Gu Fei, immediately made his move. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot out towards Gu Fei, who was traversing through the forest below. The sword light was so sharp that it tore through the air, causing the forest below to crumble continuously. Damn it! Gu Fei cursed in his heart as he quickly moved through the forest, dodging the fiery sword light descending from the sky. Zhao Xuanji could control his flying sword, so he had the advantage while Gu Fei was in a situation where he could only take a beating. The trees around him were constantly shattered by the sword light, and the splinters of wood that exploded were all blocked by the gang energy that surged out of Gu Fei's body. There were a few times when Gu Fei was almost hit by the flaming sword chi, and he was in danger. Soon, as the chase continued, Gu Fei entered the depths of the jungle. Zhao Xuanji's sword light could injure Gu Fei, making Gu Fei feel threatened. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Xuanji was also much higher than Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm and he had a strong body and powerful skills, Zhao Xuanji would definitely be the one to win in a real fight. However, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Xuanji to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very clear that as long as he was entangled by Zhao Xuanji, the people chasing after him would surround him and everything would be over. He definitely couldn't be entangled by Zhao Xuanji. Thus, Gu Fei dove into the dense forest, wanting to escape from Zhao Xuanji. Cold sword energy filled the skies of the forest. It was like a bright lamp that attracted the attention of the pursuing demonic path cultivators. Sword lights constantly bombarded the area, creating intense fluctuations. Zhao Xuanji was creating chaos to attract the other experts. "Eat my palm." After avoiding a round of bombardment, Gu Fei retaliated. A palm of light with terrifying energy surged out from the woodland below, heading straight for Zhao Xuanji, who was flying on his flying sword. "Humph." Zhao Xuanji laughed coldly. Previously, he had only given Gu Fei a chance to escape because of his carelessness. As for now, Zhao Xuanji definitely wouldn't let Gu Fei disappear from his sight. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword, as if he had turned into a heavenly sword, slashing down from the sky. Boom! The unprecedentedly powerful flaming sword light instantly split the palm of light that was coming up from below into two halves. The terrifying and peerless sword chi suddenly erupted, and the light palm that had been split into two instantly collapsed in the surging sword chi, dissipating in the void. Zhao Xuanji, who had become one with his sword, was extremely powerful. After breaking the palm of light, the sword light didn't weaken at all and continued to slash down towards the forest below. Shwa, 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 shwa. In the dense forest, several afterimages flashed rapidly. It was impossible to tell which one was Gu Fei's real body. However, Zhao Xuanji didn't care about that. He didn't need to know which one was Gu Fei's real body, because he had already enveloped all the afterimages with his sword light, the bone-chilling sword light that exuded an incomparably powerful, murderous aura, descended from the sky. When it reached the sky above the forest, it suddenly turned into 9 streaks of rainbow light that shrouded a part of the world and rushed towards the figure below. The terrifying sword light tore apart heaven and earth, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. If one were to look carefully, they would notice that the water droplets hanging on the tips of the leaves that had yet to drip had instantly turned into sparkling and translucent ice beads. Zhao Xuanji had pushed his sword chi to its peak. Even an expert like Dan Chenzi would have to retreat in the face of this move. Zhao Xuanji was a traitor of the Guangqing immortal sect. Although he had already turned demonic, he still cultivated the sword immortal path of the square immortal sect. His flying sword was extraordinarily powerful, and his battle prowess was much greater than that of an expert of the same level. Enveloped by the sword light, Gu Fei groaned inwardly. It seemed that he had no choice but to use his trump card. He was still no match for these experts of the older generation. The experts of the older generation were far superior to the younger generation in terms of cultivation, knowledge, and combat experience. This was an insurmountable gap between the cultivators of the younger generation and the experts of the older generation. This was because these things needed to be accumulated over time. Just when Zhao Xuanji thought that Gu Fei was about to be dismembered by the 9 sharp sword lights, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Oh no! Zhao Xuanji turned pale, with fright. He seemed to have overlooked something. This carelessness would put him in a desperate situation. Zhao Xuanji's clothes were drenched in cold sweat in an instant. This was a cultivator's ability to sense unknown danger. One had to admit that Zhao Xuanji's battle experience was incomparably rich, and he was extremely sensitive to danger. He didn't even think about it, as he directly rode the sword light into the sky. However, the other 8 sword lights, each of which was tens of meters long, were still flying towards Gu Fei like rainbows. 8 rays of sword light came from 8 different directions, enveloping a part of the world and sealing a part of the void. They closed in on the trapped figure in the middle. This was a sword formation that had already surpassed the scope of a sword technique. One had to admit that Zhao Xuanji's cultivation in the way of the sword was extremely high. There were probably only a few sword cultivators at the ascended mortality stage who could form a sword formation from a flying sword. Of course, Zhao Xuanji's sword formation was only in its embryonic form and wasn't complete. Even so, it was enough to deal with Gu Fei. If the sword light formed from his main body was added to the mix, the entire sword formation's power would be pushed to the peak. Unfortunately, he had retreated at the last moment, greatly reducing the power of this embryonic sword formation. However, it was also because he had decisively retreated that he managed to escape. The moment Zhao Xuanji rode the sword light into the sky, a vast sword qi suddenly exploded from the forest below. This sword qi was extremely powerful, causing the sky to change color. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out in the forest below. In the next moment, a part of the forest silently collapsed. Trees, flowers, vines, all the vegetation turned into fragments. Tiny fragments flew all over the sky. The forest within a radius of 100 meters disappeared, replaced by a patch of sand. A figure wielding a sword stood in the center of the sand. The hazy sword was faint and illusory, as if it wasn't a real sword. However, Zhao Xuanji felt great danger from the sword. He felt the sword qi in his body tremble, causing the fear in his heart to intensify. It was as if a king's sword had been unsheathed, making him want to submit. He could feel the flying sword in his body tremble, as if it was afraid and alarmed. It was like a subject seeing its king terrified. Bzzz, a sword hum sounded like the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens. A streak of violet light shot out from the figure's hand, shooting straight for the bull. The 8 streaks of fiery sword light that shot towards Gu Fei immediately shattered in the air. The sword was already so powerful even before it had actually been drawn. This streak of light was pure violet. It was so bright that it seemed like a blinding bolt of lightning that had suddenly appeared in the night sky. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. The violet sword qi dyed the surroundings purple. Gu Fei had never felt such a tyrannical sword light. He only felt his chest suddenly become sluggish. The warrior's yuan qi in his body surged out from his right hand like a great river, crazily pouring into the sword. Gu Fei was only shocked. In less than 2 seconds, half of his yuan qi had been absorbed by the sword spirit that had been summoned. The sword qi grew even stronger, and the illusory sword spirit in his hand seemed to have solidified. What's going on? If it absorbs any more, won't all my yuan qi be sucked dry? In just a moment, Gu Fei felt like stars were flying before his eyes. How could he dare to be the slightest bit careless? Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His voice was like a thunderclap as he ruthlessly slashed at the fleeing figure in the sky. Zhao Xuanji was also quite a character. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately flew away on the sword light. What a joke! If he were to be struck by such a powerful sword qi, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? He had no choice but to flee, because if he didn't, there would only be one outcome: death. Swish! Like a piece of cloth being cut by a pair of sharp scissors, the purple sword light shot out from Gu Fei's hand was over 1,000 feet long. Wherever the sword light went, it was unstoppable. Even the heaven and earth seemed to have been sliced in half by this sword light, and the sky seemed to have been split in half by this cyan light. The sword light was too fast, so fast that Zhao Xuanji had no chance to dodge at all. Zhao Xuanji, who had fled several hundred meters away, was instantly caught up to by the sword light, scaring him out of his wits. The resplendent violet sword light streaked through the sky like a ray of destruction. A miserable shriek rang out as a mist of blood erupted in the sky. Zhao Xuanji fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. What a pity that I couldn't kill him in one strike. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He could clearly see that the sword had directly broken through Zhao Xuanji's protective sword light, but at the critical moment of life and death, Zhao Xuanji had shifted to the side and avoided being struck in his vitals. He wanted to slash out again and kill this greatest enemy of his, but Gu Fei was already powerless to do so. He didn't dare to slash out a second time. However, although it didn't kill Zhao Xuanji, he was still half dead. His entire left shoulder and arm were shredded into a mist of blood by the sword light. In the end, the violet sword light rushed out several hundred meters before slowly dissipating. Its violent momentum was as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. Gu Fei defeated the enemy with one strike. The sword split the void, and the terrifying sword aura shook the surroundings. The power of the nameless sword soul's one strike was actually this powerful. Even though Gu Fei had experienced all kinds of great scenes in the virtual sky world, he still couldn't help but be amazed by this scene. This was the first time he used the remnant sword soul in his body after breaking through to the third layer of ascended mortality. He never imagined that it would be able to display such astonishing power. Oh my God! This sword soul is definitely a rare sacred tool. It's only one strike, and I didn't even have time to use the sword technique, but it already emptied half of the cultivator's true origin in my body. If I were to use another strike, I would become a dried corpse even without those people doing anything. Gu Fei was horrified. As his cultivation level increased, the power he exerted when he used the sword soul had also increased to an unbelievable level. With this sword soul in hand, Gu Fei was confident that he would dare to draw his sword and fight against great cultivators in the void-controlling realm. However, he didn't dare to touch this sword soul anymore. Gu Fei hurriedly withdrew the sword soul back into his body. He felt his heart beating wildly, but he didn't forget that he was still in danger. After looking around, he immediately rushed into the forest next to him. The demonic cultivators nearby were all shocked by the shocking sword light and couldn't help but stop in the forest. Many of them saw the unbelievable scene in the sky. Everyone was stunned. After the sword light disappeared for a long time, some people finally recovered from the shock. 7 or 8 figures quickly rushed toward the place where Zhao Xuanji fell. As soon as Gu Fei left, a figure walked out of the forest. This person's expression was extremely ugly when he saw the hundreds of meters of forest that had turned into sand. Terrifying cracks appeared on his face like a spider's web. Chapter 278. The Northern Demon Area was an evil place. The demonic nature that made people's hearts palpitate seemed to be everywhere. It was as if this place had been separated from the ton-long continent and became a different world. It could be said that this was a heaven for demons, but it was the territory of other cultivators. There was a famous saying in the ton-long continent that was, whoever wanted to become a demon, go to the Northern Demon Area. Some people said that the reason why the Northern Demon Area could exist was because the source of the demonic nature could not be eliminated. But where was the source of the demonic nature? No one knew. In an old primitive forest close to the fallen god sea in the Northern Demon Area, Gu Fei encountered great danger. The sky had already darkened. The arrival of the night made the old primitive forest seem even more eerie. The forest at night was much more dangerous than the forest during the day. Some things that liked to be active at night began to move. Gu Fei stopped in a bamboo forest. He used his palm like a knife and cut off the incomparably hard bamboo. Then he sharpened the bamboo and made it into sharp bamboo spears. He wanted to set up a trap. He wanted to let those people who were following him like dogskin plaster know that he was not to be trifled with. Setting up a trap was an extremely easy thing for Gu Fei. When he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain, he often went into the depths of the mountain to fight with those fierce beasts. When he encountered some strong beasts, Gu Fei used a trap to deal with them. Of course, humans were not beasts. It was not easy to trick those who were following him, especially those transcending mortality realm demon masters. Gu Fei knew that his traps were useless against them. He did not want to use traps to deal with demon masters. He wanted to deal with those awakening mortality realm demon cultivators and those annoying barbarian dogs. Suddenly, a few loud and clear eagle cries rang out in the sky. Gu Fei abruptly raised his head and looked through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. He saw 3 huge black shadows circling in the dark sky, where not even the slightest bit of star could be seen. They caught up so quickly? Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this time, Gu Fei had just finished setting up the last trap. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed into the depths of the bamboo forest. Soon, a slight rustling sound came from the forest outside the bamboo forest. It was the sound of something moving in the forest. Following that, a few black shadows walked out from the forest. They had black fur and a pair of dark red, ferocious eyes that emitted a frightening light. Their ears were especially long, and their noses were especially large, taking up 2/3 of their entire faces. This was a fierce and vicious beast, a species that only existed in the extreme North Demon region. This was a demonized creature. Its body was a full 3 meters long, and its 4 limbs were short and thick. This was a barbarian dog, a wild beast that excelled at tracking. In the extreme Northern Demon region, there were many people who captured these wild beasts and raised them like little dogs that obeyed their orders. A barbarian dog was not a vicious beast. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a vicious beast. It could only be considered a fierce beast, and it wasn't even the most fierce of beasts. However, the barbarian dog's tracking ability caused it to be favored by demonic path cultivators. In just a short while, 7 or 8 barbarian hounds walked out from the surrounding forest. However, these barbarian hounds seemed to be able to sense the danger within the bamboo forest. They only growled softly outside the bamboo forest, not daring to walk into it. These barbarians had tracked them here, and the demonic path cultivators had also arrived nearby. The loud and clear eagle cries sounded out once more. The howling of the wind came from above the forest. The forest was violently swayed by the strong winds that swept down from the sky. 3 black giant eagles descended from the sky. Each giant eagle had a wingspan of 30 to 40 feet, and on the back of each giant eagle stood a black figure. Their giant wings stirred up strong gusts of wind. The arrival of the giant eagles caused a commotion among the barbarians outside the bamboo forest. They began to anxiously growl. What a cunning fellow! On the head of the giant eagle stood a gloomy Chu Ge. He had already led a group of subordinates to pursue Gu Fei in the forest for several hours, but they still hadn't been able to do anything to him. What was even more hateful was that after this fellow heavily injured the distant fire sword demon Zhao Xuanji, he had set up a vicious trap in the forest while he was escaping, causing several of his people to die. Of course, those who died were all low-level cultivators. But Chu Ge felt that he had been fooled by Gu Fei. This made Chu Ge seethe with anger, and he vowed to tear Gu Fei to pieces. 10 black figures silently walked out from the forest, standing to the side in fear and trepidation. Chu Ge didn't even look at these people. Instead, he rode the giant eagle into the sky and flew deep into the bamboo forest. The other 2 giant eagles followed closely behind Chu Ge, with 3 demonic masters chasing after him. Gu Fei could only retreat. Facing 3 demonic masters at the transcending mortality realm, he had no chance of winning. Should we go in? Outside the bamboo forest, after Chu Ge left, a demonic cultivator whispered. His voice was so soft that he almost couldn't hear it. The others were silent. No one spoke and no one dared to leave. After a while, these people became a little restless. No one doubted Chu Ji's methods. He was a ruthless and decisive person. But the people following behind Gu Fei knew that they were carrying out an extremely dangerous task. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. Even if they knew that they were being used as cannon fodder by their master, Chu Gu, they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. This was the sorrow of the weak. They couldn't control their own fate. One of them pointed forward. The 7 or 8 barbarian dogs immediately growled in a low voice, as if they were very unwilling, and walked into the bamboo forest, using the barbarian dogs to scout ahead. There was nothing to fear even if there were any traps ahead. With the barbarian dogs blocking for them, even if a few barbarian dogs died, it didn't matter. At most, they would have to train a few more. If they lost their lives, everything would be over. These people spread out and carefully followed the barbarian dog into the bamboo forest. Soon, the barking of the barbarian dogs and the exclamations of the demonic cultivators could be heard from the bamboo forest. They couldn't avoid triggering the traps in the bamboo forest. I clearly sensed that Brat's aura appearing here. Why did he suddenly disappear? Chu Gu, who was riding on the giant eagle, roared as he rushed into the depths of the bamboo forest. His angry voice echoed in the bamboo forest. Chu Gu suffered unimaginable injuries on God Demon Island. The demon infant was devoured by the nameless demon, and his physical body was destroyed. It could be said that it was an absolutely fatal attack. Fortunately, he cultivated a second primordial spirit, which prevented him from being killed on the spot by the nameless demon on God Demon Island. He was lucky enough to escape the calamity of being annihilated. However, although he didn't die and survived, his cultivation fell from the peak of the void-controlling realm to the 6th layer of the transcending mortality realm. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. As long as he completely refined the remnant of the demon blood in his body, he believed that his cultivation would recover soon. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the half-demon realm. However, before that, he must eliminate one person, and that person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's improvement was too fast. With such an enemy existing, Chu Gu couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Under Chu Ji's ferocious might, the 2 demonic cultivators on the eagle's back trembled with fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Search for me. Even if you have to turn this place upside down, you must drag that brat out for me. Chu Gu roared loudly and directly raised his hand. A terrifying dark red blood light rushed out of his hand and shrouded the bamboo forest below. Under the shroud of the blood light, the bamboo forest silently crumbled and turned into countless pieces. Then, those pieces continued to crumble under the blood light and turned into dust. The bamboo forest, with a circumference of 20 zhang, disappeared just like that. Chu Ji's action startled the 2 demonic cultivators. They hurriedly stepped on the giant eagles and dispersed, searching the sky above the bamboo forest. The 3 demonic cultivators stood on the back of the eagles, and from time to time, they cast demonic techniques and bombarded the bamboo forest continuously. Terrifying energy ripples spread throughout the bamboo forest. The depths of the bamboo forest suddenly became chaotic, causing some of the ferocious beasts living in the bamboo forest to flee in all directions. No one knew that in the distance there was a pair of eyes closely watching the situation in the sky above the bamboo forest. The 3 giant eagles flew very low, almost sticking close to the bamboo forest. However, Chu Gu and the others intentionally or unintentionally maintained a certain distance. The 3 of them didn't stray too far away from each other. These guys really know how to put on a show. This pretense is just to lure me into attacking. Gu Fei hid among the bamboo leaves in the distance and coldly watched the scene in the sky above the bamboo forest. Chu Ji's rage and the panic of the two demonic cultivators were just a smokescreen. Their goal couldn't be clearer. They wanted Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, to think that the people on his side had let down their guard. This was to lure Gu Fei into attacking them. In fact, Chu Ge and the others had already been secretly accumulating power and waiting. As soon as Gu Fei appeared, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack on Gu Fei. If Gu Fei couldn't even see through such a trick, then there was no need for him to mingle in the world of cultivation. In that case, I will beat them at their own game. Gu Fei sneered in his heart. Then he quietly slid down the bamboo and stealthily moved towards Chu Ge and the others. The power of the inner space could isolate one's aura. This was how Gu Fei had suddenly disappeared from under the noses of Chu Ge and the others. However, it had to be said that the noses and ears of the barbaric dogs were too sensitive. They were still following closely behind him. Coupled with the giant eagles flying in the sky, it was difficult for Gu Fei to completely shake off the people chasing after him. Most importantly, ever since he had seriously injured Zhao Xuanji, the sword soul had extracted 50% of the warrior's qi in his body. This made it difficult for him to launch a surprise attack on Chu Ge and the others in a short period of time. If he had known that it would cause such a big problem, he would have shown his trump card on the ship and killed that guy. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't know that the guy was Chu Ge, the first son of the demon monarch of 6 paths. After several hours of fleeing, Gu Fei's consumed yuan qi was gradually recovering. Therefore, he thought of using the nameless sword soul in his body. The 3 giant eagles were only a few hundred feet apart. As long as one of them was attacked, the other 2 would be able to arrive in an instant. It seemed that they had let down their guard, but in fact, the 3 of them were more cautious than ever. Could it be that Gu Fei has already left the bamboo forest? After an hour, Chu Ge and the others still hadn't found anything. However, the barbaric dogs and the giant eagles had tracked him into the bamboo forest, so Gu Fei should be nearby. Chu Ge and the others had no doubts about the tracking ability of the barbaric dogs. Moreover, the 3 giant eagles under their feet had eyes as sharp as lightning. They were best at capturing creatures on the ground, so there was no reason for them to be wrong about the giant eagles. Through cultivation, human 6 senses would become extremely sensitive, and they would obtain all kinds of magical powers. However, compared to the magical powers of some beasts, they were still a little inferior. Of course, if a human's cultivation had reached the divine transcendence realm, they would be able to observe things down to the smallest detail. Everything in the sky and on the ground would be imprinted in their minds, which was something that no beast could compare to. However, Chu Ge, whose cultivation had fallen and even his demon infant had been devoured, had lost all his magical powers. He had to rely on beasts to track Gu Fei, which really made him very depressed. If it was in the past, Chu Ge could have killed a large number of cultivators, like Gu Fei with a wave of his hand. Why would he need to go through so much trouble now? Moreover, he had suffered a lot of losses. However, just when Chu Ge and the others had almost searched the surrounding area and thought that Gu Fei had already escaped, the long-awaited attack appeared. When a giant eagle flew over a clump of bamboo at a low altitude, bang! With a bang, the dense bamboo leaves suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed out from the bamboo, leaves that filled the sky like a ghost. Roar! Chu Ge and the other demon master roared angrily at the same time, their bodies leaping up from the eagle's back at almost the same time. In an instant, they crossed a distance of more than 100 feet and rushed towards the demon master, who was being attacked. However, just as Chu Ge and the other demon master leaped off the eagle's back, a shrill eagle cry sounded. A purple light had already pierced through the giant eagle's body from bottom to top, and directly pierced the right soul of the demon master, who was standing on the eagle's back. Ah! In the midst of the scream, the demon master, who had been nailed to the eagle's back by the purple sword light, his entire right leg suddenly exploded. The giant eagle under his feet was also torn into two by the peerless sword light, and a large amount of stinking hot blood burst out. That demon master had never thought that Gu Fei's attack would be so fierce. Even the giant eagle under his feet was instantly dismembered, and he was already severely injured before he could even take out his magic treasure. Die! At this time, Chu Gu had already killed his way forward. With a roar, he directly struck out with his strongest killing move. The entire area of space shook, and a vast power shook the void. The destructive ripples of space surged towards the figure, who was shrouded in the sky full of blood. 6 paths of void, shattering the vault of heaven. This was the strongest magical power that Chu Gu could currently use. Even the 2 demon masters were shocked, and they could not care about attacking Gu Fei anymore, and hurriedly dodged. A terrifying power sealed the void, trapping the figure who was bathed in blood. Chapter 279. Chu Ji's Demon Path Divine. Art was not powerful enough to annihilate the void, but the tearing force produced by the violent vibration of the space was enough to tear Gu Fei to pieces. Although Gu Fei had severely injured a demon master, he had also encountered great danger. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His hair fluttered wildly as he waved the materialized sword soul in his hand, breaking through the layers of destructive fluctuations and rushing out. Ah! He landed in the bamboo forest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare to stay, and rushed into the dense bamboo forest. At the same time, the sword spirit in his hand disappeared into his body. At this time, the demon master, whose right leg had been destroyed by Gu Fei, jumped, as if he was flying and chased after Gu Fei. The demon master was also very tough. He endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and used a spell to freeze the wound on his right leg so that the rapid loss of blood would not endanger his body. Although he had lost his right leg, the demon master's cultivation did not seem to be affected much. He only had his left leg left, but he quickly closed in behind Gu Fei. Wind, rise! The demon master let out a low shout, and his hands danced in a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, an extremely fierce gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the bamboo forest. Amidst the gale were countless transparent wind blades that slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The nearby bamboos were either cut by the wind blades or uprooted by the gale and swept into the sky. The demon master had been seriously injured by Gu Fei's sneak attack. He had lost his right leg, and his body was also injured. He wanted to cut Gu Fei into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart, feeling the sudden explosion of terrifying energy behind him, and the terrible sound that sounded like countless ghosts breaking through the air. Gu Fei's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he used the desolation steps and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The bamboos in his way were all shattered by his protective aura. Behind him, countless wind blades whistled towards Gu Fei. Under the cover of the wind blades, the bamboo was cut into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps to the extreme, and he quickly passed through the bamboo forest like a phantom. With one step, he disappeared, and in the next moment, he was already 300 to 400 feet away. The countless transparent wind blades that were aimed at Gu Fei all missed. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Among the practitioners of the same level, no one could beat him. Demon thunder shakes the 9 heavens. A loud shout came from above the bamboo forest. Then the sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Streaks of black lightning, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the void and bombarded Gu Fei, who was moving rapidly below. A heart-palpitating, destructive aura spread out. The other Devil Master had already caught up to Gu Fei on his giant eagle. As he raised his hands, rumbling sounds could be heard. Bolts of black lightning appeared above his hands and bombarded Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Large swathes of the bamboo forest were turned into ashes by the furious lightning. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the entire forest shook. An extremely cold and gloomy aura began to spread out. The black lightning seemed to contain a frighteningly cold aura. Gu Fei, who was quickly traversing through the forest, was in a perilous situation. He constantly dodged the wind blades coming from behind and had to unleash the destructive lightning bolts that fell from the sky. Right now, he didn't have any strength to fight back and was in a passive situation. Using the sword soul just now consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. Facing the joint attack of two Devil Masters, Gu Fei couldn't resist, so he could only escape. At that moment, Chu Ge, whose magical ability had been broken by Gu Fei, leaped onto the eagle's back with a furious roar and commanded the giant eagle to chase after Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei was at his peak, it would be difficult for him to resist the joint attack of three transcending mortality realm Devil Masters. Escaping was the only choice. This wasn't a coward's action, but a wise one. Gu Fei's extreme speed 8 steps allowed him to gradually widen the distance between him and the one-legged fellow. However, the two fellows in the sky were still hot on his tail. Sky Devil Saber. Chu Ji's aura was like a rainbow. From afar, he shouted and unleashed a demonic blood-colored saber light at Gu Fei. The incomparably sharp blood-colored saber Qi chased after Gu Fei as if it could shatter the void. Everywhere it passed, the trees collapsed and terrifying saber marks were left on the ground. Although Chu Ge didn't have the world's #1 devil saber in hand, the saber Qi he unleashed was as terrifying as a divine weapon. Of course, unless it was the flying sword of an expert swordsman, like Xiao Xuanji. This level of saber Qi could no longer cause substantial damage to Gu Fei's strong body. However, when the saber Qi struck his body, Gu Fei was still in unbearable pain. In fact, Chu Ge more or less knew about Gu Fei's background. He knew that this level of attack could not hurt Gu Fei, but his goal was not to hurt Gu Fei, but to slow him down. However, Chu Ge had miscalculated. Gu Fei's speed in the forest did not slow down because of this. As the chase continued, Gu Fei rushed out of the dense bamboo forest and then plunged into an even denser forest. Soon, he had left the one-legged demon master behind. Gu Fei had the initiative in this chase because he was the one running away. He had the final say in which direction and where to run. Therefore, although Chu Ge and the other demon master rode the giant eagle in the air, it was difficult for them to stop Gu Fei. Both of them were very fast. In just a short while, they had chased each other for hundreds of miles. Those barbaric dogs had long been left far behind by Gu Fei. Rumble, bolts of black lightning struck down at Gu Fei amidst the rumbling of thunder. The fiend master, who had cast the Black Supreme in Demon Thunder, was still controlling the lightning and bombarding Gu Fei below. The sound of thunder shook the forest and frightened the animals in the forest into fleeing in all directions. Damn it! Gu Fei was extremely angry. He quickly flashed through the forest to avoid the black lightning that fell from the sky. He could ignore Chu Ji's sky demon saber Qi, but he could not ignore the supreme In Demon Thunder that was filled with a destructive aura. The power of this demon thunder was secondary. The most worrying thing was the supreme In Demon Qi contained in the demon thunder. The cold Qi emitted by this demon Qi would slow down the circulation of Gu Fei's Qi and blood. If he was struck by the In Thunder, Gu Fei was in danger of being frozen in an instant. As he was avoiding the In Thunder, Gu Fei suddenly heard the faint sound of water falling from the sky to his left. He quickly changed his direction and rushed in the direction of the sound. Chu Ge and the demon master also changed their direction. They rode the giant eagle and chased after Gu Fei. Soon, a river appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. Without a second thought, he dashed downstream. The sound of a waterfall could be heard from the front. At this time, Chu Ge and the other demon master, who were standing on the back of the eagle, felt that something was wrong. This guy seemed to want to use the water to escape. In this way, the scent on Gu Fei's body would be washed away by the water. Even the barbaric dogs would not be able to track Gu Fei. "Stop him," Chu Ge shouted. He then commanded the giant eagle to charge forward like an arrow. The demon master, who was standing on the other giant eagle, immediately launched an even more ferocious attack at Chu Ge. Thunder shook the sky. The black lightning seemed to tear apart the heaven and earth, shaking the void. A violent aura of destruction swept out. The place that was struck by the demon thunder was surrounded by a layer of black ice. Gu Fei used his extreme speed of 8 steps. Every step he took was like teleportation. He disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, he was already 300 to 400 feet away. Before the supreme demon thunder hit him, he had already appeared in another place. It was difficult to track his movement, so it was difficult to hit him. Chu Ge drove the giant eagle forward quickly. However, although the giant eagle's flying speed was fast, it was not as fast as Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps. The rumbling sound of water could already be heard in front of him. A layer of water vapor could be seen rising in front of him. Even in the dark night, it was very conspicuous. The cold wind was chilly, and the water vapor was everywhere. A large river seemed to have been suddenly cut in half. The horizon suddenly sank, and a 1,000-foot waterfall surged down. The sound of water was deafening. Gu Fei did not care about anything else. He dodged the black lightning and then rushed out of the waterfall under the unwilling gazes of Chu Ge and the demon master. Hearing Chu Ji's furious roar coming from behind him, Gu Fei, who had charged out of the waterfall, felt the water hit his face and a cool feeling spread across his body. Then his entire body began to rapidly fall. At this moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above. 2 huge black figures also rushed out of the waterfall. Gu Fei was shocked. Only now did he realize that rushing out of the waterfall and letting his body fly was a stupid move. "Die!" A cold voice came from above. Chu Ge and the other demon master attacked mercilessly. Terrifying magical techniques and black lightning bombarded Gu Fei mercilessly. The terrifying power converged into a destructive wave, ready to devour Gu Fei. A great sense of danger surged in his heart. Gu Fei's long hair stood on end. There was no time for him to think as he directly strode forward in the air. Swish, 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 a series of shadows flashed in the void. Gu Fei was like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed down the waterfall. 8 steps, Gu Fei changed his position in the void. He wanted to avoid all the attacks. However, he was not on land. There was no leverage under his feet. Although he could change his position in the void, the distance he could move was limited. Just as Gu Fei was about to fall into the deep pool of the 1,000-foot waterfall, a black lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm struck his body. Plop! With a sound, Gu Fei smashed into the water. In the turbulent river, there was only a small splash. Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the water. Chapter 280. The 1,000-foot waterfall poured down in torrents, like a white chain falling from the 9 heavens. The rumbling of the water was deafening, and the current was rapid. Gu Fei, who had fallen under the waterfall, was instantly swept away by the current. Hazy water vapor enveloped an area of several acres, like a ball of steam rolling and surging. Two huge black shadows circled in the sky. They were two giant eagles. On the back of the giant eagle, Chu Ji's eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through the void and sweep his gaze downward. He did not think that Gu Fei would die after being struck by the supreme demon thunder. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Without seeing Gu Fei's corpse with his own eyes, Chu Gu could not sit still. However, in the dark night, under the waterfall, the surging water made it difficult to find Gu Fei's figure. Just as Chu Gu was about to jump into the waterfall to search for Gu Fei, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the turbulent pool below. Two spots of light suddenly appeared in the pool, quickly approaching the surface of the water. Then, a huge black shadow appeared in the pool below. Boom! With a bang, the entire waterfall exploded, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the water. A terrifying, murderous aura instantly filled the space between the heavens and the earth. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a huge sharp claw directly grabbed at the giant eagle circling above the waterfall. The giant eagle seemed to be scared silly, and its huge body swayed, almost falling from the sky. Oh no! The sudden change of events caused the demon master on the eagle's back to turn pale. Without thinking, he leaped from the eagle's back and rushed toward the shore. Just as the demon master leaped off the eagle's back, a mournful cry of the eagle rang out. Pung! The giant claw directly smashed the eagle into a mist of blood. The demon master, who had leaped off the eagle's back, did not manage to escape either. A huge black shadow swept towards him like lightning. The demon master did not even have the time to scream before he followed in the footsteps of the giant eagle. His entire body was struck and turned into a bloody mist. Not only was his physical body instantly shattered, but even the devil core in his body did not have time to fly away. Together with his physical body, it was instantly smashed, and his body and soul were destroyed. Whew! A gust of wind suddenly rose, and the water vapor above the waterfall surged like a cloud. From time to time, a hazy black figure appeared in the cloud. One could vaguely see a huge meandering body slowly swimming in the clouds. Its shiny black scales were clearly visible. This is Chu Ji's breathing suddenly quickened, as if he was suffocating. He had never imagined that there would be a legendary demonic beast at the bottom of the waterfall pool. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon had passed through the cloud and stared at the man and the eagle on the opposite side. Chu Gu could feel that the giant eagle under his feet was trembling. The giant eagle was afraid. It was afraid of the terrifying demonic beast above the waterfall. It was a flood dragon. The aura of the flood dragon made the giant eagle extremely frightened. It could no longer fly normally and was about to fall from the sky, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. The head of the flood dragon, with two forked dragon horns, was extremely ferocious. A pair of ferocious eyes flashed with a frightening light as it glanced at Chu Gu, as if it could attack Chu Gu at any time. This insignificant human actually dared to break into its territory. This flood dragon was obviously very angry. Therefore, as soon as it appeared, it killed the giant eagle and the demon master on the back of the giant eagle with lightning speed. A demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm. Chu Ji's expression changed. This is going to be troublesome. He never thought that he would encounter a demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm here. A demonic beast of this level could fly in the air and had already unlocked its spiritual wisdom. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. Run! Without any hesitation, Chu Gu leaped from the back of the eagle with lightning speed and rushed towards the forest on the shore. He had no choice but to escape. A demonic beast of the Imperial Void Realm, and a flood dragon at that. If he did not escape, there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from behind Chuge. The rolling sound waves shook his ears and made his ears buzz. He only felt that the world was spinning and his blood and chi were tumbling. The rumbling sound of wind and thunder followed. A huge danger was surging towards Chuge from behind. Without looking, he knew that the flood dragon behind him had made a move. The shrill cry of the eagle rang in the night. It was so ear-piercing. The flood dragon directly killed the giant eagle on Chuji's back. In an instant, it caught up with Gu Fei. The giant dragon claw that was emitting a frightening black light directly clawed at Chuji's head. Demonic beasts of the Imperial Void realm were really too powerful. With their powerful fleshly bodies, tyrannical strength, and terrifying divine abilities, even human cultivators of the Imperial Void realm would have a headache if they were to encounter such terrifying demonic beasts. If Chuge was still at the peak of the Imperial Void realm, he could still fight with this flood dragon. But now, Chuji's cultivation had fallen to the transcending mortality realm. He was completely not a match for the flood dragon. Seeing that Chuge was about to be smashed into a blood mist by the flood dragon's claw, a layer of demonic blood light suddenly gushed out from his body. At the moment when his body was about to be smashed by the dragon's claw, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. No, it shouldn't be that he disappeared into thin air. It was because Chuji's speed had suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. That was why there was an illusion that he disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Chuji's figure that was shrouded in blood light appeared 100 feet away. It could be said that his speed was godly, much faster than Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed. Roar! Seeing that Chuge actually escaped from its claw, the flood dragon couldn't help but be furious. It roared at Chuge and rode on the clouds, turning into a black lightning as it chased after Chuge. Chuge hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood essence. That mouthful of blood essence instantly enveloped Chuge. Then, as if it was burning, it burst out with a dazzling demonic blood light. He used the demonic blood flight escape technique to turn into a blood light and instantly disappeared into the distance. The speed was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. The flood dragon knew that it couldn't catch up to him. It roared continuously in the air, scaring the birds and beasts in the surrounding area and causing them to flee in all directions. The forest was suddenly in chaos. After a while, the flood dragon retreated back into the deep pool of the waterfall. Hundreds of miles away, Chuge stopped in a valley with a pale face. Using the demonic blood flight escape technique, had greatly injured Chuji's vitality. It was as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was about to collapse. In this world, there was no such thing as a free harvest. If Chuge wanted to escape from the flood dragon's claws, he had to use his own blood essence to activate the demonic blood flight escape technique. He had no other choice. Chuge only felt a sharp pain throughout his body. His skin and flesh were once again covered in bloody scars. The violent energy in his body seemed to show signs of flaring up again. The power of the demonic god's blood had already been mostly refined by him, but it still hadn't completely fused with his own blood essence. This was like burying a lightning bolt in his body that could explode at any time. As long as he didn't completely refine the demonic god's blood, the power of the demonic god's blood would still be a hidden danger in his body that could endanger his life. It seems that I have no choice but to go into seclusion. Chuge was very clear that it was time to deal with the situation in his body. But that Gu Fei, I should ask that person to take action. Thinking of this, Chu Gu stretched out his right hand, and a black token immediately appeared in his palm. It was an ancient token with some ancient patterns engraved on it. A layer of hazy black gas lingered around the token. Then, a ray of light shot out from between Chu Ji's eyebrows and into the token. Go! Chu Gu waved his hand, and the token turned into a faint black light that shot into the sky. It flew towards the southeast and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Chu Gu walked out of the valley and headed towards his own place of cultivation. The demonic palace of the Six Paths 10,000-mile communication talisman was not inferior to the Dao Sec's fire talisman and flying sword messenger. The dim black light flew rapidly in the sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Thousands of miles to the southeast, there was a small town. In a courtyard in the town, there was a pavilion by the lake. There were a few people drinking and chatting merrily. Suddenly, one of the youths seemed to have sensed something. He put down his wine cup and walked out of the pavilion. The others in the pavilion were surprised and followed him out of the pavilion. At this moment, the youth looked at the sky and waved his hand. Immediately, a dim black light appeared in the dusky sky and flew towards the direction of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the youth's hand and floated above his palm. A simple and unadorned token appeared in the youth's palm. This youth was dressed in white and had a smile on his face. He had a graceful demeanor and looked like a young master. However, this youth's eyebrows were a little different from the others. They were two red eyebrows. Second young master, this is... A youth in purple behind the youth asked in surprise. The others also had a look of surprise on their faces. It was obvious that these people knew what the token floating above the youth's palm was. He actually used the 10,000-mile messenger to send a message to the palace. Is he really in big trouble? The youth with red eyebrows smiled, and then directly probed into the token with his divine thought. The youth quickly withdrew his divine thought. His expression changed several times. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Who is Gu Fei? Why does he want that person to go and kill him? Who is Gu Fei? I've never heard of him. You know this person? Is he a new master?" The people behind the youth whispered to each other, but no one knew who Gu Fei was. The youth with red eyebrows knew very well that if the people behind him did not know who Gu Fei was, then no one in the entire northern demon region would know who Gu Fei was. The youth with red eyebrows looked at the token that was surrounded by black gas and frowned. Then, with a wave of his hand, the token immediately turned into a ray of black light and shot into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the southeast horizon. Not long after, a demonic shadow rushed out of the 6 demon palaces and rode a demonic cloud towards the northwest. Chapter 281. Something interesting is going to happen in the Lost Forest. Are you guys interested in watching the show? In the courtyard of the small town, the youth with red eyebrows smiled as he turned around and said to the young men in luxurious clothes, "Something interesting?" The young man in purple rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "If it's related to your big brother, I think we should forget about it." "Yes, second young master, we haven't had our fill yet. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight." The other young men called the youth with red eyebrows and walked into the pavilion. Although the scarlet-browed youth was still smiling as if nothing had happened, an imperceptible cold light flashed across his eyes. Then he walked into the pavilion and continued to drink with the other youths, chatting cheerfully and wittily. Before Gu Fei fell into the water, he was struck by the demon master on the eagle's back with the supreme demon lightning. The powerful power of the lightning caused his entire body to be numb. Then the destructive black current flowed through his body, making him feel as if his entire body was being torn apart. At this moment, his powerful physical body fully displayed its advantage. Even though he was attacked by the extremely violent lightning, Gu Fei still maintained his consciousness, and his limbs did not become stiff. He felt himself floating and sinking in the water, tossing and turning as he was washed down by the rapid current. What really made Gu Fei feel danger was not the violent lightning, but the supreme Demon Qi contained in the supreme Demon lightning. This extremely cold demon Qi invaded Gu Fei's body along with the lightning, passing through his muscles, bones, blood, and meridians, destroying Gu Fei's physical body. It almost froze the blood and Qi in his body, turning him into a cold corpse. Fortunately, Gu Fei's physical body had been tempered thousands of times. His blood, flesh, tendons, and bones had been continuously refined and smelted with a large amount of Yuan Qi. Under the stimulation of the supreme Demon Qi, Gu Fei's tendons, bones, and flesh continuously shook, releasing waves of pure Yuan Qi to resist the Demon Qi. Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been floating in the water for, but with his cultivation at the third sky of the ascended realm, he could stay underwater for a long time without any problems. When a mouthful of turbid water was stuck in his chest, Gu Fei climbed out of the river and carefully walked into the dense forest by the river. He tried his best not to leave any traces behind as he passed by. After walking in the forest for about an hour, Gu Fei was already far away from the river. However, at this time, the Yin Qi emitted by the Tine Devil Qi in his body became stronger and stronger. Gu Fei realized that the Yuan Qi in his body seemed to be unable to suppress the sinister power. His limbs gradually became stiff. This was not a good sign. If he did not find a place to expel the extreme Yin Devil Qi from his body, he would be in danger of freezing. Such powerful demonic energy. Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. For a moment, he could not find an absolutely safe place to circulate his mysterious qi and expel the cold energy from his body. He carefully walked through the forest. Finally, he walked into the depths of the forest and easily killed a powerful beast. Then, he directly sat down against a large tree where the beast was entrenched. The place where the beast appeared had the aura of the beast. Other beasts did not dare to enter the territory of the beast. Therefore, other than those who were chasing after him, this was the safest place. Gu Fei circulated his mysterious qi and triggered the Yuan Qi in his body. Black qi gradually appeared on the surface of his body, and his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy and dark mist. At the same time, the essence of heaven and earth continuously gathered. The spiritual energy in the forest was dense, and there was a faint glow in between. The Tine Devil Qi that Gu Fei had forced out of his body was gradually dispersed by the gathered energy. Gu Fei was very clear that he was not out of danger. Now, his first task was to recover as soon as possible, and then deal with the pursuit of the people of the Devil Dao. He circulated his martial arts and used the 5 elements Yuan Qi in his body as a guide to communicate with the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. He guided the essence of the sun and moon and the essence of the wood into his body and began to expel the extreme Yin Devil Qi from his body. As time passed, the aura in Gu Fei's body gradually began to flourish. The essence that gathered from all directions entered Gu Fei's body, and the traces of demonic energy were constantly forced out. On the road of martial arts, after the cultivation was successful, one could also use the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. This was the so-called divine skill of the body, communicating with the inside and outside of the world, complementing each other. Unknowingly, a layer of ice appeared on Gu Fei's body. As time passed, the ice on Gu Fei's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, his whole body was sealed in ice. The forest was filled with cold air. A strange gray fog with a hint of darkness gradually spread out with the ice as the center, causing the forest to seem like a miasma. Time always passed unknowingly. At noon, the sun was in the middle of the sky. However, the sun in the sky, no matter how you looked at it, was a little different from other places. It was blurry and unreal, as if there was a layer of something blocking it. The sun in the sky gave people a feeling that it was half covered by a peepa. The most common scene of the sun shining on the earth was absolutely rare in the extreme North Demon region. The sunlight seemed to be unable to shine directly down. No one could analyze this phenomenon. The extreme North Demon region was located in the extreme north of the Tunlong continent. Although the climate was harsh, some places were not bitterly cold. The Lost Forest was a wild forest with a circumference of thousands of miles. This forest was close to the fallen God Sea. The climate here was not the same as other places in the extreme North Demon region, which were all bitterly cold. It was not cold here. On the contrary, it was a little hot. In the extreme North Demon region, there were few places that were not covered by the bitter cold. In the dense forest, no one knew how many ferocious beasts, and monstrous beasts lived. But what was certain was that in the Lost Forest, danger lurked everywhere. People who walked in, if they were not careful, they would never come out. This was a dangerous place. Of course, compared to the other dangerous places in the extreme North Demon region. The Lost Forest was already a relatively safe place. As long as they did not go deep into the forest, most people could walk out of this forest alive. Because it was the only forest area in the extreme North Demon region, there were countless birds and beasts living in it. At the same time, there were all kinds of spiritual plants growing. There were countless cultivation resources that cultivators needed. Therefore, some low-level demonic cultivators often formed hunting teams and ventured into the Lost Forest to hunt ferocious beasts. Then they used the beast skins and the beast crystals condensed from the ferocious beasts to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. The cultivation environment in the extreme North Demon region was very harsh. Everywhere was cold and barren, and there was a lack of cultivation resources. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators who did not rely on any of the major demonic cultivators. If they wanted to obtain the cultivation resources they needed, they would have to obtain them themselves or exchange them with others. In this hot and stuffy noon, there was a group of people carefully walking through the forest. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who carried a large axe on his shoulder. The strong man was 9 feet tall, and he wore an old yellowish-brown leather armor. He had a full beard that was like a halberd, and his entire person looked extremely fierce, like a lion. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 4 people. One was a short old man. One was a long-haired beauty wearing black leather armor. One was a skinny young man, and the last one was a handsome young man wearing green clothes with a sword in his arms. This was a very strange team, no matter how one looked at it. It was a strange combination. With just a glance, one could tell that these 5 people were people who had temporarily come together because of something. The beautiful woman, the old man, the strong man, the young man, the old man, the middle-aged man, and the young man, 3 different generations of people, were all gathered together. The strong man with the beard opened the way in front. When he encountered any debris that blocked the way, he would sweep it away with his axe, and it would be cleared in an instant. After they passed through a bush, they stopped under a big tree at the bottom of a hill. "Boss Tai, how long until we enter the range of activity of the red flame beast?" The thin youth asked the strong man with the beard, and then he took off the water bag on his waist and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. In this hot and stuffy Lost Forest, water was an essential thing. When the others heard this, they all looked at the strong man with the beard. The strong man with the beard threw the black iron axe on his shoulder to the ground and sat down. The strong man with the beard looked at the thin youth and said unhurriedly, "What's the hurry? If it goes smoothly, we can go back tomorrow." Humph! The red flame beast is not so easy to kill. The handsome youth with the sword in his arms said with some disdain, and there was some arrogance in his expression. The character of people who cultivated the sword seemed to be a little arrogant and unsociable, giving people a cold and unapproachable feeling. The strong man with the beard smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere between these people was a little stiff. As for the small old man and the long-haired girl, they just looked at all of this with cold eyes, as if it had nothing to do with them. It wasn't hard to see that these people seemed to be united, but they were divided at heart. They were not united, and this was not a good sign. The strong man with the beard and the others began to take out their dry rations, and with the clear water in the water bag, they began to eat and drink. Walking in the forest, maintaining one's physical strength was the most important, even for cultivators who were much stronger than ordinary people. At this time, no one noticed that in the dense foliage above their heads, there was a black shadow silently moving downwards. Chi! Without any warning, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded above their heads. Then, the people who were eating under the tree didn't even have time to react, and a white thing instantly wrapped around the waist of the strong man with the beard, Boss Tai. In the next moment, Boss Tai's huge body was actually pulled upwards, and the area around his waist that was wrapped by the white thread was sizzling with white smoke. This sudden change caused everyone to be shocked. The other four people quickly scattered with a schwa sound. The long-haired girl raised her hand. So. With two sounds, two black lights shot out. One of the black lights instantly cut through the white thread that wrapped around Boss Tai, and the other shot into the dense foliage of the tree. Chapter 282. The skinny young man walked forward with a folding fan in his hand. With a wave of his folding fan, he fanned the strange mist in front of him. A strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping towards the forest ahead. The strange mist shrouding the forest ahead was immediately dispersed by the strong gust of wind. The scene that appeared in front of everyone left them dumbfounded. In the forest ahead, a fiery red exotic beast was lying in the forest. Ice shards hung on its flame-like fur, and behind the exotic beast was a huge block of ice. The most unbelievable thing was that through the thick block of ice, they could clearly see a person sitting cross-legged in it. Chapter 283. The red flame beast's corpse was actually lying in the middle of the forest. This already made Boss Tai and the others inexplicably shocked. But when they saw the frozen figure not far from the red flame beast, all of them could not think, as if they had turned into a statue, standing there, motionless. The reason why Boss Tai and the others entered the lost wild forest was to hunt the red flame beast, and someone had given them a generous reward to release this task. If they could successfully complete this task, then each of them would be able to get the reward they wanted, and in the next few years, they could find a place to cultivate and no longer have to worry about their cultivation expenses. In the Northern Devil region, the cultivation resources were in the hands of the Devil Path's major forces, and those Devil Path cultivators, who were at the bottom of the hierarchy, had to run around for cultivation resources. Therefore, those Devil Path cultivators with low cultivation bases in the Northern Devil region, there were only two ways out. One was to rely on the major forces, and the other was to have a large number of cultivation resources. Magical weapons, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods, as long as they could afford it, or use satisfactory things to exchange, they could obtain them. Boss Tai and the others did not think that this would be the result. The incomparably fierce red flame beast that could spit out flames was already killed before they arrived. Even if they used their toes to think, they knew that this red flame beast must have been killed by the person in the ice. Moreover, it seemed to be a fatal blow. Although Boss Tai was tall and sturdy, like a big guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, but this was only his appearance. In fact, he was not only a master, but also a good hunter. There were no obvious traces of fighting in the forest, and there were not many bloodstains on the ground. Judging from these signs, they came to a conclusion that made Boss Ty's heart palpitate with fear. That is, in front of this person, this terrible red flame beast did not even have the strength to fight back, and was killed on the spot by this person. After a while, the little old man was the first to sober up from the horror, and all around, the scattered grayish-black fog showed signs of gathering again. That monster seemed to contain a gloomy cold chi, and in the front of the forest, one could see water droplets condensed into ice, and the white frost on the dead leaves. It was like a world of ice and snow. One had to know that the atmosphere in the lost, desolate forest was different from other places in the extreme northern Devil region. The climate was hot and rainy, but there was absolutely no ice and snow. It was obvious that the person in the ice block was cultivating a strange technique, a demonic technique of extreme een and extreme cold. The cold aura that emanated from his body not only sealed him in ice, but also caused the temperature of the forest around him to plummet, resulting in the current situation. What do we do now? The little old man deliberately lowered his voice as he asked Big Brother Ty beside him, as if he was afraid that the person in the ice would hear his words. The corpse of the red flame beast was right in front of him. No one was willing to do so. However, no one knew what the consequences would be if the person in the ice block was alarmed. Originally, it was already a huge taboo in the cultivation world for them to barge into someone else's cultivation ground. They should have retreated, but if they were to take away the prey that had been killed by someone else, they would have completely offended that person. The person who was able to kill the red flame beast, if he were to make a move on them, their ending would definitely not be any better than the red flame beast. Big Brother Ty did not say anything, and the others also did not say anything. Retreat, or there were only two choices in front of everyone. If they chose the former, it would be relatively safer. If they chose the latter, no one would know what would happen. Hurry up and decide. The little old man was anxious as he urged. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them, because no one knew when the person in the ice block would wake up. Cold sweat seeped out of Big Brother Ty's forehead, and then rolled down his face. The red flame beast was right in front of them, but in the end, Big Brother Ty clenched his teeth. If he had to die, then so be it. He signaled the skinny young man to wave his fan to disperse the strange grayish-brown fog in front of them. At this time, everyone already knew Big Brother Ty's decision. The skinny young man immediately took action. He gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and the grayish-brown mist that gradually gathered in front of him was immediately dispersed by a cool breeze. It was as if there was an invisible big hand gently pushing away the strange mist. The skinny young man's move was very gentle, unlike before, when he released a strong wind with a wave of his hand. Now, he was afraid of disturbing the person in the ice block in front of him. Big Brother Ty, the long-haired woman, the little old man, and the young man holding the sword immediately walked forward and grabbed the red flame beast's forelimbs. Together, they lifted up the 5 to 6 meter long strange beast. Their movements were very light, almost not making any sound. However, just as they lifted the red flame beast and were about to leave, Pala, a light sound came from behind them. This was only a light sound, not much louder than the sound they made when they stepped on a thick layer of dead leaves. However, it was this light sound that made everyone's movement stop. The bodies of Big Brother Ty and the others seemed to suddenly stiffen. Their lifted feet hung in the air, not daring to move, not even daring to breathe. Pala! Another strange sound came from behind them. Listening to it in the ears of the 5 people, It was even more frightening than the screams of evil spirits, even more frightening. The pores on the bodies of Big Brother Ty and the others all exploded. Their whole body was cold from head to toe, as if they had suddenly fallen into an extremely cold ice cave. They were nervous to the extreme, cold sweat dripping down, and their hearts thumping. Did the person behind them wake up? No one dared to turn around to look, and no one dared to move. They just carried the red flame beast, standing in the middle of the forest like a fossil. The sound of the ice block cracking sounded one after another. Every time it sounded, the hearts of Big Brother Ty and the others fiercely jumped. Finally, a strange sound came from behind them, and then a gust of extremely gloomy cold wind blew from behind them. The expressions of Boss Ty and the others immediately changed greatly. The extremely cold wind that blew from behind them almost froze them, causing them to be extremely frightened. They only heard a "ee" sound behind them. Then they saw a figure flash in front of them, and a young man dressed in white stood in front of them. This appearance, if it wasn't the person in the ice block, who else could it be? "Who are you people? Why did you appear here?" The white-clothed young man said indifferently. His cold eyes, like cold electricity, quickly swept over Big Brother Ty and the others. The white-clothed young man who broke out of the ice was Gu Fei. "We are bounty hunters. Next month is the 500th birthday of the Red Moon City Lord's father. Someone hired us to kill a red flame beast for the birthday celebration." Big Brother Ty was very straightforward, directly revealing his identity and the purpose of entering the Lost Forest. "Red Moon City, red flame beast." Gu Fei frowned as he looked at the ferocious beast he had killed being carried by these people. 500th birthday. The father of the Scarlet Moon City's city, Lord Sure, has lived a long life. Gu Fei muttered to himself. These 5 people's cultivation was only at the self-awakening realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was the bearded man who answered. With the strength of these 5 people, to kill this red flame beast seemed to be a bit difficult. With a glance, Gu Fei already saw through the cultivation and strength of Big Brother Ty and the others. The red flame beast was a strange beast that was between a fierce beast and a fierce beast. For a self-awakening realm cultivator, if they wanted to kill it, there would be a certain amount of risk. And, all of a sudden, Gu Fei's gaze landed on that short old man. "This man seems like—" Gu Fei's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the short old man, like a cold star bursting out rays of light. Just as Gu Fei's eyes lit up, the short old man moved. He really was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. The short old man left an afterimage on the spot and quickly floated backwards like a cloud of smoke. What a fast speed! However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this speed was nothing. With a wave of his hand, a palm of light shot out and instantly arrived before him. Bam! The short old man, who was about to charge into the dense forest, exploded into a mist of blood. The short old man didn't even have the chance to scream before he died under Gu Fei's palm. Then Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a bead that emitted a grayish light flew toward him and landed in his hand. This bead emitted a weak soul fluctuation. Without a doubt, this bead must be the devil core that was condensed from the short old man's body. A devil master at the first sky of the ascended realm? Humph! Even I almost misjudged him. Gu Fei laughed coldly. At the same time, his right hand that was holding the devil core issued a pong sound and emitted a bright golden light. Gu Fei used the power of metal to erase the remnant soul that was attached to the devil core. The short old man's soul was instantly destroyed, and he completely disappeared from this world. Gu Fei's ruthless methods caused Boss Tai and the others to be inconsolable. They had never imagined that the little old man was actually a devil master expert who had concealed his strength. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. I want to know where this place is. Gu Fei said coldly as he played with the light gray devil core that no longer emitted any soul fluctuation. My lord, this is the lost, desolate forest. It is the only forest in the demon area. This time, the skinny youth rushed to answer before Boss Tai. Boss Tai, and the others couldn't help but feel a little strange. This devil master killed the short old man with just a wave of his hand. How could such a person not know about the lost, desolate forest? Very good. Which one of you has a map? It would be best if it is a map of the extreme northern demon region. If you do, I will use this thing in my hand to exchange for it. Gu Fei looked at the four of them with a playful expression as he spoke with a faint smile. My lord, you're really going to use that thing to exchange for it? Boss Tai's eyes widened to the size of a bell. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. The others' expressions weren't much better than Boss Tai's. Could it be that you have a map? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He was just casually saying it. If they wanted to leave the northern demon area and return to the central plains, the easiest way was to find a map of the northern demon area. Yes. Boss Tai quickly took out a piece of jade and nervously handed it over to Gu Fei. The others looked at Boss Tai with incomparable jealousy. A map for a devil core. This was something that they couldn't even dream of, but it happened. Chapter 284. Gu Fei took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. Very quickly, he retracted his divine sense. The thing inside the jade slip was exactly what he needed. This thing is yours, said Yangling. Gu Fei put away the jade slip and casually threw the bead that was emitting a misty gray light to Boss Tai. Boss Tai was immediately overjoyed. At this time, he was still holding onto one of the red flame beast's thighs. He immediately let go and caught the bead with trembling hands. The other two people threw the red flame beast's corpse to the side. When Boss Tai let go, Gu Fei got what he wanted. He no longer paid attention to these people and directly walked out. Very quickly, his figure disappeared into the bushes. He left just like that. No one could believe their eyes. After a long while, Boss Tai came back to his senses. He carefully brought the gray bead in his hand to his eyes and looked at it again and again. We're rich this time. Boss Tai's face revealed a stupid expression. He stared with a pair of eyes that were the size of bells. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see every line on the devil core. His saliva was about to drip onto the ground. The devil core faintly emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. There was no doubt about it. Most importantly, the strand of primordial spirit of the little old man that was attached to the devil core had already been erased by the youth. This devil core was equivalent to an ownerless treasure. As long as the power contained within could be drawn out, the benefits would be unimaginable. Boss Tai's cultivation had already reached the bottleneck of the ninth heaven. If he could successfully devour the power within the devil core, breaking through his current cultivation bottleneck would not be a difficult task. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his three companions were also extremely envious of the thing in his hand. The long-haired woman, the skinny young man with a folding fan, and the green-clothed swordsman with a treasured sword. When everyone looked at the gray bead in Boss Tai's hand, their eyes revealed a fanatical light. Devil core. Moreover, it was an ownerless devil core. Everyone wanted it because this was a treasure trove of power. As long as they could open this treasure trove, they would be able to easily obtain great power. The skinny youth couldn't hold it in any longer. He was the first to wave the folding fan in his hand towards Old Tai. The moment he moved, the long-haired woman and the green-robed swordsman also moved toward Old Tai. What do you want? Boss Tai felt that the atmosphere was not right and immediately put away the devil core in his hand. Holding onto the black iron axe, he stared at the three people who were rushing over and said in a deep voice, "After a transcending mortality, Realm Demon Master was killed. The demon core left behind was incomparably precious to a demon Tao cultivator of the self-awakening realm. Swallowing this demon core, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a demon master expert. An ownerless demon core that had its divine sense erased to a demonic Tao cultivator in the self-awakening state, it was an incomparably strong temptation. No one could resist such a temptation. These people had long forgotten about the mission, the red flame beast, and the rewards. At this time, they only had eyes for the devil core. In the face of huge benefits, the dark side of human nature would be stimulated and lured out. Then, under the drive, it would expand infinitely. "Boss Tai, do you really not know what we want to do?" The corners of the skinny young man's mouth slightly rose, revealing an evil smile. The mysterious runes on the folding fan in his hand began to light up. Wung, Wung, Wung. The sword in the green-robed swordsman's hand also began to tremble in the scabbard, releasing waves of crisp sword cries, as if it could shoot out from the scabbard at any time and turn into a sharp sword light. The long-haired woman stared at Boss Tai, her hands already hooked onto two crescent blades that were suffused with a faint blue brilliance. Boss Tai felt danger. He knew that these guys had already made up their minds to kill him. It was all because of the devil core. Could it be that all of this was already within the youth's expectations? A devil core was exchanged for a map, but it also left behind a seed of disaster. Whoever had the devil core would become the common enemy of the other three. They wished that they could cut Boss Tai into 8 pieces and then snatch the devil core into their hands. Killing each other in order to obtain cultivation resources, they did not hesitate to leave the northern demon region with their companions. This kind of thing could not be more common. In this world where only the strong were respected, obtaining great strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength would one not become someone else's cannon fodder. Only then would one not become a strand of soul under the hands of the strong. Without any suspense, a great battle suddenly erupted. However, Boss Tai was fighting 1 against 3 and was at an absolute disadvantage. He wasn't a match for those 3 at all. Very quickly, he was injured and fled, while the other 3 chased after him. There was nothing much to say. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The people of the demon path believed that the strong were respected. If they couldn't win, then running away was not a shameful act. No one looked at the flaming red corpse of the strange beast that was tossed to the side. They had completely forgotten the reason why they entered the lost forest. Outside the forest, Gu Fei heard the sounds of fighting and shouting coming from behind him. He smiled and was about to leave when, suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he turned around and looked towards the horizon. He could vaguely see a black dot on the horizon. This black dot was moving towards him. Gu Fei's complexion immediately changed. He turned around and dove into the forest. A loud and clear eagle cry came from the horizon. The black dot rapidly grew larger, revealing itself to be a giant black eagle. Its black feathers were faintly suffused with a layer of black light as it rapidly approached the forest. When that giant black eagle flew over the forest, Gu Fei was already 20 to 30 miles away. He wasn't aimlessly moving forward. He was heading towards Hongyu City. Boss Tai's jade slip map clearly indicated the topography of the northern demon region, the danger zones that couldn't be set foot in, the towns and cities where humans lived. Of course, there was also something that Gu Fei desperately wanted to know: the path to leave the northern demon region. Hongyu City was one of the 9 ancient giant cities in the northern demon region. No one knew who built these 9 giant cities in the Demon region, nor did anyone know the origins of these 9 giant cities. They were ancient and had experienced the vicissitudes of time. They still stood tall after countless years. It was as if they had already stood on the earth since the beginning of the world. In the northern Demon region, more than 90% of the humans lived in these 9 ancient cities. Of course, the residents of the cities were mostly ordinary people. Gu Fei wasn't going to congratulate the father of Hongyu City's city lord for his 500th birthday. The reason why he decided to go to Hongyu City was because it was a path that Gu Fei had to pass through. After expelling the great Yin Devil Qi that had invaded his body, Gu Fei's Yuan Qi had recovered. However, he knew that he had not completely shaken off the tail behind him. No one could compare to Gu Fei, who had grown up in the mountains, in terms of experience in the forest. He could do it without leaving any traces behind. However, it had to be said that the barbarian dogs raised by the demonic sects weren't just for decoration. These barbarian dogs were definitely natural beasts that tracked people. No matter how careful Gu Fei was, the barbarian dogs were still able to detect his tracks. The people from the 6 demonic paths palace chased after him from afar. Gu Fei tried all sorts of methods, but it seemed like he couldn't shake off the pursuers. However, Gu Fei's methods weren't completely useless. At the very least, they slowed down the pursuers' speed. After walking through the forest for about 300 li, Gu Fei finally exited the lost, desolate forest. Once he exited the lost, desolate forest, the vegetation around him became sparse. After leaving the lost, desolate forest and walking for about 10 kilometers, Gu Fei realized that the vegetation around him was decreasing. Tall trees were already very rare. All he could see were some short shrubs. Everywhere he looked, he could see withered weeds and the hard, dark brown soil under his feet. The soil seemed to have been soaked in countless amounts of blood, like dried bloodstains. After walking for about 30 to 40 kilometers, he couldn't see a single decent tree. Even the short shrubs had begun to sparse. Not only that, Gu Fei also realized that the temperature around him was getting colder and colder after he walked out of the lost, desolate forest. At this time, he could already feel the cold wind blowing. After leaving the lost, desolate forest, there was actually a barren land in front of him. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. If he walked in such an open area, it would be very easy for the pursuers behind him to catch up to him. Gu Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He took large strides and rushed forward. A 5-colored radiance came out of his body and blocked the cold air. It was as if he had turned into a 5-colored rainbow that cut through the dark brown ground. 8 steps of extreme speed allowed Gu Fei to run as if he was flying, and in an instant he was already far away. After half an hour of running on the dark brown ground, Gu Fei estimated that he had already run 300 to 400 kilometers. Then, Gu Fei soon discovered a town standing on the horizon in front of him. He knew that this was not the Crimson Moon city marked on the map, but a small town, a transit station for entering and exiting the lost, desolate forest. Those who went to the lost, desolate forest, or those who came out of the lost, desolate forest, would rest in this small town for a while before continuing on their journey. Soon, Gu Fei arrived outside the town. This was a small town built with black stones and dark brown mud bricks. When Gu Fei appeared outside the town, the 2 barbarian dogs lying on the archway outside the town's entrance raised their ferocious heads and glared fiercely at Gu Fei. At this time, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the town. The 2 barbarian dogs immediately stood up from the archway and ran into the town. There's a town. Gu Fei looked at the 3 words on the archway and couldn't help but smile. The name of this town was really special. It seemed that within a radius of several hundred kilometers, there really was only one town. Chapter 285. The sun was setting in the west. Of course, in the northern devil domain, one could not see the sunset. The sun only showed a rough outline on the western horizon. Gu Fei walked into this. There is a town. He saw that the houses on both sides of the road were very simple. However, there were all kinds of shops. Gu Fei even saw a weapon shop. The weapons of cultivators were, of course, different. They were weapons that contained magical power fluctuations. They were suitable for those low-level devil cultivators in the self-awakening realm. High-level cultivators had their own magic weapons, but they did not look at these weapons that were only slightly more powerful than ordinary weapons. There were not many people walking on the street. Those people saw a stranger appear in the town, but they did not seem to find it strange, nor did they have any surprised expressions. On the western horizon, a burning cloud reflected the world red, like a red-hot iron. The town seemed to be covered with a thin layer of red gauze. Gu Fei came to the only inn in the town. Here, there were more people. Gu Fei noticed that the people coming in and out of the inn were all wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. They were fully armed. These low-level Devil Dao cultivators all wanted to go to the lost, desolate forest to try their luck. If their luck was good, they might be able to hunt a rare strange beast or pick a heaven-earth spirit herb, which would be enough to cover their expenses for several years. Gu Fei did not enter the inn. He knew that soon those trackers behind him would follow his tracks and come to this town. He did not want to stay in this town. Gu Fei directly passed through the town. However, just as Gu Fei was about to walk out of the town, two figures suddenly appeared on the street in front of him and rushed towards him. Gu Fei was suddenly startled. He could not help but feel a little surprised. In an instant, he felt a strong hostility from the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Two devil masters. When Gu Fei felt the strong aura from the other party, Gu Fei's pupils immediately shrank. He stopped in his tracks. The people chasing after him would definitely not be able to catch up to him in time, because they would not be able to tell which direction he was heading in. In that case, there was only one explanation, and that was that those people had already sent out a message and used the manpower within a 1,000-mile radius to cast an invisible net to deal with him. Gu Fei was like a fish that had escaped the net, and now he had crashed into the enemy's big net. The two devil masters who were approaching Gu Fei stopped 3 zhang away from Gu Fei and stared coldly at Gu Fei. The streets of the small town were quite wide. Gu Fei and the two demon masters in front of him stood opposite each other. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces, neither daring to underestimate the other. "You are Gu Fei?" one of the yellow-haired middle-aged men said coldly, and he didn't conceal the dense, killing intent in his tone. "Humph! You are that Chu Ji's lackeys?" Gu Fei asked with a cold smile. They had skills, but they were willing to be someone else's lackeys. Gu Fei was very disdainful of these two fellows who blocked his way. When the two demon masters heard this, they immediately flew into a rage and shouted together, "How dare you? Is the name of our young master something that people like you can call out?" "I called him out. So what?" Gu Fei directly looked down on the two fellows in front of him. "Then you can go to hell." The furious yellow-haired, middle-aged man shouted and directly attacked Gu Fei. As he waved his hands, a deathly gray demonic light immediately appeared from his hands and slashed at Gu Fei. A terrifying and gloomy aura of death immediately filled the air. This was the death light blade that emitted a dense aura of death. Without saying anything else, the other devil master also made his move. A vast amount of magic power surged out of his body. A stone shrouded in black qi flew out of his body and smashed towards Gu Fei. When the black stone flew out, it was only the size of a fist, but when it smashed towards Gu Fei, It instantly became the size of a house and smashed towards Gu Fei's head. As the black chi curled around the huge demon stone, there seemed to be countless fierce demons roaring and struggling, causing Gu Fei to feel endless pressure. Golden Fist! Gu Fei took a step forward and shouted as he blasted his fist forward. A dazzling golden light surged forward like a golden wave. In an instant, it collided with the countless deathly gray light blades of the yellow-haired demon master. There was a burst of sound of wind and thunder, and the death light blades all collapsed in the golden light. At the same time, Gu Fei's left hand formed a seal and smashed towards the demon stone that was emitting a strong spiritual power fluctuation. Bang! The demon stone directly flew away. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. After resolving the attacks of the two demon masters, he directly strode forward, causing the two demon masters to be inexplicably shocked. They never thought that Gu Fei's strength would be so strong. Buzz! A sword cry sounded, and a 5-colored sword light condensed in Gu Fei's hand. That wasn't a sword soul, it was a sword chi condensed by Gu Fei's 5-elemental yuan chi. Although this 5-colored sword light wasn't a true divine weapon, it was condensed into a solid form and emitted waves of powerful sword chi. It wasn't inferior to a true divine weapon by much. Kill! Gu Fei took a big step forward, and the 5-colored sword light in his hand slashed towards the two demon masters. For a moment, the street was filled with sword chi. Gu Fei fought against two transcending mortality realm devil cultivators by himself. He was fearless, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. This was a violent collision between a martial skill and a divine art. The sword light in Gu Fei's hand shattered the deathly light blades of the death light blades. He then used the 5-elemental annihilation seal to bombard the demon stone that was shrouded in devil chi. The fierce battle that erupted on the street immediately alerted everyone in the small town. Everyone was attracted by the battle and watched from afar. Gu Fei had successfully resisted the joint attack of the two demon masters. He knew that he wouldn't lose, so he slowly relaxed his mind. Unknowingly, he was gradually immersed in a mysterious realm of martial Tao. It was rare for him to meet an evenly matched opponent. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind, only the pursuit of martial Tao. The 5-colored sword light in his hand not only emitted unparalleled sword chi, but also the martial intent in his heart. The dazzling sword light gradually changed from 5 colors to gold, green, water blue, fiery red, and earth gray. The power of the 5-elemental yuan chi was constantly changing. The multifarious and ever-changing sword light was like a rainbow crisscrossing in all directions. The unparalleled sword chi produced a piercing sound. Perhaps even Gu Fei himself would never have thought that, at this moment, he had entered a state of selflessness. In his mind, there was only pure comprehension of the profound meaning of martial Tao. Many seemingly right but wrong martial Tao problems that he had encountered due to the improvement of his cultivation were gradually becoming clearer as the 5-elemental yuan chi in Gu Fei's body circulated and the 5-elemental sword in his hand was brandishing. Gu Fei's body emitted a faintly discernible 5-colored chi. The sword light that condensed in his hand was getting stronger and stronger. He was surrounded by a colorful light. Vaguely, it seemed that other than the sword light in Gu Fei's hand, there were also 4 hazy sword shadows around him. An even more profound martial Tao battle skill in the ancient cultivation method was gradually being comprehended by him and then mastered. The profound meaning of the martial Tao battle skill flowed from his hand. The two demon masters surrounding him turned pale. They were both transcending mortality, realm cultivators. How could they not understand Gu Fei's current state? The two demon masters knew that Gu Fei was already immersed in a mysterious martial realm. It was extremely likely that he would make a breakthrough during the battle. This was not a good sign. They did not dare to hold back anymore. They attacked with all their strength. The demon stone emitted an endless amount of demon qi, covering the heaven and earth. Within the demon qi, the demon stone emitted a demonic light. It became the size of a small mountain and continuously bombarded Gu Fei. A part of the void was shaken by the terrifying power emitted by the demon stone. Rumble! The houses on both sides of the street were affected. They collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust filled the air. The other demon masters shot out terrifying death light blades. They tore through the void and unceasingly slashed towards Gu Fei. The two great demon masters attacked with their full strength, erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations that caused the entire town to shake. The spectators in the distance were terrified. They were constantly forced to retreat even further away by the shock waves that came from the battle. However, the stronger their attacks were, the fiercer Gu Fei's counterattack became. It was still a stalemate. The two demon masters were unable to gain the upper hand. This continued for nearly half an hour. The more the two demon masters fought, the more afraid they became. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. They knew that they could not let Gu Fei continue. They must destroy his mysterious state. The yellow-haired devil master's long, dark yellow hair danced wildly in the wind. He crazily urged the magic power in his body, and the energy of the spell surged out from his body. Then, with a flash of light, a dark gray death light blade appeared and slashed at Gu Fei from all directions. Every blade of death was 50 to 60 feet long and exuded a heart-palpitating aura of death. There were at least 1,000 of them, and such a terrifying spell technique sent bursts of terrifying energy fluctuations through the air. It was as if this part of the world had been sliced into thousands of pieces. As for the other demon master, he soared into the sky and leaped onto the mountain-sized demon stone that was emitting a terrifying demonic aura that blotted out the sky. He rode the demon stone and smashed it towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demon stone descended from the sky like a primordial demon mountain. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth trembled, emitting a muffled, thunderous sound. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Its power was astonishing. The terrifying attack from all directions, and the sky was like a raging sea. It crazily rushed towards Gu Fei. It was like a terrible destructive storm. It wanted to completely obliterate Gu Fei. Chapter 286. Facing such an attack, Gu Fei did not seem to care at all. He still did not show any signs of leaving the martial realm, and was still immersed in that miraculous realm of martial arts. However, the pressure from the outside world caused some changes in Gu Fei's body. The 5 elements, Yuan Qi, in his body began to circulate faster, like a surging Yangtze River, like a torrential river. The warrior's Yuan Qi seeped out of his body, and the 5-colored aura on his body became stronger and stronger. The 4 illusory sword shadows in the aura around his body began to become clear. Then, the sword light in his hand also flew out and circled around his body. Gold, green, water blue, fiery red, earth gray, 5 sword shadows, 5 colors, 5 types of energy fluctuations, representing the 5 elements of heaven and earth, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 types of sword qi. As the death light blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over from all directions, Gu Fei's hands drew out a series of profound marks. The 5 sword shadows released an unparalleled sword qi, continuously slashing out. The blazing sword light was like a rainbow that shot out in all directions. Not only did it cause the thousands of death light blades that were slashing towards him to become unrecognizable, they all dissipated in the air and even went against the sky. The sword light sliced through the air and sent the demon stone that was like an ancient demon mountain smashing down, along with the demon master that was standing on top of the demon stone, flying high into the sky. Gu Fei's black hair danced in the wind. He roared towards the sky, his long sword pointing towards the sky. The 5 faint and illusory sword shadows around him exploded with sword chi that soared into the sky, with the power to pierce through the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon master that was sent flying high into the sky was instantly chased by the 5 sword shadows, pierced through his body, and fell to the ground. A ball of fist-sized blood-red light rushed out from the demon master's corpse and rose into the sky. Within the red light, one could vaguely see a blood-red demon core wrapped around it. The primordial spirit of a transcending mortality realm expert had already solidified and was not easy to disperse. Only destroying his body could not be considered as truly killing the demon master. Gu Fei extended his hand, and a palm of light rushed out, grabbing the devil core that was trying to escape into the sky, and imprisoned it. The yellow-haired devil master turned pale with fright. From the beginning until now, not even an hour had passed. Not only was Gu Fei becoming more and more courageous, but he had also defeated his comrade in an instant. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Gu Fei used his qi to disperse the primordial spirit that was attached to the devil core, immediately causing the devil master's soul to scatter. Then he put the devil core that was flickering with a demonic blood light like an agate into his storage bag. At this moment, the demon stone that had been sent flying shrank to the size of a fist, perhaps due to the death of its owner. The demon chi that blotted out the sky also disappeared into the demon stone. A magic treasure of the demonic path. Gu Fei extended his hand again, and the fist-sized demon stone was also captured, and he put it into his storage bag. He had experienced the power of this demon stone before, and it was a pretty good demon Dao treasure. The spectators who saw this scene from afar could not help but feel envious. That was a transcending mortality realm devil Dao cultivator, and he was killed just like that. This person was really audacious. He actually dared to kill someone in public, steal their demon core, and steal their treasure. He was really crazy. What Gu Fei didn't know was that his actions had already caused the people in the town to associate him with the fiendish great devil of the devil Dao who'd witnessed this scene. 5 hazy sword shadows flew around Gu Fei's body, emitting waves of powerful 5 elemental sword chi. He took big steps forward, and with every step he took, the earth trembled. His unparalleled aura caused the expression of the yellow-haired devil master to change again and again. Without any words, Gu Fei stretched out his hand, and a golden sword shadow appeared beside him. Then he waved his sword, and the sword broke through the void. The golden sword shadow turned into a bright sword light that was 2 feet long, and it slashed towards the yellow-haired devil master. The unparalleled sword chi seemed to have triggered the power of the metal element in the void, and it emitted a great pressure, causing the devil master to feel a great pressure. The yellow-haired devil master braced himself and shot out a deathly light blade of death to meet the sword light. The deathly gray light blade of death collided with the dazzling sword light. The first light blade of death collided with the sword light, but it was dispersed in an instant. The golden sword light also dimmed a lot, but it still rushed forward. The devil master was shocked, and he shot out a second light blade of death, a third, and a fourth light blade of death. Only then did the dazzling golden light explode and collapse in the void. However, at this time, Gu Fei once again took the water-blue sword shadow that was flying around him into his hand, and then he directly slashed at the devil master. In an instant, the vast and mighty aqua-blue sword shadow tore through the void and silently slashed towards the demon master, forcing him to once again unleash the blade of death to resist the sharp sword light that was slashing towards him. At the same time, a hazy golden sword shadow appeared in the dazzling five-colored light around Gu Fei. This was the sword shadow formed by the metal sword Qi, and it was the external form of the martial intent that Gu Fei was comprehending. It could be said that as long as the martial intent was not extinguished, the five sword shadows around him would not truly disappear. The five-elemental sword Qi was condensed from the five-elemental Yuan Qi that surged in his body. The Devil Master was at an absolute disadvantage. After shattering the metal sword light, the water sword slashed in front of him. Endless deathly aura condensed into a death blade of death, and it continuously attacked. The unparalleled sword light forced the Devil Master to retreat again and again, and it was obvious that he was going to lose. When the Devil Master defeated the water sword light that Gu Fei had shot out, he was already 10 feet away, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei took a big step forward, and a fire-like sword shadow was drawn into his hand, and then he swung it out. At the same time, the water sword shadow appeared around him again. The fire sword light, as fast as lightning, turned into a fire dragon that emitted a terrifying heat and fiercely pounced towards the Devil Master, who had just stabilized his body. At this time, the Devil Master already knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, and he raised his hand to shoot out a death blade of death, and his body quickly retreated. Want to escape? Gu Fei couldn't help but sneer. In the instant that the Devil Master flew back, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and rushed forward like the wind and lightning. 8 extreme steps. Among the practitioners of the same level, Gu Fei's speed was comparable to that of many. He instantly closed in on the Devil Master. The wood sword shadow and the gray earth sword shadow were drawn into his hands in an instant, and he swung them forward at the same time. The sword Qi surged, and the power of the 5 elements gathered together. The sword light seemed to have escaped into the void, and as if it could break through the void, it seemed to ignore the distance of space, and suddenly appeared in front of the retreating Devil Master. Without any suspense, the fire elemental sword ray had already caused the Demon Master to panic. Now that Gu Fei's wood elemental sword ray and earth elemental sword ray appeared, the Demon Master was unable to resist and was pierced by the sword ray. In the next moment, boom! With a loud sound, his whole body exploded, and his bones were smashed into pieces. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist and floated in the void. 2 sword lights rushed out of the blood mist and flew back to Gu Fei. The 5 sword shadows all disappeared into Gu Fei's body. He had already woken up from that wonderful martial state and saw a gray death aura wrapped around a devil core rushing to the sky and flying out of the town. Shwa! Gu Fei didn't think too much and used the 8 desolate steps, showing his extreme speed, and chased after the devil core that was emitting a cold death aura. The devil core that was controlled by the Devil Master's Yuan spirit rushed out of the town, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky and disappeared into the dark sky. Yuan spirit transformation, thousands of miles away, so fast. Gu Fei chased out of the town and could only see a gray shadow flash in the sky, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The Yuan spirit was different from the body, and the Yuan spirit formed by the Ascended Mortality Realm Devil Master was attached to the Devil Core, and it was like a second life. The primordial spirit of the yellow-haired Devil Master was far more powerful than the primordial spirit of the Devil Master that Gu Fei had killed with lightning speed. This yellow-haired Devil Master's cultivation should be at the peak of the 5th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm, and his powerful Yuan spirit allowed him to escape from Gu Fei. If it was a Devil Master at the 4th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Gu Fei. There was a huge difference between the 5th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm and the 4th sky of the Ascended Mortality Realm. A Devil Master at the 5th sky of the Ascended Mortality realm wasn't just a little bit stronger than a devil master at the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm. However, it was a pity that their opponent was Gu Fei. As one's cultivation increased, the advantage of a cultivator started to show. Gu Fei was only at the peak of the third sky of the ascended mortality realm, but he was able to kill a devil master at the fourth sky of the ascended mortality realm, and force a devil master at the fifth sky of the ascended mortality realm to escape with only the devil core. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious the difference between Gu Fei and other cultivators. Within the same level, there was probably no one that could be his opponent. His opponents were those at the fourth or fifth sky of the ascended mortality realm. As he continued to break through the shackles of cultivation, he came into contact with even more profound martial arts realms. Gu Fei grew more and more confident. The path of martial arts was definitely not inferior to any other cultivation system. Outside the town, there were 7 or 8 devil cultivators in black, blocking the way in and out of the town. The moment they saw Gu Fei rush out of the town, they immediately scattered in all directions. Gu Fei swept his gaze across these people and realized that they were all low-level devil cultivators. He didn't attack them at all. However, he knew that the experts from the 6 Devil Paths Palace would arrive soon. News of what happened here had already spread, and the experts from the 6 Devil Paths Palace were probably already on their way here. Gu Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He directly strode towards the east. He wanted the people in the town to see him heading east. After running for 100 miles, the town was long out of his sight. Gu Fei then turned south, heading towards the Red Moon City. This was the simplest method he used to confuse his pursuers. Chapter 287. There was one town where the people were undoubtedly lucky. The madman who dared to kill people and take their devil cores and magic weapons in front of everyone didn't do anything crazy like slaughtering the whole town. Instead, he directly left. In the eyes of the townspeople, those vicious and evil devils would always leave no survivors wherever they went. It was not as if they had never massacred a village or even a town before. These great devils were unscrupulous and did things according to their own whims. It could be said that people were afraid when they saw them, ghosts were worried when they saw them, and demons were frightened when they saw them. However, when Gu Fei left, the people in the town just breathed a sigh of relief. From the direction of the Lost Forest, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura suddenly came. Everyone in the town was alarmed again. They felt that the powerful aura was quickly approaching the town. Outside the town, a black shadow flew over from the north. Soon, a tall figure with heavy devil chi surging around his body appeared in the sky above the town. The devil chi was vast and mighty, as if the night had suddenly fallen. The monstrous devil chi covered the sky above the town, and the sun couldn't be seen. Terrifying fluctuations came down from the devil cloud. Everyone in the town suddenly trembled with fear. What day was today? Usually, it was rare to see an expert. Why did he suddenly jump out one after another? The people in the town were alarmed. A depressing feeling of not being able to control their own fate welled up in their hearts. This was the cruel reality. Only the strong could control their own fate and not be manipulated by others. But the fate of the weak was controlled by the hands of the strong. The life and death of the weak was just in the thoughts of the strong. Very soon, the demonic path powerhouse in the sky above the small town noticed the corpse of the demon master who had been killed by Gu Fei on the streets of the small town. Roar! An angry roar resounded in the demonic clouds, and the sound waves surged in all directions. The small town below began to tremble. Those with weaker cultivations had long since turned pale and collapsed to the ground. The terrifying pressure that descended from the sky caused them to be unable to straighten their backs. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Even Wang Ji and the others can't stop him? Interesting. A gigantic demonic shadow appeared in the churning demonic clouds, and there was a hint of madness in the chilling voice that came from the demonic clouds. At this moment, a gray light flashed in the distant sky, quickly approaching the small town. The demonic shadow standing on the demonic cloud immediately sensed something strange the moment the gray light appeared. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from the demonic shadow's head and swept towards the gray light that was rapidly flying towards it. Not long after, the ball of gray light flew close. The ball of gray light was only the size of a fist, and it gave off a powerful aura of death. It was the light of death. In the gray light, there was a pearl that shone with the light of death. It was the essence soul fiend core of the yellow-haired fiend master who had escaped from Gu Fei's hands. Wang Ji, what's going on? Why have you become like this? The huge illusory demonic figure on the demonic clouds said in a sinister tone. His loud voice spread out and could be heard clearly for dozens of li. Wang Ji, isn't that an expert from the Six Paths Demon Palace? Someone in the town recognized the person the demonic shadow was talking about. The people from the Six Paths Demon Palace seemed to be chasing after that madman. I wonder where that person came from. He actually made the Six Paths Demon Palace send out a void-controlling realm demon general to kill him. The people in the town were used to seeing all kinds of people in the lost, desolate forest. They were also very knowledgeable. In an instant, someone could vaguely guess what had happened. Greetings, Third Young Master. In reply to Third Young Master, we seem to have underestimated the opponent's strength. A strong soul wave came from the gray light. The Devil Master from the Six Paths Demon Palace called Wang. She was communicating with the void-controlling realm demon general in the Devil Cloud through soul waves. This was the most direct form of communication, and was many times more convenient than speaking. Underestimated the opponent. A surprised voice came from the Devil Cloud. Yes, that person's strength is probably above the fifth heaven of Devil Master. The guy called Wang, she said. Through the soul waves, one could clearly feel the fear that came from the soul. I thought it was going to be a boring hunt. Very well. I want to see what kind of person can make even the boss suffer such a big loss. The person in the Devil Cloud seemed to be very excited. He treated the matter of chasing after Gu Fei as a hunt. He treated it as a game. No one thought that a young transcending mortality realm cultivator would have a chance of survival under the pursuit of a void-controlling realm demon general. There was no comparison between a void-controlling realm expert and a transcending mortality realm cultivator. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Third Young Master, please take revenge for your subordinates. Devil Master Wang, she said fiercely. Gu Fei had destroyed his physical body, causing him to suffer a great loss of vitality. He wanted to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Wang Ji, I will take revenge for you. The voice that came from the Devil Cloud suddenly turned cold. Thank you. Spare my life. From the deathly gray light, a horrified soul wave suddenly came out. Then, the surging devil chi in the sky actually condensed into a big mouth, swallowing the deathly gray light. Since you have lost your physical body, what's the use of keeping you alive? Coincidentally, I have fought with that demon dragon for a day and a night, consuming a lot of vitality. It is your honor to refine you into a part of my power. Such words came out from the Devil Cloud. The people in the town couldn't help but be frightened. The guy outside was even more ruthless and terrifying than the madman who just left and stole the devil pill and magic treasures. The people in the town all felt the soul wave of Devil Master Wang Ji and knew what was happening outside. Everyone couldn't help but be alarmed, afraid that the person in the sky outside would attack them. It was no wonder that they were so frightened. A person who could even kill his subordinates. The lives of the people in the town were even less than ants to this terrifying devil. The devil expert in the sky above the town was extremely cruel and merciless. That devil master Wang. She was also unlucky to have met this terrifying master and ended up in a pitiful state. The devil general in the void-controlling realm had already condensed a devil infant. He had all kinds of divine abilities and powerful soul power. He directly searched Devil Master Wang Ji's primordial spirit and read his memories. Very quickly, the devil general in the devil cloud knew what happened in the town. Then, he rode the devil cloud and flew towards the east. In Devil Master Wang Ji's memory, Gu Fei was flying towards the east. The terrifying soul wave quickly went far away. The people in the town finally let out a sigh of relief. They gradually calmed down the fear in their hearts and then came out from their hiding place. On the empty street, people began to walk again. Those damn guys are finally gone. This old man was almost scared to death. A white-haired old man with a goatee on his chin looked in the direction where the devil cloud disappeared and said with lingering fear, "Even the devil general has been mobilized. Is the devil domain going to be chaotic again?" Someone said worriedly, "If those big figures were to clash, in the end, we, the low-level cultivators, would be the unlucky ones." Someone sighed helplessly. Just when everyone thought that the crisis was over, the skinny old man with a goatee on his chin suddenly jumped up from the ground like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on. "Damn it, don't let me live." The little old man let out a strange cry and rushed into the house. With a bang, he slammed the door. This little old man's action was definitely several times faster than a rabbit's. After everyone saw the little old man's action, they were stunned for a moment. Then, someone quickly noticed something strange. Someone pointed in the direction of the lost, desolate forest and exclaimed in fright, What is that?" That person's voice trembled as he stuttered. "What?" The people on the street looked in the direction of the frightened man's finger. Then, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Then, whoosh! With a bang, the street was once again empty. These guys' movements could be described as fast as lightning. At this time, several powerful auras came from the direction of the lost forest. 7 or 8 shadows appeared in the distant sky and quickly moved towards a town. Needless to say, there were experts coming towards a town. The people in the town once again looked for a place to hide. Those guys they couldn't afford to provoke, but they could afford to hide. Those 7 or 8 shadows quickly approached the town. They were actually 7 or 8 giant black eagles. On the back of 5 of the giant eagles, there were 5 vague figures. There were experts coming on the eagles. It was no wonder that the people in the town immediately looked for a place to hide. It had to be said that the northern devil region was really big. The barren land spanned thousands of miles and seemed to be vast and boundless. The demonic nature that affected people's state of mind seemed to be everywhere. If one stayed here for a long time, they would definitely be in danger of being possessed by the devil. However, this was a paradise for devil cultivators. In the Tung Long continent, there was no place like the northern devil region, which was suitable for devil cultivators to cultivate. Gu Fei passed through the endless barren land, crossed a stretch of low thorns and shrubs, and finally came to the vicinity of the Hongyu city. It was very strange. In the area of 1,000 miles around the Hongyu city, lush vegetation began to appear. The demonic nature that disturbed people's state of mind also disappeared, and the temperature became mild. It seemed that there was a force that blocked the demonic nature and the cold in the northern devil region. Gu Fei saw a forest, and in the forest he saw many animals walking in the woodland. Standing on a hillside, the fragrance of grass and trees hit his face. The scene in front of him shocked Gu Fei. It was an oasis that suddenly appeared in the middle of the barren land. The area of 1,000 miles around the Hongyu city gave Gu Fei a strange feeling, as if it had become a world of its own. Gu Fei continued to move forward. After passing through the dense forest, a huge city appeared in front of him, under the night sky. The huge black city in front of him was like a prehistoric beast entrenched between the heavens and the earth, giving people a feeling of extreme shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 288. The majestic Crimson Moon City had clearly experienced countless years and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. The city walls were tall and thick, reaching 200 feet high. The city walls were wide enough for 5 or 6 carriages to run side by side. The moat was 250 to 600 feet wide and over 100 feet deep. There were aquatic plants and floating lotuses within, and from time to time, there would be shoals of fish swimming about. But if one looked closely, they could see giant black shadows appearing and disappearing in the water. Without a doubt, Crimson Moon City was a grand and magnificent ancient city within the northern Demon region. Even in the densely populated Central Plains, such a giant city was absolutely rare. This is Crimson Moon City. Looking at the giant city in front of him, Gu Fei hesitated for a moment and then walked forward. At this time, it was already late at night. The dusky world gave off an oppressive feeling that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if in the darkness, there were countless demons staring at them. Only the giant city in front of him shined with light. It was like a bright pearl in the darkness, so eye-catching and dazzling. Although it was right in front of him, Gu Fei was still at least 40 to 50 miles away from Crimson Moon City. He also needed to pass through a dense forest. In the dark of night, it was completely silent. Only the faint sounds of people could be heard coming from Crimson Moon City in front of him. No one was willing to walk out of Crimson Moon City in the dark of night, and no one was willing to walk in the dark of the northern Demon region. This was because in the dark brown barren land, demonic beasts would occasionally take advantage of the darkness to move about, searching for food. The demonic beasts were not the most dangerous factor. The most dangerous factor was the people, especially the vicious and evil demonic cultivators. In the northern Demon region, there was such a type of existence. They would come out in the dark of night and attack other demonic cultivators that were alone, hunting them and seizing their useful things. These people often appeared in the area outside of the giant city. They were dangerous hunters, but they weren't hunting vicious beasts, but other demonic cultivators, obtaining what they needed from their prey. When Gu Fei walked into the dense forest, a sudden gust of wind blew past him. A demonic black tiger pounced out from the forest without warning. This black tiger was 4 meters long, and its entire body was covered in pitch black fur that seemed to shine with a glossy black light. Roar! The black tiger roared, and the forest shook. Chaotic sounds came from the forest. The tiger's roar startled the countless birds that were resting in the forest. Tigers were the kings of the forest. However, in the Tunglong continent, there were many ferocious beasts that were more powerful than tigers. Moreover, this black tiger had not reached the level of a ferocious beast. "You're courting death." Gu Fei stretched out his hand, and a golden sword shadow immediately appeared in his hand. At this moment, the unlucky black tiger suddenly squatted down. Then, with a hoo sound, it leaped up from the ground and fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei gently waved his hand, and a golden light shot out. Swish! The ferocious tiger that was pouncing over was split into 2 halves in the air. Blood splattered everywhere, and the mutilated corpse fell to the ground. After killing the ferocious tiger, Gu Fei was about to continue forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the depths of the forest. In the dusky forest, where one could not even see their own fingers, Gu Fei's eyes lit up like two cold stars. It was as if he could see through the void and see the things in the depths of the forest. Immediately after, a slight sound came from the forest in front of him, as if something was quickly approaching him. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw 3 black figures walk out of the forest like ghosts. When Gu Fei saw these 3 fellows who were completely wrapped in black robes, revealing only a pair of blue demonic eyes, his pupils involuntarily shrank. They walked through the forest as if they were flying, yet they only made slight, almost negligible sounds. These 3 people's cultivation levels were not low. Could they be the minions of the 6 demonic path palace? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's body suddenly emitted a chilling, killing intent, following which a faint layer of 5-colored light appeared on his body, and an obscure yet powerful energy wave spread out from his body. When the 3 black-robed men who walked out of the dense forest saw this scene, their blue eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. "Network, brother, do you know that the black tiger you killed was raised by us?" The black-robed man, who seemed to be the leader, said in a low voice. His blue eyes that were exposed outside the black robe stared at Gu Fei's face. "So, what if it was raised by you?" Gu Fei said indifferently, his face expressionless. "First sky of the transcending mortality realm. 3rd sky of the transcending mortality realm." Gu Fei was slightly shocked. Among the 3 fellows in front of him, the lowest cultivation level was at the 1st sky of the transcending mortality realm, and one of them had actually reached the 3rd sky of the transcending mortality realm. This was a demonic master level cultivator. A demonic master level cultivator at the transcending mortality realm could already be considered an expert in the extreme North Demon region. Red Moon City was so close. Could these people be from the city? From the words of the leader, Gu Fei already knew that these 3 black-robed demonic masters were clearly not on the same side as the people who were chasing him. If these people were the claws of the 6 Paths Demon Palace, they would have attacked him the moment they saw him. They definitely wouldn't have said anything to him, because they were already enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. Nothing much. Put down the magic treasure pouch on your waist and scram. Another black-robed demonic master said. He seemed to be very unhappy. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Although he couldn't see the expressions of these 3 fellows under the black robes, from their tone, these 3 fellows were practically robbers. This was the first time he had met a demonic master-level robber. "What are you laughing at? We don't need you to pay with your life. You're already very lucky." The 3rd black-robed demonic master seemed to be a little impatient at this point. His eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke coldly. Gu Fei wasn't a fool. These people were obviously afraid of him because they saw that he wasn't any weaker than them. That was why they were acting this way. If his cultivation was weaker than theirs, these 3 fellows would have already attacked him. They wouldn't have spoken so much nonsense. He had only killed a black tiger that couldn't even be considered a wild beast, but they actually wanted him to leave his storage pouch. Did these 3 fellows really think that they had him for sure? "If you want my things, you have to pay a price. Furthermore, this price is not something you can afford." Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't want to attack. This place was too close to Red Moon City. Gu Fei wanted these people to know when to retreat. If these 3 black-robed demonic masters were from one of the factions in Red Moon City, killing them would be very troublesome for him. Gu Fei didn't want to cause more trouble. Of course, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. "Kid, you're so arrogant." The black-robed demonic master was even more afraid of Gu Fei. In the face of 3 demonic masters, this young man was still so calm. It really made them feel uneasy. In the extreme North Demonic region, there was only the strong and the weak. Could it be that this young man in front of them was a hidden expert? He was so young, but it didn't seem like it. Gu Fei, who cultivated the ancient martial arts cultivation method, had his physical body as the source of his power. As long as he deliberately suppressed his cultivation base, even a void-controlling realm great cultivator would not be able to see through him. At this moment, Gu Fei only displayed the cultivation of the second heaven of transcending mortality realm. Even so, it was enough to make the 3 black-robed demonic masters very afraid. The reason why they didn't directly deal with Gu Fei was because they didn't have the confidence to kill Gu Fei in an instant. If they were to fight, it would definitely alarm the experts in Red Moon City. These 3 black-robed demonic masters were the hunters that those low-level demonic cultivators would turn pale at the mention of. They roamed around every human settlement, specially hunting people like Gu Fei who were alone. However, this time they kicked an iron plate, and they didn't even know it. Boss, the black-robed demonic master, with the lowest cultivation, seemed to be a little anxious. He gave the black-robed demonic master a look. Swish! Without waiting for the black-robed demonic master to say anything, Gu Fei already rushed over with lightning speed. Since these people refused to retreat, then he could only kill them. Gu Fei left an afterimage in the dense forest as he struck out with a palm blade. It was as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly burst out in the forest. In the dazzling light, the trees collapsed one after another, and the wind blew violently. Gu Fei was a decisive person. Once he made up his mind, he immediately attacked. He didn't say anything else. He could already tell that these 3 people weren't good people. There was no doubt that he was at the peak of the 3rd sky of transcending mortality realm. The fierce blade light instantly enveloped the 3 black-robed demonic masters. Shit! The black-robed demonic master was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he had made a mistake. The person he was facing wasn't an ordinary demonic master of the transcending mortality realm. Roar! Under the blade light, the 3 black-robed demonic masters roared in anger and attacked at almost the same time. At this moment, they could feel Gu Fei's terrifying battle power. Wong! A sword light surrounded by demonic energy shot out from the demonic master's hand. With a piercing sound, it blocked in front of them. As for the other 2 devil masters, they each took out a devil flag. As they waved the devil flag, it seemed as if countless devils were rushing out from it. They let out heart-palpitating devil howls, and layers of devil chi surrounded the 3 of them. The other demonic master directly summoned a faint demonic soul, which pounced towards Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud sound, the trees in a radius of tens of feet were instantly destroyed. The terrifying energy that was released caused the ground to shake violently. The blade light that Gu Fei shot out shattered in the air, while the 3 black-robed demonic masters staggered back. The 3 of them, working together, seemed to have suffered a huge impact. Gu Fei strode forward and directly punched. His fist directly passed through the sword light in front of the black-robed demon master and directly hit the demon master's chest. Kacha-kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the demonic master's body. In the dark forest, the sound was extremely piercing. The black-robed demonic master didn't expect that Gu Fei would be able to ignore the sharpness of his demonic sword and heavily injure him. Furthermore, when his demonic sword landed on Gu Fei's arm, it was as if it had landed on a piece of godly metal. It didn't cause any damage to Gu Fei. Ah! The demonic master cried out in pain, his face contorted. Chapter 289. Gu Fei's punch seemed to be extremely powerful, but it was actually a hidden force. The force of the punch penetrated directly into the body of the black-robed Devil Master. Not only were his sternum broken, his internal organs were also turned to mush, and his vitality was instantly cut off. Because it was a hidden force, the violent force of the punch only exploded in the body of the black-robed Devil Master. It did not cause him to be sent flying. Just as the black-robed Devil Master was hit in the chest and screamed in pain, a palm had already silently pressed on his dantian. Gu Fei did not hesitate. The force of his palm instantly surged out, directly shattering the devil core in the Devil Master's dantian. The Devil Master did not even have time to think before he went limp. The other two Devil Masters were immediately frightened out of their wits by the scene in front of them. One of the Devil Masters unfolded the dark devil flag that was surrounded by devil chi. It wrapped around himself and turned into a surging devil chi. He rushed into the sky, trying to escape. The other Devil Master directly merged with the powerful devil soul that he had summoned. Terrifying energy waves immediately erupted in his body like a volcano. The black robe on his body instantly turned into ashes, revealing his true appearance. It was a young man who could be considered delicate and handsome. It's too late to escape now. If you had known this would happen, you should have retreated just now. Gu Fei laughed coldly. 5 faint sword shadows appeared in the colorful light outside his body. At this time, the Devil Master who had turned into a devil chi and rushed into the sky with the devil flag had already rushed out hundreds of feet away. Unhurriedly, Gu Fei pointed at the demonic aura that was escaping rapidly in the sky. A fire-like sword shadow immediately soared into the sky, as if it had shattered the void. It instantly caught up with the demonic aura that was as dark as ink in the sky. The fire elemental sword Chi directly pierced through the devil Chi. A shrill scream came from the devil Chi, and a spray of blood sprinkled from the sky. A broken devil flag, and 2 pieces of a corpse fell from the sky. With just one sword, Gu Fei instantly broke the Devil Master's Devil Dao magic treasure and killed him on the spot. Even the Essence Soul Devil Core did not escape. His body and soul were both destroyed. Roar! The Devil Master who had fused with the Devil's soul roared madly. His power had been raised to the extreme, and his entire body seemed to have expanded, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant with muscles as sturdy as a horned dragon. His clothes had already been torn to shreds, and frightening purplish-black demonic patterns appeared on his terrifying demonic body. A wild and violent aura swept out from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a peerless demon. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed when he saw this scene. Gu Fei discovered that among the 3 black-robed Devil Masters, the Devil Master with the lowest cultivation base, after fusing with the summoned Devil Soul, his strength actually skyrocketed. First firmament, second firmament, third firmament, all the way to the 4th firmament before the fiendish master's strength gradually stabilized and stopped rising. This was unbelievable. What kind of secret technique was this? Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was such a technique in this world that could raise a person's strength by 3 whole levels. What kind of concept was this? Within the same level, no one would be a match for him. If this guy's cultivation base was the same as Gu Fei's at the 3rd firmament of the Ascended Mortality realm, then if he used this secret technique, even Gu Fei wouldn't be a match for him. Roar! The mutated Devil Master roared towards the sky. The loud sound reverberated in all directions and could be heard clearly within a radius of 10 miles. On the tower of the Red Moon City, more than 10 black-armored city guards looked in the direction of the sound in shock. Then, a blood-red light flew out from the tower, turned in the air, and disappeared from the Red Moon City. In the dense forest, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from the mutated Devil Master. Who? the mutated Devil Master directly waved his fist and smashed it towards Gu Fei. He seemed to have gone mad, and his blood-red eyes emitted two frightening rays of blood-red light. "Come at me!" Gu Fei growled. He did not retreat, but instead he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist, meeting the mutated Devil Master's fist. Boom! Like two pieces of godly metal colliding, the two completely disproportionate fists instantly collided. This was the most direct and purest contest of strength. Faintly, a circle of transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the point where the two fists collided. In the next moment, the two figures instantly separated. The mighty power of destruction instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. Everything that had a shape was crushed into pieces. A deserted area that was dozens of feet in diameter appeared in the dense forest. The terrifying power that was released directly turned the forest into a part of the desert. It was a pity that the leader of the black-robed fiends, who had lost his vitality to Gu Fei's punch and had shattered his devil core with a single palm strike, did not even have the chance to let out a scream before he was reduced to a mist of blood by the vast and mighty destructive power and dissipated in the void. Buzz! As Gu Fei retreated, the 5 sword shadows around him vibrated at the same time, emitting an unparalleled sword chi fluctuation. Then, under the control of Gu Fei, the 5 sword lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot forward. This was the first time Gu Fei had used his full strength since he had comprehended the 5-element sword principle. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth was guided by the 5 sword lights. The sword lights shone brightly and chased after the mutated Devil Master, like a meteor chasing the moon. Without any suspense, the 5 sword lights were extremely fast. The mutated Devil Master could not dodge at all. In an instant, the 5 sword lights caught up with him and nailed him on the devil's body. The metal sword shadow emitted a dazzling golden light and nailed the mutated Devil Master between his eyebrows. The wood and fire sword shadows were nailed on the left and right sides of his chest. The fire sword shadow was nailed in the middle of his heart, and the earth sword light was nailed into his dantian. At this moment, Gu Fei stopped retreating and steadied himself. This series of actions happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint, and it was completed in an instant. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the 5 sword lights that had stabbed into the demon master's body immediately flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. Bang! At this moment, the mutant demon master that was sent flying heavily smashed into the ground. He slid on the ground for several feet before coming to a stop. His frightened face and widened eyes seemed to be expressing his unwillingness to admit defeat. How could a devil master with the strength of the 4th heaven be defeated so miserably? A wisp of black chi floated out from the sword hole in the middle of the devil master's eyebrows and condensed into an extremely faint figure. The figure seemed to be roaring and howling. Then a gust of wind blew past, and the faint silhouette immediately dissipated with the wind disappearing into the void. The corpse of the mutated Devil Master quickly withered. In the end, as if it had lost all its flesh and blood, the Devil Master's corpse became like a skeleton covered in human skin. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Fei looked around and saw a small sword surrounded by black devil chi stuck in the sand not far away. That devil sword was the weapon of the black-robed Devil Master. This devil weapon was only as long as a palm. Under the fierce attack, it was not damaged. It seemed to be of good quality. The leader of the Devil Masters was smashed to pieces, but he still left behind a small black cloth bag. It was a storage bag, also known as a magic treasure bag. Gu Fei found it nearby and took it. After that, Gu Fei also took the storage pouch of the Demon Master, who had controlled the demon flag, to transform into demon chi and escaped. Then, he pulled another storage pouch from the waist of the demon master who had transformed into demon chi. Originally, Gu Fei wanted to take the broken devil flag. However, the devil flag had been pierced by the sword chi, and the flag was almost broken into 2/3. This magic treasure of the devil path was obviously useless. Therefore, Gu Fei did not take the devil flag. After taking all the things that he thought were valuable, Gu Fei turned around and left without looking back. The hunter was the one being hunted. How ironic! As the saying goes, if you walk too much at night, you will also run into ghosts. This time, the 3 black-robed devil masters had kicked an iron plate and provoked someone they should not have provoked. This price was undoubtedly huge. So huge that they even lost their own lives and ended up in a miserable state of being annihilated in a puff of smoke. The battle between cultivators was extremely cruel, especially the battle between experts. The defeated party did not die in the ordinary sense. Instead, it was the most complete destruction, with both body and soul destroyed. Just as Gu Fei left, a few figures rushed out of the Red Moon City and headed in the direction of the strange fluctuations in the dense forest. Although the battle in the dense forest was very short, it still alarmed the experts of the Devil Path in the Red Moon City. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already walked far away. He walked out of the dense forest and arrived near the gate of the Red Moon City. He found that the city tower was brightly lit and there were soldiers in dark armor patrolling with spears in their hands. The atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. The tall and thick city gate was tightly shut, unless one directly crossed the tall city wall of the Red Moon City. It would be impossible to enter the Red Moon City. Gu Fei knew that in such a huge city, there were definitely experts guarding it. He did not want to alarm the experts of the Red Moon City, so he retreated into the dense forest. He stopped at the foot of a small hill in the forest and sat cross-legged under a large tree that would take several people to wrap their arms around. He did a simple count of the spoils of war. Gu Fei noticed that there were quite a lot of things in the storage pouches of the 3 black-robed devil masters. There were a lot of refining materials, various bottles and jars of pills, a few magical treasures, a few stalks of heaven and earth spirit herbs, and even a few scrolls. Different from the magic scrolls that sealed the power of spells, the scrolls all emitted the fluctuations of Devil Path power. They were scrolls made by people of the Devil Path. However, Gu Fei found a large stack of gold and silver notes in each of the 3 storage bags. Gu Fei knew that gold and silver were the common currency in the secular world. However, a cultivator should be very indifferent to money. Why would he need so much money that circulated in the secular world? After counting the spoils of war, Gu Fei closed his eyes and meditated under the tree. He operated the Xian Qi and began to cultivate. He planned to enter the Red Moon City after daybreak. Soon, Gu Fei was enveloped by the spiritual energy that gathered from all directions. Gu Fei's figure also became blurred. Chapter 290. On the path of martial arts, the physical body was a treasure trove that contained endless power. It was the source of power. As one's cultivation increased, warriors who succeeded in their cultivation would develop their own magical powers, and their skills would approach the way. Gu Fei had already cultivated his physical body to the point that it was transparent inside and out. He could draw spiritual qi from all directions into his body and use the warrior's spiritual qi in his body to communicate with the outside world, drawing power from the outside world for his own use. This was the magical power that was gradually derived when the physical body was cultivated to a certain level. No one knew how many mysteries there were about the physical body. The most mysterious thing in the world was not an unsolved mystery, nor was it the secret of heaven and earth, but the human body itself. On the path of martial arts, one did not cultivate the primordial spirit, did not form the nascent soul, and use the physical body, as the source of power. This was an extremely difficult path. Those who did not have great perseverance and wisdom would only have a shallow taste of it, and they would never go far on this path. Gu Fei did not know if he had great perseverance, nor did he know if he had great wisdom. He only knew that he had to move forward bravely because he wanted to become a strong cultivator who was above everyone else. On Taishan Mountain, before he obtained the Yinyang Jade Pendant, he was a cultivation maniac, a good-for-nothing whose cultivation was at the bottom of his peers. Cold eyes, ridicule, disdain, sympathy, there were all kinds of people who looked at him. His cultivation was low, and he was destined to be bullied. There was nothing to say about this. After leaving Taishan Mountain, Gu Fei truly realized that the law of survival in the world of cultivation was cruel. This was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. The strong could dictate the fate of the weak, even life and death. The weak did not have the right to control their own fate, and they were the stepping stones of the strong. Gu Fei wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become so strong that no one could threaten him. At that time, he would probably be able to relax. In the dark, at the foot of the hillside, at the bottom of the tree, the rich spiritual qi rippled like water. Specks of spiritual light floated around Gu Fei like fireflies, constantly entering his body. His body was like an invincible whole, swallowing the spiritual qi that gathered from all directions. Above the surrounding vegetation, wisps of spiritual qi overflowed, and there seemed to be a faint green mist floating. In the forest, the power of the wood element was full of vitality. This was the power of life among the 5 elements, and it was of great benefit to Gu Fei, making his vitality even more vigorous. Of course, the other spiritual qi floating in the void was also gathering toward Gu Fei. Within the extreme northern demon region, it was only at this time that Gu Fei dared to draw in the world's essence to temper his body. This was because there was no demonic nature near Scarlet Moon City. The 1,000-kilometer radius around the giant city was completely different from the boundless barren landscape of the outside world. It was as if one had entered another world. It was an oasis in the boundless wilderness, a paradise outside of the mortal world. In the area outside the giant city, there were actually many small towns, and the people living in these towns were mostly normal people. The dense forest outside of the Red Moon City was deserted. Furthermore, the forest had a radius of at least 10 miles. Although the battle between Gu Fei and the 3 black-robed devil masters had alarmed the experts in the Red Moon City, no one had found any traces of Gu Fei. When the eastern sky started to turn white and the night was dispelled by the light, Gu Fei, who was in a meditative state, opened his eyes. A faint 5-colored glow was hidden in his eyes. He stood up from under the tree, and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. I'm still at the peak of the 3rd sky of the ascended realm. After comprehending the 5 elemental sword Tao, it only increased my state of mind, but my cultivation doesn't seem to have increased at all. It looks like I won't be able to break through in a short period of time. Gu Fei murmured to himself as he sensed the state of his body. In this period of time, his cultivation had increased too quickly, so much so that his state of mind couldn't keep up with the increase of his cultivation. This made him unable to truly control his new power. However, ever since Gu Fei comprehended the profundity of the 5 elements sword principle after his battle with the 2 demon masters in a town, his mental state had risen to a new level even though his strength did not improve. Only when one's state of mind and cultivation combined perfectly would one be able to unleash the greatest power. The change in his state of mind had increased Gu Fei's state of mind. At this moment, he could be considered to have truly controlled the power of the peak of the ascended realm. The tall and heavy gates of the Red Moon City were already wide open, and the streets were filled with people. Gu Fei walked out of the forest outside the city and walked on the main road towards the Red Moon City. Very quickly, he arrived at the northern gate of the Red Moon City. With his cultivation, he was already able to control every muscle and bone in his body at will. In order to prevent the people from the Six Demonic Paths Palace from discovering his whereabouts, Gu Fei purposely moved his flesh and bones, changing his physique and appearance. Moreover, he purposely suppressed his cultivation to be between the fifth and sixth sky of the awakened realm. Even if someone who knew Gu Fei walked past him, they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. Gu Fei wasn't worried about being discovered by the Sixth Demon Palace. He walked across the drawbridge, passed through the moat, and entered the city gates. For a lone traveler like him, there weren't any guards that came out to stop or interrogate him. Once he entered the Red Moon City, he saw an endless stream of horses and carriages. The streets were bustling with people, and it was a bustling scene. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of hawking rose and fell. It was hard to imagine that he could see such a scene in the extreme North Demon region. Gu Fei felt a trace of familiarity. The Red Moon City seemed to be somewhat similar to the Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness. Both were bustling, huge cities. The streets were crowded with people of all ages and genders. There were people with blonde hair and blue eyes, and people with black hair and yellow skin. There seemed to be many different races gathered here, and people of different skin colors. It seemed to be a place where many races lived. As Gu Fei walked through the crowd, he was really dazzled. These days, he had been walking in the wild woods. Entering such a big city really made him feel like he had been in another world. However, it was a huge city in the extreme North Demon region, and its population was far less than that of the cities in the Central Plains. However, it still had a population of hundreds of thousands. In the extreme North Demon region, it was definitely a huge city in name and in reality. After all, in the extreme North Demon region, except for the area where the huge city was located, the other places were all barren lands shrouded in bitter cold. It was simply not suitable for ordinary people to live. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei walked on the street of the Red Moon City like an ordinary person. No one would notice him. Unconsciously, he had walked more than half of the street. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that not far away on his right, there was a 9-story restaurant, the Red Moon Restaurant. Since this restaurant dared to be named after the Red Moon City, it was already extraordinary. The Red Moon Restaurant was very famous. 9 was the limit of numbers, the meaning of supremacy. However, this restaurant had 9 floors. What was the meaning behind it? Even if one thought with their toes, they would know. It was rumored that the backer of the Red Moon Restaurant was the city lord of the Red Moon City, different from the Central Plains, in the extreme North Demon region. The city lords of the 9 huge cities were equivalent to emperors. They were definitely the most powerful people in the huge cities. They had the highest status and the greatest influence. They controlled the life and death of all the civilians in the huge cities. With such a background, the Red Moon Restaurant not only became a good place for the aristocrats in the city to gather, but also a good place for cultivators to gather. However, this was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Just as Gu Fei arrived near the Red Moon Restaurant, there were a few aristocrats in the city talking loudly on the 8th floor. Their voices came from the window facing the street. I heard that there were masters fighting outside the city last night. Hey, you're really well informed. You actually found out about what happened last night outside the city so quickly. What masters were fighting in the forest outside the city? I don't know. I heard that at least 3 demon masters died. It can't be. Gu Fei was about to leave when he happened to hear these words coming from the Red Moon Restaurant. These people couldn't be talking about the 3 black-robed demon masters that he killed last night, could they? Gu Fei pondered for a moment before he headed straight for the Crimson Moon House. However, just as he was about to enter the Crimson Moon House, he was stopped by two handsome, yellow-clothed young men outside the door. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little displeased. However, what one of the young men in yellow clothes said next made Gu Fei's mood rise from displeasure to anger. "This is not a place you should be. Get out of my way," the young man in yellow clothes said. "So what if I must go in?" A cold light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Even a doorkeeper dared to speak to him like this. He really didn't know what was good for him. What Gu Fei didn't know was that the reason why he was looked down upon by the two doorkeepers was because they thought he was an ordinary cultivator with low cultivation and not an expert at the third sky of the ascended mortality realm. If Gu Fei revealed a strong aura, these two doorkeepers would definitely not dare to stop him. "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. In the Red Moon City, no one dares to behave atrociously in our Red Moon restaurant," the other young man in yellow clothes said with disdain. "Outrageous!" Just when Gu Fei was about to explode, he suddenly felt a few strong divine senses coming from upstairs and sweeping towards him. This was definitely something that only an expert could do. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that this was not as simple as a restaurant. Those divine senses flashed and disappeared in an instant. However, Gu Fei had already become vigilant. He deliberately cursed a few times and then walked away without batting an eyelid. Such a country bumpkin wants to enter our Red Moon restaurant. He must be blind and muddle-headed. If he walks any slower, I will even break his legs. The two young men in yellow clothes scolded from behind. Even the two doorkeepers were so domineering. It could be seen that the Red Moon restaurant was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly saw a familiar person walking past him. This person was a young man in white clothes with an ordinary appearance. Behind the young man was a middle-aged scholar in green clothes with a feather fan. Chapter 291, Chu Tian. Gu Fei immediately recognized this ordinary-looking youth in white clothes. He was the young master of Rising Sun Business Group that he met on the way to Dragon Emperor City in southern wilderness. The azure-clothed scholar beside Chu Tian, who held a feather fan and had an otherworldly temperament, was the Mr. Ning who had once saved Chu Tian from Gu Fei. How could they appear in the Red Moon City of Northern Demon Domain? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. Suddenly seeing Chu Tian reminded him of another person he met on the way to the southern wasteland. I wonder how she is now. A weak figure appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Although Gu Fei had changed his look, Chu Tian and Mr. Ning didn't recognize Gu Fei. They directly passed by him and walked towards the Red Moon Hotel. Seeing that Chu Tian was heading for the Red Moon Hotel, Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder as he watched Chu Tian's back. Then, he suddenly strode into an alley on the side of the street. At this moment, Chu Tian, the young master of Rising Sun City, and Mr. Ning, the middle-aged, scholarly man, had already arrived in front of the Red Moon Hotel. They were also stopped by the two youths in yellow clothes. However, the two youths in yellow clothes who were fierce and domineering towards Gu Fei just now had changed their expressions. They said to Chu Tian with a respectful smile, "Child, please show your jade plate." It turned out that entering the Scarlet Moon house required a certificate. The two guys guarding the door noticed that although Chu Tian's appearance was not outstanding, the aura of an aristocratic family's descendant that he unconsciously exuded was not something that could be faked. Now that they could welcome guests in the Red Moon Hotel, they must be proficient in observing people's words and expressions. They clearly knew who they could offend and who they could not provoke. Chu Tian reached into his bosom and was about to take out the jade tablet when he suddenly stopped and looked behind him suspiciously. At this time, Mr. Ning also noticed Chu Tian's strange behavior. "Child, didn't you bring your jade plate?" "Without the identity jade token to enter and exit the Crimson Moon Lodge. We can't let you in." One of the yellow-clothed young men was still polite, but when he saw that Chu Tian didn't take out the jade token, his attitude changed. Although the Scarlet Moon House was just a restaurant, it was the most famous restaurant in the Scarlet Moon City. Those who could enter the Scarlet Moon House were all people with status. What proved their status was a small jade plate from the Scarlet Moon House. To put it bluntly, the so-called Crimson Moon Brothel was actually open to the children of influential families and nobles in Crimson Moon City, as well as cultivators with status who lived in Crimson Moon City for a long time. Outsiders and ordinary citizens in the city would never be able to enter the Red Moon House without being led by someone with an identity jade token. The extreme northern demon region was not a peaceful place. Although the 9 great cities were separated by tens of thousands of miles and were scattered across an endless barren land, each great city represented a superpower of the extreme northern demon region. Although there wasn't any intense war between the 9 superpowers, no one was willing to submit to the other. There were many contradictions between them, and incidents of mutual attacks still occurred from time to time. The Scarlet Moon House was the place where cultivators and the children of influential families gathered in Crimson Moon City. In the eyes of other forces, they could know the movements in Crimson Moon City from here, because this was a place where all kinds of information gathered. For such a place, it was a very normal practice to implement a strict identity control. After all, no one was willing to let their opponents know their real situation. Chu Tian suddenly turned around and left without a word. Not only were the 2 yellow-clothed young men guarding the door stunned, even Mr. Ning beside Chu Tian felt it was strange. Chu Tian's actions seemed a bit unusual. Mr. Ning quickly followed. People came and went on the street. Chu Tian quickly passed through the flow of people, and then suddenly turned into an alley beside the street. Mr. Ning followed closely behind Chu Tian. He didn't dare to go far, and he didn't dare to let Chu Tian out of his sight. This place was different from the Central Plains. This was the sphere of influence of the demonic path. The people of the demonic path wouldn't talk about benevolence and morality with you. Mr. Ning was responsible for protecting Chu Tian. Even in Crimson Moon City, he didn't dare to relax. After turning left and right in the alley, Chu Tian came to a dead end. At this time, he felt that there was a person in front of him with his back facing him. This figure seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Mr. Ning also felt the person in front of him and immediately became nervous. From his big sleeves, a powerful fluctuation of magic power immediately came out. As long as he felt anything strange, this Mr. Ning would directly attack the person in front of him. "Chu Tian, long time no see." At this time, the person in front of him turned around and looked indifferently at Chu Tian. He was not handsome, but there was a hint of resoluteness on his face. There was a faint smile on his face. You? When Chu Tian saw the appearance of this person, he couldn't help but take a step back. He pointed at this person in surprise. There was actually some fear and panic in his expression. "Gu Fei?" At this moment, Mr. Ning revealed the identity of this person. At the sight of Gu Fei, Mr. Ning became less nervous as he loosened his grip on his magic treasure. In Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, Gu Fei had defeated powerhouses of White Tigers and Rose Finch clans consecutively. Of course, he had been known by others. Of course, Gu Fei's identity was also known by others. "Why did you lead me here?" Chu Tian soon recovered his composure. Although there were some misunderstandings between them, they were not enemies. However, when Chu Tian recalled how Gu Fei broke into his camp and killed his guards on the way to Dragon Emperor City, Chu Tian still remembered the bloody scene vividly. This was the reason why Chu Tian was unable to maintain his composure the moment he saw Gu Fei. The impression Gu Fei gave him that day was truly too deep, to the point that he couldn't forget it, nor could he forget it. This dead end was far away from the hustle and bustle of Red Moon City. It was very remote. Nobody noticed this place, which made Chu Tian a bit worried. "Nothing. I just want to ask you for a favor," Gu Fei said with a smile. "What's the favor?" After hearing that Gu Fei wanted to ask him for a favor, Chu Tian became less worried. Not long after, Chu Tian walked out of the alley. However, other than Mr. Ning, there was an extra follower by his side. It was a short but sturdy young man. "I've not imagined that you could change your looks so well." This was Mr. Ning's comment on Gu Fei. Even Mr. Ning couldn't identify that this ugly, short, and sturdy youth was the tall one just now. The short and sturdy follower of Chu Tian was Gu Fei. After changing his look, he put on a cyan robe and disguised as Chu Tian's follower. After the three of them walked out of the dead end, they walked straight to the Red Moon restaurant. When they arrived at the door, the two youths came to greet them again. However, at this time, they couldn't recognize Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei's strength had been suppressed to between the 9th heavenly layer and the 1st heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm. The powerful aura that he emitted caused the two youths in yellow to look at him a few more times. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the extra follower beside Chu Tian. However, the short and sturdy youth that Gu Fei was disguised as seemed to be about to break through to the ascended mortality realm. At such a young age, he already had such a cultivation. The two yellow-robed youths couldn't help but look at Gu Fei with jealousy. In fact, they looked down on Gu Fei because they themselves were at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the awakened mortality realm. Why would they put Gu Fei in their eyes? Within the extreme northern demon region, only the most powerful was supreme. To those whose cultivation was higher than theirs, even if it was a beggar, they would still be respectful. This time, Chu Tian didn't wait for the two to speak. He took out a crystal-clear golden jade token. Then, the three of them walked straight into the Red Moon restaurant. I want to see what kind of place this is. Even the gatekeepers are at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the awakened mortality realm. Gu Fei sneered in his heart. When they walked into the Red Moon restaurant, the few divine senses appeared again and probed them. Gu Fei pretended not to notice, and Chu Tian didn't feel anything strange either. Only Mr. Ning furrowed his brows. No one was willing to be spied on. Gu Fei knew that the few people who dared to release their divine senses were definitely at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of the ascended mortality realm. Only such experts could release their divine senses when their primordial spirit had solidified. He didn't know if it was because the 500th birthday of the City Lord's father was approaching, but the Red Moon restaurant seemed to be very lively. Moreover, the majority of the people were cultivators. Chu Tian didn't seem to be unfamiliar with this place. He brought Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance, and Mr. Ning directly to the 8th floor. A waiter greeted them and led them to a private room. Then he left. Not long after, a servant brought fragrant tea. Gu Fei sensed that most of the private rooms on the 8th floor had powerful auras leaking out. Obviously, the people in the private rooms not only had extraordinary identities, but also had extraordinary cultivation. And the 9th floor seemed to be blocked by some kind of power. He couldn't sense any auras at all. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Was the owner of the divine senses on the 9th floor? The person you're waiting for seems to be late. Gu Fei casually sat down opposite Chu Tian. He picked up the tea on the table and swallowed it in one gulp. What a waste of God's gifts. Do you know that this is ice mist tea? Even in the central plains, only the relatives of the emperor can taste it. Mr. Ning couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Gu Fei drinking like an ox. "Ice mist tea." Gu Fei was startled. Sure enough, he saw that the tea in front of Mr. Ning was surrounded by a layer of cloud-like gas. "Icy cold. This name is quite appropriate," Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Chapter 292. Someone actually looked down on the experts of the Central Plains. Gu Fei was immediately attracted by the arrogant words outside. He had already learned from Chu Tian that many people from the Central Plains had come to the 500th birthday of the city lord of Red Moon City's father. Although the extreme northern demon region was the world of the demonic path, there was a problem that couldn't be ignored. In this endless wild land, there weren't many useful cultivation resources. Therefore, the merchant groups of the Central Plains became the guests of the 9 superforces of the northern demon region. Merchants pursued profits. In the eyes of the merchants, the northern demon region, which lacked resources, was undoubtedly a huge market. This was also the reason why Chu Tian appeared here. However, the Rising Sun Commercial Group was not the only merchant who could do business in the northern demon region. Those who could enter the northern demon region were certainly not ordinary people. For example, Chu Tian had Mr. Ning by his side. Mr. Ning was someone that even Gu Fei could not figure out. Therefore, there were many experts from the Central Plains who came to Red Moon City. Among them, there were many young experts who came out to gain experience. There is really no one in the Central Plains. Sigh. It seems that the diabolism is going to prosper. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. I heard that Dong Li Patian of the Monarch City defeated the so-called outstanding successors of the 3 major Taoist sects with a blood-dissipating saber a month ago. How satisfying. Dong Li Patian of the Monarch City. Isn't he the successor of the 6 demonic palaces? Who else could it be? Is there a second Dong Li Patian in the Monarch City? Outside the private room, the young man by the window was talking and laughing contemptuously. What he said was all derogatory words about the practitioners of the Central Plains. Gu Fei felt that there was a powerful aura coming from the private rooms. It seemed that the words of the young men outside had already made some people unhappy. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but recall the people from the diabolism he met on the Yunming Mountain when he left the mountain. Could those people be the outstanding successors of the 6 demonic palaces? The strength of those people seemed pretty good, but it would be an exaggeration to say that they were able to sweep away the outstanding successors of the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects. Those people outside seemed to be boasting to provoke the Central Plains cultivators upstairs. With just a thought, Gu Fei had already guessed these people's intentions. Dongli Patian doesn't seem to be the strongest of our Devil Dao's younger generation. Even he beat up the heirs of the 3 great Taoist sects. The Central Plains has really declined. That's right. Ha. The disciples of the aristocratic families in Hongyu City pointed their spears at the practitioners from the Central Plains. Their gazes kept sweeping across the private rooms. They seemed to have come here specifically to cause trouble. Humph! Who's farting? It's so stinky. In one of the private rooms, someone spoke like this. It was clear that someone couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to step out. What's wrong? Did we say something wrong? If you can't accept it, then come at us. Don't hide in there like a turtle. A disciple of an aristocratic family called out to the private room from which the voice had come. These youths were all disciples of the major Devil Dao families in Hongyu City. Not all of them were ignorant and incompetent. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these people were purposely trying to provoke the Central Plains cultivators upstairs. They were eager for someone to step out. Just as the disciple finished speaking, there was a swoosh. With a bang, the door of the private room was pulled open, and a young man strode out of the private room. Dongqi Duandao, please enlighten me. The young man who walked out of the private room waved his right hand forward, and a sharp blade aura immediately cut through the air, slashing towards the disciples of the aristocratic families in Hongyu City. Humph! A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? As he spoke, a descendant of an aristocratic family remained seated. He did not stand up. He merely waved his hand lightly. Chi! With a light wave of his hand, a dark light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced through the young man's head in an instant. In just an instant, the young man called Duandao fell to the ground. A black hole the size of a finger appeared on his forehead. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, as if he had been burned by fire, piercing through the head, destroying the spirit, and dispersing the soul. This was the most thorough way to die. The people upstairs who saw this scene could not help but suck in a cold breath. However, those who could reach the 8th floor of the Red Moon brothel were not ordinary people. Seeing someone being killed, not only did no one leave, some people even watched with interest. The disciples of the aristocratic families were even more unbridled. The shopkeeper of the Red Moon brothel seemed to already know the identities of these people. He did not send anyone to ask. He only saw 2 waiters rush over and silently carry away the young man who had been killed. You overestimate yourself. Why did you come out if you don't have the ability? Aren't you looking to die? The young man called Zhao Mu said with a look of disdain. Then he continued to chat with his companions as if nothing had happened. Zhao Mu, your god-piercing finger has improved again. With such skills, I'm afraid you're not much weaker than Dongli Patian of the Monarch City. You should be able to sweep through the young experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wilderness. Those youths were talking cheerfully and wittily, as if nothing had happened at all. Don't you think you were too ruthless? At this moment, from the private room that the Eastern Chi cultivator called Duandao had come out of, such words could be heard. He was the one who attacked first. This is something that everyone can see. You can't blame me. Zhao Mu shrugged and said in a relaxed manner, killing a person was nothing to him. The law of survival of the diabolism was even crueler than that of the Central Plains. In the far north demon region, how many diabolism cultivators had not stained their hands with blood? Probably not even one. At this moment, a young man walked out of the private room. Behind the young man was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The young man who walked out of the private room was tanned and plump, but he was neither short nor tall. He gave off the impression that he was a kind fatty. Fatty Ling, so it's you? Zhao Mu was a little surprised when he saw the young man. It was obvious that he knew him. Someone from the Haotian trading group, the young men from the aristocratic families who sat at the same table with Zhao Mu were also surprised. Fatty Ling was famous for hiding a dagger behind his smile. Gu Fei heard everything that happened outside the private room. When he heard the words Haotian Trading Group, he couldn't help but be startled. Haotian Trading Group, surnamed Ling. Could it be that he was related to her? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Single Blade is a pretty good bodyguard. What a pity! The tanned and plump fatty Ling shook his head. Zhao Mu, you've caused me to hire another bodyguard. Fatty Ling, if the so-called experts of the Central Plains are all like that bodyguard of yours, then there's no need to hire them. I'll just arrange for someone to protect you. Ha ha! Zhao Mu laughed wantonly. When the middle-aged man with a wooden expression behind Fatty Ling heard Zhao Mu's words, his eyes immediately emitted a cold glint that was as sharp as a blade's edge as he glanced at Zhao Mu. Humph! Zhao Mu wasn't to be outdone. He met the middle-aged man's cold gaze with equal harshness. Let's go. Fatty Ling's face darkened even more, but he endured it in the end and led the middle-aged man downstairs. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After all, This was the other party's territory. You might be able to dominate the Central Plains, but in Crimson Moon City, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up, and even if you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down, Zhao Mu said arrogantly as he glanced at the closed private rooms. His words were meant for the people inside the private rooms to hear. Zhao Mu's words immediately caused the expressions of many people on the 8th floor to change. Naturally, there were also cultivators from the Central Plains outside the private rooms. They're too arrogant. They really think they're invincible. Inside the private room, Chu Tian looked at Gu Fei and said angrily, he was also a cultivator from the Central Plains. Being looked down upon and belittled like this, Chu Tian was also angry. However, he knew his own strength very well. He wasn't a match for those people outside. If he went out, his fate would definitely not be any better than that person called Lone Blade. Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. These people are indeed very strong. They can mess around. We don't have to pay attention to them. You can even tolerate this? Chu Tian asked. He really wanted Gu Fei to make a move. Those disciples from the influential families of Crimson Moon City mercilessly mocked and belittled the cultivators from the Central Plains. Intentionally or unintentionally, they sneered at the private rooms on the 8th floor. Their mockery and ridicule angered many people present, but they couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention that these people's cultivation was very high, just the forces behind them were not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. After all, this was their territory. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Most people had scruples and didn't want to offend these disciples from influential families. In my eyes, these people are just a bunch of ignorant and incompetent second generations. Gu Fei nonchalantly picked up the teapot and poured a cup. Then he imitated Mr. Ning and slowly tasted the tea. Bang! Someone outside slammed the table heavily. Then they heard Zhao Mu's loud voice. The person inside, come out. Who are you calling a second generation? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He put down the teacup in his hand. His voice was so soft, yet Zhao Mu heard it. This person really did have some ability. At the very least, his hearing was better than others. He. Chu Tian looked at Gu Fei with interest. At this time, even Mr. Ning, who was leisurely sipping tea in the private room, put down the white jade teacup in his hand and looked at Gu Fei. Humph! Another guy who is as timid as a mouse. It seems that the Central Plains, the southern wasteland, and other places have really declined. Zhao Mu's arrogant voice came from outside again. It has already come to this, and you can still tolerate it? Chu Tian leaned on the chair and looked at Gu Fei meaningfully with a faint smile on his face. Sigh, I can't even keep a low profile. Gu Fei touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Then he stood up, opened the door of the private room, and walked out. Chapter 293. After Gu Fei walked out of the private room, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Gu Fei's ordinariness shocked everyone. It was hard to believe that the person who dared to say that the young masters of the aristocratic families were spoiled brats was actually a short, stocky, and unprepossessing young man. No one could tell that this was not Gu Fei's true appearance. This was because Gu Fei's technique of changing his appearance was too brilliant. He did not need to disguise himself. He could directly change the position of his flesh, blood, muscles, and bones. In the eyes of others, this person looked like this. Humph! With a wave of Zhao Mu's hand, the table in front of him immediately flew up, heading straight for Gu Fei, who was walking out of the private room. Although it was just a wooden table, it emitted a strong wave of power and faintly emitted a layer of black light. Without a doubt, that wooden table contained Zhao Mu's power. If one was really hit by it, they would most likely end up with broken bones and tendons. "Hey," Gu Fei chuckled and casually waved his sleeves forward as if nothing had happened. Without a sound, the wooden table that contained Zhao Mu's power turned into dust in an instant and drifted down. This scene not only caused Zhao Mu's expression to change, but also the expressions of everyone upstairs. Some people whispered, thinking that Zhao Mu and the other young masters of the aristocratic families had kicked an iron plate this time. Even those who were on good terms with Zhao Mu stood up with solemn expressions. They were well aware of Zhao Mu's strength. They could feel that this unprepossessing young man in front of them was not ordinary. Very good. Zhao Mu's expression was cold. He waved his right hand again. With a soft sound, like an arrow piercing through the void, a black light shot towards Gu Fei like a deadly lightning bolt. Just now, he had used this move to instantly kill the young cultivator from Eastern Qi called Single Blade. Now, he wanted to use the same move to kill Gu Fei. "This move is useless against me." Gu Fei strode forward and pointed his finger forward. A ball of golden light erupted from the tip of his finger. The golden finger directly met the black light that was shooting towards him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Mu's finger energy was shattered by a single finger. The golden light on top of Gu Fei's finger didn't disappear. After shattering Zhao Mu's finger energy, it became even stronger. Then, with a qi sound, the golden light shot through the air. Gu Fei gave Zhao Mu a taste of his own medicine. The dazzling light from his finger shot towards Zhao Mu's forehead, as if he also wanted to poke a hole in Zhao Mu's forehead. Swoosh! Zhao Mu left an afterimage on the spot and avoided Gu Fei's finger energy. Then he appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. He opened his hand, and a vast power surged out from his hand. A blood-colored domain shrouded Gu Fei. This terrifying domain completely sealed the void where Gu Fei was in. Zhao Mu's palm had already turned into a terrifying blood-colored vortex. The vortex produced a great suction force, as if it wanted to swallow Gu Fei. The crowd seemed to hear the heart-palpitating wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. The blood-colored world under Zhao Mu's hand seemed to have countless blood shadows vanishing. The blood-colored vortex seemed to be connected to a terrifying blood-colored world. It was as if there were countless demons roaring and struggling. The crowd seemed to smell a faint scent of blood. It seemed that the blood-colored domain that Zhao Mu displayed was constructed from endless blood. That blood-red color was so demonic and evil that it made people's hearts tremble. However, none of these strange phenomena affected Gu Fei. He stood tall, like a mountain under the shroud of the blood-colored domain. There was a faint smile on his ordinary face. When the blood-red domain emitted an endless evil aura, wanting to swallow him up, he directly punched out. His fist immediately turned into a ball of golden energy. The power of the metal element in the surroundings was immediately drawn and gathered towards his fist. It was as if a golden sun had risen in the blood-colored world. The dazzling golden light broke through the seal of the blood-colored domain and directly collided with the blood-colored vortex in Zhao Mu's hand. It actually blocked the source of the blood-colored domain's power. Bam! There was a violent tremor in the void. The incomparably evil blood-colored domain that enveloped the void was directly shattered by Gu Fei's fist. Zhao Mu suffered a great impact. Ding, ding, ding. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and smashed the wooden table behind him into pieces, with chips scattered all over the ground. The disciples of influential families behind him cried out in alarm and retreated. Zhao Mu, who was incomparably arrogant and regarded the cultivators of the Central Plains as nothing, was actually forced to retreat. The people who witnessed this scene upstairs were all shocked. In the private room, Chu Tian and Mr. Ning saw everything that happened outside through the open wooden door. They couldn't help but be shocked by Gu Fei's strength. Why did this Gu Fei hide his identity and appear in Hongya City? Could it be that the people of the three great Taoist schools had infiltrated the city? Chu Tian thought of many things. However, the questions in his heart were destined to have no answer. He didn't know that Gu Fei was actually alone now. He had narrowly escaped death to return to Tung Long Continent from the virtual sky world and had been separated from everyone. In the far north Devil's Territory, he had no allies. He only had enemies, and they were extremely powerful enemies. Mr. Ning, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. It was hard to tell what he was feeling from his expression. Hiding one's emotions was often a way to protect oneself. This place is too small. I can't fight freely. If you have the guts, let's fight outside the city. After Zhao Mu finished speaking, he flew out of the building in an instant. Very good. Gu Fei didn't say anything superfluous and rushed out of the building. Their body techniques were like the wind and lightning. Like two phantoms, they rushed out of Hongya House, crossed the street, and flitted past many houses. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. They didn't rush out of the city gate. Instead, they directly crossed the tall and majestic city wall and arrived at a forest 5 kilometers away. Just as they rushed out of the Scarlet Moon House, a few figures rushed out from the 9th floor and chased after the two of them. Chu Tian and Mr. Ning also wanted to go and watch the excitement, but right at this time, the person they were waiting for appeared. However, that person also seemed to be very interested in the battle between Zhao Mu and Gu Fei. Then, together with Chu Tian and the others, they chased in the direction where Gu Fei and Zhao Mu disappeared. Piercing God Finger, Zhao Mu launched an attack at Gu Fei immediately. His 10 fingers shot out 10 rays of black light. Like 10 divine arrows, they flew towards Gu Fei. The finger force was like an arrow piercing through the void. The speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. Zhao Mu knew that he had met a strong opponent today. He attacked with all his strength without holding anything back. It was as if he wanted to kill Gu Fei in an instant. It was still the power of the metal element. Gu Fei's hand also shot out 10 rays of golden light. He wanted to use his finger force to break Zhao Mu's finger force. He wanted to let Zhao Mu know that he was no match for him in terms of finger force. Bam! 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 10 dull sounds came out. Finger force against finger force. The black light and the golden light collided violently in the void, exploding into balls of strong light. The destructive finger force spread out, and the trees in the forest collapsed. Crimson Purgatory! Zhao Mu shouted. He stretched out his right hand, and a crimson vortex appeared in his palm. It formed an extremely evil and terrifying crimson domain, shrouding towards Gu Fei. This time, it was different from the time in the Crimson Moon Tavern. Zhao Mu had no scruples and fully displayed the power of the Crimson Purgatory. A part of the world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood in an instant. The extremely cold and evil power sealed up a part of the world. What could be seen was a demonic crimson light. The crimson light was like a surging sea of blood, as if there were countless demons roaring and howling. Even though Gu Fei's mind was as firm as a rock, he felt his spirit shaking. It was as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be pulled out from his body by the huge crimson vortex. At this time, those who had been tracking him had also arrived nearby. They just saw Gu Fei's figure being shrouded by the crimson domain. Large areas of the forest collapsed under the crimson light. No one dared to go forward. Everyone watched the battle from afar. Humph, this guy is dead for sure. You should know that Zhao Mu has just broken through his cultivation bottleneck. He is already a demon master, a disciple of an aristocratic family who was on good terms with Zhao Mu said. Zhao Mu has already broken through to the demon master realm. Everyone who knew about Zhao Mu's background was shocked. The Zhao family of Crimson Moon City had produced a rare descendant. He had already broken through to the demon master realm at such a young age. This Zhao Mu's potential was limitless. Outstanding young experts had always been the focus of the major forces. For example, Dongli Patian of Monarch City was a leading figure of the younger generation in the demon path. A young expert with limitless potential, if he could truly grow up, would definitely become an all-powerful figure in the future. Just as Gu Fei and Zhao Mu were fighting in the forest outside the city, an uninvited guest came to the largest mansion in Crimson Moon City. Haha, Meng Lang, your old friend is here to see you. A wanton laughter resounded throughout the entire mansion. A tall figure surrounded by demonic chi stood in the sky outside the mansion. A powerful aura descended, causing the maids in the mansion to be filled with terror. Humph! A cold snort came from the mansion below. Then a demonic figure soared into the sky from the layers of houses. In an instant, he arrived in front of the figure shrouded in demonic aura in the sky. Powerful aura surged from both of them. Flying in the air, standing in the air, these two were obviously void, controlling realm demonic generals. I don't think I sent you an invitation. 7 luminaries. The person who rushed out of the mansion said coldly. This was a middle-aged man with a face as red as cinnabar. He. The man called 7 luminaries let out a low chuckle before saying, "You and I can be considered old friends for many years. How could I not come to your father's 500th birthday?" When he said the word old friend, his tone was clearly heavier. Chapter 294. 2 demonic shadows that exuded a powerful and terrifying aura rushed out of the city lord's mansion of Red Moon City and flew towards the outskirts of Red Moon City. In the city, the demonic cultivators with high cultivation bases immediately sensed the abnormality and were alarmed. Then they either stopped what they were doing or walked out of their secluded cultivation grounds. Very quickly, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the wilderness 1,000 miles away from Red Moon City. There, the demonic aura was monstrous, as if there were 2 demon kings fighting, shaking the entire region. Even in Red Moon City, one could feel the fluctuations coming from that place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another few demonic shadows surrounded by demonic aura rushed out of Red Moon City and flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. In an instant, they disappeared into the sky. Red Moon City was indeed not simple. In the city, 4 or 5 great demons of the void controlling realm had appeared all at once. The terrifying aura that the demon generals emitted made all the low-level demonic cultivators in the city extremely terrified. On the contrary, the ordinary people in the city did not feel the terrifying aura that made their hearts palpitate. In a clinical room on the 9th floor of Red Moon Restaurant, a thin old man with blurred eyes was lying on the table. His red nose was emitting a loud snoring sound. In the old man's hand, there was a white jade wine bottle. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. This wine fragrance was not strong, nor did it smell bad. On the contrary, this wine fragrance gave people a refreshing feeling as if they were in a field of flowers. What the hell are those bastards doing now? The snoring suddenly disappeared. The little old man impatiently opened his turbid old eyes and glanced in the direction of the terrifying fluctuation. Then, the little old man brought the white jade wine bottle to his mouth and was about to drink, but he felt that the wine bottle was already empty. Only a few drops of jade-like wine had dripped out. It's gone so soon? He licked the bottle clean, then threw the white jade wine bottle and poured it back onto the table. After a while, the loud snoring sound rang out in the room again. At this time, many people felt the aura of the city lord of Red Moon City and another expert in the wilderness 1,000 miles away from Red Moon City. The news of the battle between the city lord of Red Moon City and the other expert immediately spread throughout Red Moon City. Many demonic cultivators received the news and immediately headed towards the wilderness where the terrifying fluctuation came from. A battle of this level could only be encountered by chance. It attracted everyone's attention, and no one wanted to miss it. In comparison, the battle between Gu Fei and Zhao Mu was child's play. Gu Fei's hands shot out 2 beams of dazzling saber light, forcibly breaking through the seal of Zhao Mu's blood hell, and rushed out. Then, the powerful saber chi condensed from the sharp metal chi was like a heavenly saber tearing through the void, making heart-palpitating whistling sounds as it slashed towards Zhao Mu. It was still a metal-type battle technique. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei would definitely not use other techniques. This was because he would be recognized by the people from the 6 demonic paths palace. Damn it! Zhao Mu retreated. The place where he was originally standing was instantly enveloped by the dazzling saber light. The ground within a radius of 10 feet was instantly shattered by the saber light. Soil rose 7 or 8 feet high, covering Zhao Mu's figure. You are the successor of the Beitang family of the Central Plains. Zhao Mu's cold voice came out from the gray dust. His voice was calm and steady, as if he was not surprised at all. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then his hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Among the golden waves, sabers and swords began to appear. When the young man who had agreed to meet Chu Tian at the Scarlet Moon restaurant saw Gu Fei use this ability, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this person really a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains? The black-robed young man's eyes were like cold stars. He stared at Gu Fei's waving arm with a strange light in his eyes. When Chu Tian, who was beside the black-robed young man, heard this, he could not help but be puzzled. This Gu Fei had really hidden himself well. Even he had misjudged him. Zhao Mu's words reminded Gu Fei that he could not let others see through his identity. Letting others think that he was the successor of the Beitang family was definitely the best way to hide his identity. Therefore, Gu Fei immediately began to imitate the techniques of the Beitang family. Gu Fei's techniques were close to the Tao. The source of a martial artist's strength came from the physical body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had already reached the stage where he could generate his own techniques. Imitating the Beitang family's 5 elements mystiques was not that difficult. As Gu Fei waved his hands, it was as if all the metal-type energy in the world was attracted to him. It gathered around him, forming a golden wave around him. Golden swords and sabers kept appearing around him. They were densely packed and seemed to be endless. They were not real swords and sabers, but were condensed from endless metal elemental power. Golden rays of light illuminated the world. Thousands of swords and sabers gathered together, forming a golden sea of swords and sabers. This shocking scene made the spectators in the distance dumbfounded, especially those who were on good terms with Zhao Mu. They could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Zhao Mu. You really are a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains. At this time, the dust dispersed, and Zhao Mu's figure appeared. Come, let me see if the legendary 5 elements mystiques are really that powerful. Zhao Mu's expression was somewhat crazy. His right hand was swallowing and emitting a bloody light. The bloody vortex did not disappear. Evil and horrifying fluctuations surged out from his hand. However, Gu Fei found that there was also a strange fluctuation coming from Zhao Mu's left hand. Zhao Mu's left hand was enveloped by a ball of black, demonic energy. A vortex formed from the demonic energy spun on his left hand, emitting a horrifying and eerie fluctuation. You are the first person to force me to use 2 domains at the same time. Even if you die in my hands, it will not be in vain. Zhao Mu said ferociously. His eyes were filled with the terrifying light of a wild beast. We still don't know who will die in whose hands. 5 elements, mystiques, 1,000 blades, and 10,000 swords. Gu Fei yelled. The metal-type energy was pushed to the peak by him. Then he decisively attacked. Of course, because he could suppress it, the cultivation that Gu Fei displayed right now was only at the first sky of the ascended realm. However, this kind of strength was more than enough to defeat Zhao Mu. Tens of thousands of swords and sabers shot towards Zhao Mu in an earth-shattering manner. The sabers and swords tore through the void and shrouded in all directions. Such a scene made even the spectators' hearts palpitate. Come at me! Zhao Mu roared angrily as his long hair danced in the air. Dark void, blood purgatory. Let's see how you can break through my dark void purgatory. Zhao Mu yelled crazily as the blades and swords slashed towards him. His left and right hands suddenly clasped together and formed a strange hand seal. Under the guidance of this hand seal, the blood whirlpool and darkness whirlpool actually started to fuse. The terrifying power of the 2 domains increased exponentially. The power of the 2 domains reformed, forming a new domain. A terrifying black whirlpool with a bloody glow appeared in front of Zhao Mu's hand seal. In the blink of an eye, it had sealed the space in front of Zhao Mu. Thousands of golden blades and swords shot into this newly formed whirlpool, but they were like clay oxen entering the sea. They were swallowed by this strange whirlpool that emitted an endless evil aura. That terrifying whirlpool seemed to be connected to another world. The fusion of the 2 domains seemed to have opened a door to hell. Countless golden blades and swords were swallowed by the whirlpool. The newly formed domain was incomparably powerful. It seemed like all the golden blades and swords were being sucked in. The huge whirlpool shrouded a part of the world. It actually blocked the sea of blades and swords formed by the thousands of golden blades and swords. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Zhao Mu wasn't having a good time now. It was extremely strenuous for him. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured. The domain he could control had already reached the limit. The fusion of the 2 domains was too powerful. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by this power. At that time, he would be swallowed by his own domain. Zhao Mu was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Even if he wanted to stop now, it would be difficult. It had become a dead end. However, no one knew that Gu Fei's imitation of the Beitang clan's 5 elements divine ability and the mighty 1,000 blades myriad swords technique was just a pretense. Among the onlookers, no one noticed that among the thousands of blades and swords, there was a hazy golden sword shadow. Although this sword shadow was very similar to the thousands of blades and swords, there was something different about it. The thousands of swords and sabers were condensed from the endless power of metal, but the hazy sword shadow mixed in the thousands of swords and sabers was transformed from the metal sword essence of Gu Fei's new domain of 5 elements sword essence. Tens of thousands of golden swords and sabers drew golden scars in the void, and the whooshing sound of the sabers and swords piercing through the air was incessant. However, the terrifying and evil vortex in front of them was like a bottomless devil's nest, sucking all the sabers and swords into the vortex and sinking them into the pitch-black devil's nest. However, when the thousands of swords and sabers were about to be completely devoured, Gu Fei knew that it was time for him to make his move. The the faint golden sword shadow that lingered around him among the swords and sabers shot out. This was not a sword shadow condensed purely from the power of metal. Instead, it was an indestructible sword intent. It was different from the golden blades and swords that had been swallowed. The faint sword shadow silently broke through the barrier of the terrifying domain in front of it. It directly penetrated the huge whirlpool and pierced through Zhao Mu's right chest. Zhao Mu only felt a chill on his right chest. Before he knew what had happened, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. The condensed power instantly collapsed. The huge whirlpool of death exploded. The violent power that erupted shook the heaven and earth. The area within a radius of several dozen feet was instantly razed to the ground. Chapter 2, 95. No one saw how Zhao Mu was defeated, and he was defeated so abruptly. Perhaps even Zhao Mu himself only saw a faint golden light flash in front of his eyes for an instant, and then his right chest was pierced. The attention of the onlookers had already been attracted by the other great battle that was taking place in the wilderness thousands of miles away from Crimson Moon City. Aside from the few aristocratic family juniors who were on good terms with Zhao Mu, there were only Chu Tian, Mr. Ning, and Chu Tian's black-clothed friend, who were watching the battle. The few youths who were on good terms with Zhao Mu didn't leave either. They were shocked to see Zhao Mu defeated in an instant. How could Zhao Mu, who was a devil master, be defeated? Was this practitioner from the Central Plains really so powerful? If even Zhao Mu was defeated, then wouldn't they be no match for this guy in front of them, who was emitting a golden, flame-like aura, like a golden god of war? At this time, the few aristocratic children realized that Gu Fei's strength was not weaker than Zhao Mu's. Moreover, he had defeated Zhao Mu, who could be called a cultivation genius among the younger generation of Crimson Moon City. Zhao Mu, at such a young age, had already broken through to the Devil Master realm. It could be said that he was an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Crimson Moon City. Except for Meng Hao, the son of the city lord, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Gu Fei defeated Zhao Mu. In other words, he had indirectly defeated all the younger generation of Devil Path practitioners in Crimson Moon City except for Meng Hao. The domain power dissipated, and the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. The forest was completely destroyed, and the destruction was very thorough. Within a radius of several hundred feet, not even a single blade of grass was left, and all that was left was sand. Further away, rows of trees fell outwards. Broken trees and scattered leaves were everywhere. It could be seen how terrifying the scene just now was. The power of destruction destroyed everything, including the woodland. After a while, the aristocratic children recovered from the shock and rushed to the place where Zhao Mu fell. They didn't dare to attack Gu Fei. At this moment, they were no longer as arrogant and domineering as they had been in the Red Moon Tavern. When they passed by Gu Fei, they deliberately stayed away from Gu Fei. They were already afraid of Gu Fei. In front of the strong, the weak were nothing at all. The strong could control the life and death of the weak. In the extreme northern demon region, the cruel laws of survival made these people fear the strong, and they would bully and humiliate the weak. It had to be said that the law of the jungle was vividly displayed among demonic cultivators. Ha! Is this the power of the 5 elements? You really live up to your reputation. The black-clothed youth, who was on good terms with Chu Tian, laughed as he walked towards Gu Fei. Chu Tian and Mr. Ning glanced at each other and then followed. This person? As Gu Fei looked at the black-clothed youth walking towards him, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He saw that this person's hair was as black as ink, his eyebrows were long, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. Since Gu Fei entered the extreme northern demon region, This was the first time he had encountered such an outstanding character. However, what really surprised Gu Fei was that this person's cultivation seemed to be higher than Zhao Mu's. Even he couldn't see through this black-clothed youth's depths. Gu Fei didn't feel any hostility from this person. The golden light that lingered around his body gradually faded away. The powerful fluctuations of power also receded like a tide, converging into his body. Ha ha! Let me introduce the two of you. This is Li Xiao, Brother Li. Chu Tian introduced Gu Fei to the black-clothed youth. This was the agreement between him and Gu Fei. In front of outsiders, Gu Fei's name was Li Xiao. The people of the Six Demon Paths Palace already knew his name. Gu Fei didn't want to attract the experts of the Six Demon Paths Palace, so he made up a temporary name. Li Xiao, aren't you a disciple of the Beitang family of the Central Plains? The youth was a little surprised. In his opinion, Gu Fei was using the power of the 5 elements. Of course, this youth hadn't seen the true power of the Beitang family. He had only heard of the name of this cultivation method. The people of the Beitang family wouldn't casually enter the extreme northern demon region. After all, the extreme northern demon region was different from the Central Plains. There were no giant cities in the area. Besides being barren and cold, the demonic nature that came from the dark was everywhere. To people of the demonic path, this demonic nature was undoubtedly a treasure. It was the key to entering the supreme demonic path. It could allow them to cultivate the purest demonic true essence. But to cultivators who didn't follow the demonic path, this demonic nature could trigger their inner demons. If it was light, their cultivation would be damaged. If it was heavy, their mind would be controlled by the inner demons, and they would walk the demonic path. Unless they wore a magical item that could eliminate the demonic nature, people outside of the extreme northern demon region wouldn't easily set foot in the area. I hope Brother Meng doesn't take offense. This is the name Brother Li uses when he travels outside. Chu Tian explained. He then paused for a moment and introduced the person to Gu Fei. This Brother Meng is the person I was waiting for at the Red Moon House. My name is Meng Hao. I'm very happy to meet someone like Brother Li. The youth named Meng introduced himself before Chu Tian could finish. I'm also very happy to meet Brother Meng, Gu Fei said with a smile. There were plenty of people who didn't want to show their true faces before they made a name for themselves. Therefore, Meng Hao didn't care about Gu Fei's concealment of his identity. This was because Gu Fei didn't deny that he was a member of the Beitang family. In Meng Hao's opinion, if a person like Gu Fei had no relationship with the Beitang family, he would definitely draw a clear line between himself and the Beitang family. However, this time, Meng Hao was wrong. Gu Fei wanted to use the Beitang family's banner to hide his true identity. Moreover, he was prepared to make a few powerful enemies for the Beitang family. Let's go. We'll return to the Red Moon House. Today, not only did we see that guy, Zhao Mu, suffer, we also got to know Brother Li. We have to celebrate. Meng Hao seemed to be very happy. Okay. Gu Fei didn't refuse. They didn't seem to have any interest in the battle of experts that was happening 1,000 miles away. Instead, they left the forest on the outskirts of the city and headed straight for the Red Moon City Gate. At this time, Zhao Mu was carried out of the dense forest by the disciples of the aristocratic families. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. On the right side of his chest, there was a bloody hole the size of a fist that was still oozing blood. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhao Mu coughed violently and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His breathing became rapid, and his face flushed red, as if he couldn't breathe. Gu Fei's sword had directly pierced through Zhao Mu's right chest, piercing through his right lung. Blood continued to gush up his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. If anyone else had suffered such a serious injury, they would have long been on the verge of death. However, it has to be said that the life force of a devil master was very strong. It was so strong that even a fatal injury wouldn't endanger their lives. A devil master who had condensed a devil core in his body would gradually transform and become stronger under the effect of the devil core. His life force would be exuberant, and his injured body would quickly recover under the nourishment of the devil core. Of course, for a devil master who only cultivated the primordial spirit, condensed a devil core, and then gave birth to a devil infant, the body was just a cauldron that had to be abandoned sooner or later. As a result, although the physical body of a devil master devil Tao cultivator had undergone a transformation under the nourishment of the devil core, and his physique had improved, it was still not as powerful as Gu Fei's 5 elements martial body, which used his physical body as the source of power. Actually, with Gu Fei's cultivation, if he wanted to kill Zhao Mu, it could be said to be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he didn't want to do so. He didn't want to completely offend the devil Tao forces in the Red Moon City. He had just arrived at the Red Moon City and didn't know what kind of background these disciples had. If he killed Zhao Mu, it would attract the older generation experts to deal with him, and he would be in a dangerous situation. Gu Fei had some misgivings and didn't kill Zhao Mu. But even so, Zhao Mu's vitality was greatly injured. Even if there were experts to nurse him back, he would still need a period of time to recover. At that time, perhaps Gu Fei would have already left the northern devil region and returned to the central plains. The few youths who were on good terms with Zhao Mu carried Zhao Mu and flew back to the Red Moon City to find someone to treat Zhao Mu's injuries. Of course, those people wouldn't let this matter rest. However, for a moment, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. The battle between Gu Fei and Zhao Mu was just a battle between the younger generation. It was very ordinary, but the battle that took place in the desolate land 1,000 miles away from the Red Moon City was a battle between true experts. The desolate land 1,000 miles away became lively. 2 devil shadows fiercely fought in the surging devil chi. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the ground, and from the ground to the ground. They rushed out of the ground and continued to fight. This area shook incessantly. The sky was shrouded by the surging devil chi, and this part of the world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The dark brown earth was covered with cracks and large pits, as if meteorites had fallen to the ground, were scattered all over the dark brown earth. There were people watching high up in the sky, but no one made a move to stop them. Instead, there were people who made a move to seal off the aura that was spreading out. Even further away, there were still devil masters rushing over from the direction of the Red Moon City. But they didn't dare to approach, because in a battle of this level, if they were unlucky enough to be affected, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be annihilated in a puff of smoke and have their souls scattered. In the terrifying devil chi that shrouded the sky and earth, the 2 devil Tao experts were moving as fast as lightning. To the experts of the Red Moon City, they were no strangers. It was a battle between 2 devil generals of the void controlling realm. One of them was the Lord of the Red Moon City, Meng Lang. The Lord of the Red Moon City, Meng Lang, was a terrifying devil general. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of devil general, and he was only a step away from becoming a sovereign king great devil. And the person fighting with him also had a great background. That person was not only one of the experts of the Devil Palace of the 6 Paths from the Sovereign King City, but also the 3rd son of the Devil Monarch of the 6 Paths, 7 luminaries.